Chainfire by Terry Goodkind. To Vincent Cascella, a man of inspirational intellect, wit, strength, and courage, and a friend who is always there for me. Chapter 1. How much of this blood is his? A woman asked. Most of it, I'm afraid, a second woman said as they both rushed along beside him. As Richard fought to focus his mind on his need to remain conscious, the breathless voices sounded to him as if they were coming from some great dim distance. He wasn't sure who they were. He knew that he knew them. But right then, it just didn't seem to matter. The crushing pain in the left side of his chest and his need for air had him at the ragged edge of panic. It was all he could do to try to draw each crucial breath. Even so, he had a bigger worry. Richard struggled to put voice to his burning concern, but he couldn't form the words, couldn't get out any more than a gasping moan. He clutched the arm of the woman beside him, desperate to get them to stop, to get them to listen. She misunderstood and instead urged the men carrying him to hurry, even though they were already panting with the effort of bearing him over the rocky ground in the deep shade among the towering pines. They tried to be as gentle as possible, but they never dared to slow. Not far off, a rooster crowed into the still air, as if this was an ordinary morning like any other. Richard observed the storm of activity swirling around him with an odd sense of detachment. Only the pain seemed real. He remembered hearing it once said that when you died, no matter how many people were there with you, you died all alone. That's how he felt now, alone. As they broke from the timber into a thinly wooded rough field of clumped grass, Richard saw above the leafy limbs a leaden sky threatening to unleash torrents of rain. Rain was the last thing he needed. If only it would hold off. As they raced along, the unpainted wooden walls of a small building came into view, followed by a twisting livestock fence weathered to a silver gray. Startled chickens squawked in fright as they scattered out of the way. Men shouted orders. Richard hardly noticed the ashen faces watching him being carried past as he stiffened himself against the dizzying pain of the rough journey. It felt as if he were being ripped apart. The whole mob around him funneled through a narrow doorway and shuffled into the darkness beyond. "Here," the first woman said. Richard was surprised to realize then that it was Nicky's voice. "Put him here, on the table, hurry." Richard heard tin cups clatter as someone swept them aside. Small items thunked to the ground and bounced across a dirt floor. The shutters banged back as they were flung open to let some of the flat light into the musty room. It appeared to be a deserted farmhouse. The walls tilted at odd angles, as if the place were having difficulty standing, as if it might collapse at any moment. Without the people who had once made it home giving it life, it had the aura of a place waiting for death to settle in. Men holding his legs and arms lifted him and then carefully set him down on the crudely hewn plank table. Richard wanted to hold his breath against the crushing agony radiating from the left side of his chest, but he desperately needed the breath that he couldn't seem to get. He needed the breath in order to speak. Lightning flashed. A moment later, thunder rumbled heavily. "Lucky we made it into the shelter before the rain," one of the men said. Nicky nodded absently as she leaned close, groping purposefully across Richard's chest. He cried out, arching his back against the heavy wooden tabletop, trying to twist away from her probing fingers. The other woman immediately pressed his shoulders down to keep him in place. He tried to speak. He almost got the words out, but then he coughed up a mouthful of thick blood. He started choking as he tried to breathe. The woman holding his shoulders turned his head aside. "Spit," she told him as she bent close. The feeling of not being able to get any air brought a flash of hot fear. Richard did as she said. She swept her fingers through his mouth, working to clear an airway. With her help, he finally managed to cough and spit out enough blood to be able to pull in some of the air he so desperately needed. As Nicky's fingers probed the area around the arrow jutting from the left side of his chest, she cursed under her breath. "Dear spirits," she murmured in soft prayer as she tore open his blood-soaked shirt. Let me be in time. I was afraid to pull out the arrow, the other woman said. I didn't know what would happen, didn't know if I should, so I decided I'd better leave it and hope I could find you. Be thankful you didn't try, Nicky said, her hand slipping under Richard's back as he writhed in pain. If you'd pulled it out, he'd be dead by now. But you can heal him? It sounded more a plea than a question. Nicky didn't answer. You can heal him. That time the words hissed out through gritted teeth. At the tone of command born of frayed patience, Richard realized that it was Kara. He hadn't had time to tell her before the attack. Surely she would have to know. But if she knew, then why didn't she say? Why didn't she put him at ease? If it hadn't been for him, we'd have been taken by surprise, said a man standing off to the side. He saved us all when he waylaid those soldiers sneaking up on us. You have to help him, another man insisted. Nicky impatiently waved her arm. All of you get out. This place is small enough as it is. I can't afford the distraction right now. I need some quiet. Lightning flashed again, as if the good spirits intended to deny her what she needed. Thunder boomed with a deep, resonant threat of the storm closing around them. You'll send Kara out when you know something? One of the men asked. Yes, go. And make sure there aren't any more soldiers around to surprise us, Kara added. Keep out of sight in case there are. We can't afford to be discovered here. Not right now. Men swore to do her bidding. Hazy light spilled across a dingy plastered wall when the door opened. As the men departed, their shadows ghosted through the patch of light, like the good spirits themselves abandoning him. On his way by, one of the men briefly touched Richard's shoulder, an offer of comfort and courage. Richard vaguely recognized the face. He hadn't seen these men for quite a while. The thought occurred to him that this was no way to have a reunion. The light vanished as the men pulled the door closed behind themselves, leaving the room in the gloom of light coming from the single window. Nicky, Kara pressed in a low voice, you can heal him? Richard had been on his way to meet up with Nicky when troops sent to put down the uprising against the brutal rule of the Imperial Order had accidentally come upon his secluded camp. His first thought, just before the soldiers had blundered upon him, had been that he had to find Nicky. A spark of hope flared down into the darkness of his frantic worry. Nicky could help him. Now, Richard needed to get her to listen. As she leaned close, her hand sliding around under him, apparently trying to see how close the arrow came to penetrating all the way through his back, Richard managed to clutch her black dress at the shoulder. He saw that his hand glistened with blood. He felt more running back across his face when he coughed. Her blue eyes turned to him. Everything will be all right, Richard. Lie still. A skein of blonde hair slipped forward over her other shoulder as he tried to pull her closer. I'm here. Calm down. I won't leave you. Lie still. It's all right. I'm going to help you. Despite how smoothly she covered it, panic lurked in her voice. Despite her reassuring smile, her eyes glistened with tears. He knew then that his wound might very well be beyond her ability to heal. That only made it all the more important that he get her to listen. Richard opened his mouth, trying to speak. He couldn't seem to get enough air. He shivered with cold, each breath a struggle that produced little more than a wet rattle. He couldn't die. Not here, not now. Tears stung his eyes. Nicky gently pressed him back down. Lord Rahl, Kara said, lie still, please. She took his hand from its hold on Nicky's dress and held it against herself in a tight grip. Nicky will take care of you. You'll be fine. Just lie still and let her do what she needs to do to heal you. Where Nicky's blonde hair was loose and flowing, Kara's was woven into a single braid. Despite how concerned he knew her to be, Richard could see in Kara's posture only her powerful presence, and in her features and her iron blue eyes her strength of will. Right then, that strength, that self-assurance, was solid ground for him in the quicksand of terror. The arrow doesn't go all the way through, Nicky told Kara as she pulled her hand out from under his back. I told you so. He managed to at least deflect it with his sword. That's good, isn't it? It's better that it didn't pierce his back as well, isn't it? No, Nicky said under her breath. No? Kara leaned closer to Nicky. But how can it be worse that it didn't rip through his back as well? Nicky glanced up at Kara. It's a crossbow bolt. If it were sticking out his back or close enough to need only to be pushed just a little more, we could break off the barbed head and pull the shaft back out. She left unsaid what they would now have to do. His bleeding isn't as bad, Kara offered. We've stopped that at least. Maybe on the outside, Nicky said in a confidential tone, but he is bleeding into his chest. Blood is filling his left lung. This time it was Kara who snatched a fistful of Nicky's dress. But you're going to do something. You're going to— Of course, Nicky growled as she pulled her shoulder free of Kara's grip. Richard gasped in pain. The rising waters of panic threatened to overwhelm him. Nicky laid her other hand on his chest, to hold him still as well as to offer comfort. Kara, Nicky said, why don't you wait outside with the others? That isn't going to happen. You'd best just get on with it. Nicky appraised Kara's eyes briefly, then leaned in and again grasped the shaft jutting from Richard's chest. He felt the probing tingle of magic follow the course of the arrow down deep inside him. Richard recognized the unique feel of Nicky's power, much as he could recognize her singular silken voice. He knew that there was no time to delay in what he had to do. Once she started, there was no telling how long it would be until he woke. If he woke. With all his effort, Richard lunged, seizing her dress at the collar. He pulled himself close to her face, pulled her down toward him so she could hear him. He had to ask if they knew where Kaylin was. If they didn't, then he had to ask Nicky to help him find her. The only thing he could get out was the single word. Kaylin, he whispered with all his strength. All right, Richard, all right. Nicky gripped his wrists and pulled his hands off her dress. Listen to me. She pressed him back down against the table. Listen, there's no time. You have to calm down. Be still, just relax and let me do the work. She brushed back his hair and laid a gentle, caring hand to his forehead, as her other hand again grasped the cursed arrow. Richard desperately struggled to say no, struggled to tell them that they needed to find Kaylin, but already the tingle of magic was intensifying into paralyzing pain. Richard went rigid with the agony of the power lancing into his chest. He could see Nicky and Kara's faces above him. And then a deadly darkness ignited within the room. He had been healed by Nicky before. Richard knew the feel of her power. This time, something was different. Dangerously different. Kara gasped. What are you doing? What I must if I'm to save him. It's the only way. But you can't. If you'd rather I let him slip into the arms of death, then say so. Otherwise, let me do as I must to keep him among us. Kara studied Nicky's heated expression for only a moment before letting out a noisy breath and nodding. Richard reached for Nicky's wrist, but Kara caught his fist and pressed it back to the table. His fingers came to rest on the woven gold wire spelling out the word truth on the hilt of his sword. He spoke Kaylin's name again, but this time no sound would cross his lips. Kara frowned as she leaned toward Nicky. Did you hear what it was he said? I don't know, some name, Kaylin, I think. Richard tried to cry yes, but it came out as little more than a hoarse moan. Kaylin? Kara asked. Who's Kaylin? I have no idea. Nicky murmured as her concentration returned to the task at hand. He's obviously in delirium from loss of blood. Richard truly couldn't draw a breath against the pain that suddenly screamed through him. Lightning flashed and thunder pealed again, this time unleashing a torrent of rain that began to drum against the roof. Against his will, hazy darkness drew in around the faces. Richard managed only to whisper Kaylin's name one last time before Nicky opened into him the full flood of magic. The world dissolved into nothingness. Chapter 2. The distant howl of a wolf woke Richard from a dead sleep. The forlorn cry echoed through the mountains but went unanswered. Richard lay on his side in the surreal light of false dawn, idly listening, waiting for a return cry that never came. Try as he might, he couldn't seem to open his eyes for longer than the span of a single slow heartbeat, much less gather the energy to lift his head. Shadowy tree limbs appeared to move about in the murky darkness. It was odd that such an ordinary sound as the distant howl of a wolf should wake him. He remembered that Kara had third watch. She would no doubt come to wake them soon enough. With great effort, he summoned the strength to roll over. He needed to touch Kaelin, to embrace her, to go back to sleep with her in his protective arms for a few more delicious minutes. His hand found only an expanse of empty ground. Kaelin wasn't there. Where was she? Where had she gone off to? Perhaps she'd awakened early and gone to talk to Kara. Richard sat up. He instinctively checked to make sure that his sword was at hand. The reassuring feel of the polished scabbard and wire-wound hilt greeted his fingers. The sword lay on the ground beside him. Richard heard the soft whisper of a slow, steady rain. He remembered that for some reason he needed it not to rain. But if it was raining, then why didn't he feel it? Why was his face dry? Why was the ground dry? He sat up, rubbing his eyes, trying to get his bearings, trying to clear his foggy mind as he fought to herd together scattered thoughts. He peered into the darkness and realized that he wasn't outside. In the faint gray light of dawn coming in through a single small window, he saw that he was in a derelict room. The place smelled of wet wood and damp decay. Dying embers glowed deep within the ash in a hearth set into a plastered wall rising up before him. A blackened wooden spoon hung to one side of the hearth. A mostly bald broom leaned against the other side. But other than that, he saw no personal items to distinguish the people who lived there. Daybreak looked to be still some time off. The incessant patter of the rain against the roof promised that there would be no sun this chilly and damp day. Besides dripping through several holes in the tattered roof, rain leaked in around the chimney, adding yet another layer of stain to the dingy plaster. Seeing the plastered wall, the hearth, and the heavy plank table brought back spectral fragments of memories. Driven by his need to know where Kaelin was, Richard staggered to his feet, clutching at the lingering pain in the left side of his chest with one hand and the edge of the table with his other. At hearing him stand in the dimly lit room, Kara, leaning back in a chair not far away, shot to her feet. "Lord Rahl!" He saw his sword lying on the table. But he had thought. "Lord Rahl, you are awake!" In the somber light, Richard could see that Kara looked exuberant. He also saw that she was wearing her red leather. "A wolf howled and woke me." Kara shook her head. "I've been sitting right there, awake, watching over you. No wolf howled. You must have dreamed it." Her smile returned. "You look better." He recalled not being able to breathe, not being able to get enough air. He took an experimental deep breath and found that it came easily. While the ghost of terrible pain still haunted him, the reality of it had nearly faded away. "Yes, I think I'm all right." Short, disjointed memories flashed in fits before his mind's eye. He remembered standing alone and still in the eerie early light as the dark tide of Imperial Order soldiers flooded through the trees. He remembered bits of their wild charge, their raised weapons. He remembered releasing himself into the fluid dance with death. He remembered, too, the hail of arrows and bolts from crossbows, and finally, other men joining the battle. Richard lifted the front of his shirt, out away from himself, looking down at it, not understanding why it was whole. "Your shirt was ruined," Kara offered, noticing his puzzlement. "We washed and shaved you, then we put a clean shirt on you." "We." That one word rose up above all others in his mind. "We, Kara and Kaelin." That had to be what Kara meant. "Where is she?" "Who?" "Kaelin," he said as he took a stride away from the support of the table. "Where is she?" "Kaelin?" Kara's features meandered into a provocative smile. Who's Kalen?" Richard sighed with relief. Kara would not be needling him in such a way if Kalen were hurt or in any kind of trouble. That much he knew for certain. An overwhelming sense of relief purged his dread, and with it some of his weariness. Kalen was safe. He couldn't help being cheered, too, by Kara's impish expression. He loved to see her with a light-hearted smile, in part because it was such a rare sight. Usually, when a Mord Sith smiled, it was a menacing prelude to something wholly unpleasant. The same was true when they wore their red leather. "Kalen," Richard said, playing along. "You know, my wife. Where is she?" Kara's nose wrinkled with seldom-seen feminine mirth. Such an extraordinary look was so uncommon on Kara that it not only surprised him, but spurred him into a grin. "A wife," she drawled, turning coy. "Now, there's a novel concept, the Lord Rahl taking a wife." That he found himself to be the Lord Rahl, the leader of Dahara, at times still seemed unreal to him. It was not the kind of thing a woods guide growing up in far-off Westland would ever have dreamed up in his wildest imaginings. "Yes, well, one of us had to be the first." He wiped a hand across his face, still trying to clear the web of sleep from his mind. "Where is she?" Kara's smile widened. "Kalen." She tilted her head toward him, arching one brow. "Your wife." "Yes, Kalen, my wife," Richard said offhandedly. He had long ago learned that it was best not to give Kara the satisfaction of seeing her mischievous antics get to him. "You remember her, intelligent green eyes, tall, long hair, and of course the most beautiful woman I've ever laid eyes on?" The leather of Kara's outfit creaked as she straightened her back and folded her arms. "You mean the most beautiful besides me, of course." Her eyes were luminous when she smiled. He didn't rise to the bait. "Well," Kara finally said with a sigh, "the Lord Rahl certainly seems to have had an interesting dream during his long sleep." "Long sleep? You've been asleep for 2 days after Nicky healed you." Richard raked his fingers back through his dirty, matted hair. 2 days, he said as he tried to reconcile his fragmented memories. He was becoming annoyed with Kara's game. "So where is she?" "Your wife." "Yes, my wife." Richard planted his fists on his hips as he leaned toward the irksome woman. "You know, the Mother Confessor." "Mother Confessor? My, Lord Rahl. But when you dream, you certainly do dream big. Smart, beautiful, and the Mother Confessor as well." Kara leaned in with a taunting look. "And no doubt she's also madly in love with you?" "Kara." "Oh, wait." She held up a hand to stop him as she abruptly turned serious. "Nicky said that she wanted me to go get her if you woke. She was really insistent about it, said that if you woke she needed to have a look at you." Kara started toward the single closed door at the back of the room. "She's only been asleep for a couple of hours, but she'll want to know that you're awake." Kara was in the back room for no more than a moment when Nicky burst out of the darkness, pausing briefly to grasp the doorframe. "Richard!" Before Richard could say anything, Nicky, her eyes wide with relief at seeing him alive, dashed to him and seized his shoulders, as if she thought he were a good spirit come to the world of the living, and only her firm grip would keep him there. "I was so worried. How are you feeling?" She looked as drained as he felt. Her mane of blonde hair hadn't been brushed out, and it looked like she'd been sleeping in her black dress. Even so, the contrast of her disheveled appearance only served to highlight her exquisite beauty. "Well, all right for the most part, except that I feel exhausted and lightheaded despite having had what Kara tells me was quite a long sleep." Nicky dismissively waved a slender hand. "That's to be expected. With rest you will have your full strength back soon enough. You lost a lot of blood. It will take time for your body to recover." "Nicky, I need—" "Hush," she said, as she put one hand behind his neck and pressed the flat of her other to his chest. Her smooth brow drew together in concentration. Though she appeared to be about his age, or at most only a year or two older, she had lived a very long time as a sister of the light at the Palace of the Prophets, where those within the walls aged differently. Nicky's graceful manner, the keen appraisal of her blue eyes, and her singular subdued smile, always delivered with her knowing gaze locked on his, had been at first distracting, and then unsettling, but was now merely familiar. Richard winced as he felt Nicky's power tingling deep into his chest between her hands. It was a disconcerting penetration. It made his heart flutter. A mild wave of nausea coursed through him. "It's holding," Nicky murmured to herself. She looked up into his eyes then. "The vessels are whole and strong." The look of wonder in her eyes betrayed how uncertain she had been of success. Some of her reassuring smile returned. "You still need to rest, but you're doing well, Richard, you really are." He nodded, relieved to hear that he was healthy, even if she sounded a little surprised by it. But his other concerns needed to be put to rest as well. "Nicky, where's Kaylin? Kara's in one of her moods this morning and won't say." Nicky looked to be at a loss. "Who?" Richard took hold of her wrist and removed her hand from his chest. "What's wrong? Is she hurt? Where is she?" Kara tilted her head toward Nicky. "While he slept, Lord Rahl dreamed himself up a wife." Nicky turned an astonished frown on Kara. "A wife?" "Remember the name he called out when he was delirious?" Kara flashed a conspiratorial smile. "That's the one he married in his dream. She's beautiful and smart, of course." "Beautiful," Nicky blinked at the woman. "And smart." Kara cocked an eyebrow. "And she's the Mother Confessor." Nicky looked incredulous. "The Mother Confessor?" "Enough," Richard said, as he released Nicky's wrist. "I mean it now. Where is she?" It was immediately apparent to both women that his indulgent sense of humor had evaporated. The intensity in his voice, to say nothing of his glare, gave them pause. "Richard," Nicky said in a cautious tone, "you were hurt pretty bad. For a time I didn't think—" She hooked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and started over. "Look, when a person is hurt as seriously as you were, it can play tricks with their mind. It's only natural. I've seen it before. When you were shot with that arrow, you couldn't breathe. Not getting air, like you're drowning, causes—" "What's the matter with you two? What's going on?" Richard couldn't understand why they were stalling. His heart felt as if it were galloping out of control. "Is she hurt? Tell me." "Richard," Nicky said in a calm voice, obviously meant to settle him down, "the bolt from that crossbow came perilously close to going right through your heart. If it had, there wouldn't have been anything I could have done. I can't raise the dead. Even though it missed your heart, the arrow still did serious damage. People just don't survive a wound as grave as you had. I wouldn't have been able to heal you in the conventional manner, because it couldn't be done. There was no time to even try to get the arrow out in any other way. You were bleeding inside. I had to—" She faltered as she stared up into his eyes. Richard bent down a little toward her. "You had to what?" Nicky shrugged one shoulder self-consciously. "I had to use subtractive magic." Nicky was a powerful sorceress in her own right, but she was infinitely more exceptional in that she was able to wield underworld forces as well. She had once been committed to those forces. She had once been known as Death's Mistress. Healing was not exactly her specialty. Richard's caution flared. "Why?" "To get the arrow out of you. You eliminated the arrow with subtractive magic?" "There was no time and no other way." She again clasped his shoulders, although more compassionately this time. "If I hadn't done something, you would have been dead in mere moments. I had to." Richard glanced to Kara's grim expression and then back to Nicky. "Well, I guess that makes sense." At least it sounded like it made sense. He didn't really know if it did or not. Having been raised in the vast woods of Westland, Richard didn't know a great deal about magic. "And some of your blood," Nicky added in a low voice. He didn't like the sound of that. "What?" "You were bleeding into your chest. One lung had already failed. I was able to perceive that your heart was being forced out of place. The major arteries were in danger of being ripped apart from the pressure. I needed the blood out of the way in order to heal you, so that your lungs and heart could work properly. They were failing. You were in a state of shock and delirium. You were near death." Nicky's blue eyes brimmed with tears. "I was so afraid, Richard. There was no one but me to help you, and I was so afraid that I would fail. Even after I did everything I could to heal you, I still wasn't sure you would ever wake again." Richard could see the toll of that fear in her expression and feel it in the way her fingers trembled on his arms. It spoke to how far she had come since she had given up her belief in the cause of the Sisters of the Dark and then the Imperial Order. The haunted look on Kara's face confirmed for him the truth of how desperate the situation had been. For all the sleep he'd apparently gotten, neither of them appeared to have had much more than brief naps. It must have been a frightening vigil. The rain drummed without let-up against the roof. Other than that, the dank husk of a house was dead quiet. Life seemed all the more fleeting in the abandoned home. The forsaken place gave Richard the chills. "You saved my life, Nicky. I remember being afraid I was going to die, but you saved my life." He touched his fingertips to her cheek. "Thank you. I wish there was a better way to say it, a better way to tell you how much I appreciate what you did, but I can't think of any." Nicky's small smile and simple nod told him that she grasped the depth of his sincerity. Another thought struck him. "Do you mean to say that using subtractive magic caused some kind of problem?" No, Richard." Nicky squeezed his arms, as if to allay his fears. "No, I don't think that it caused any harm." "What do you mean you don't think it did?" She hesitated a moment before explaining. "I've never done anything like that before. I've never even heard of it being done. Dear spirits, I didn't even know that it could be done. As I'm sure you can imagine, using subtractive magic in such a way is risky, to put it mildly. Anything living touched by it would also be destroyed. I had to use the core of the arrow itself as a pathway into you. I was as careful as I could possibly be that I only eliminated the arrow and the spent blood." Richard wondered what happened to things when subtractive magic was used. What would have happened to his blood? But his head was already spinning with the story, and he most wanted her to get to the point. "But between all that," Nicky added, "between the massive loss of blood, the injury, the dire condition of not being able to get enough air, the stress you underwent while I used regular additive magic to heal you, to say nothing of the unknown element that subtractive magic added into the mix, you were going through an experience that can only be described as unpredictable. Such a terrible crisis can cause unexpected things to happen." Richard didn't know what she was getting at. What unexpected things? "There's no telling. I had no choice but to use extreme methods. You were beyond what I thought were all limits. You have to try to understand that you were not yourself there for a while." Kara hooked a thumb behind her red leather belt. "Nicky is right, Lord Rahl. You weren't yourself. You were fighting us. I had to hold you down just so she could help you. I've stood over men at the cusp of death. Strange things happen when they're in that place. Believe me, you were there a long time into that first night." Richard knew very well what she meant when she said that she had stood over men on the cusp of death. The profession of Mord Sith had been torture. At least it had been until he changed all that. He carried the Aegil of Denna, the Mord Sith who had once stood over him in that capacity. She had given him her Aegil as a solemn gift in gratitude for freeing her from the madness of her terrible duty, even though she had known that the price of that freedom was to be his sword through her heart. Right then Richard felt a very long way from the peaceful woods where he'd grown up. Nicky spread her hands as if imploring him to try harder to understand. "You were unconscious and then asleep for quite a time. I had to revive you enough to get you to drink water and a broth, but I needed you to stay in a deep sleep so that you could begin to recover your strength. I had to use a spell to keep you in that state. You'd lost a lot of blood. Had I allowed you to awake too soon, it would have sapped your tenuous strength, and you still could have slipped away from us." Died. That was what she meant. He could have died. Richard took a deep breath. He'd had no idea of everything that had gone on over the last 3 days. He basically recalled the battle and then waking when he heard the wolf howl. "Nicky," he said, trying to show her that he could be calm and understanding even though he felt neither, "what does this have to do with Kaylin?" Her features were set in an uneasy mix of empathy and disquiet. "Richard, this woman Kaylin is just a product of your mind when you were in that confused state of shock and delirium before I could heal you." "Nicky, I wasn't imagining." "You were at the brink of death," she said as she held up a hand, commanding silence and for him to listen. "In your mind you were grasping for someone to help you, someone like this person, Kaylin. Please believe me when I say that it's understandable, but you're awake now and must face the truth. She was a figment born of your dire condition." Richard was dumbfounded to hear her even suggesting such a thing. He turned to Kara, imploring her to come to her senses, if not his rescue. "How could you possibly think such a thing? How could you believe it? Haven't you ever had a dream where you were terrified and then your long-dead mother was there, alive, and she was going to help you?" Kara's unblinking blue eyes seemed focused elsewhere. "Don't you remember waking after such dreams and feeling sure that it had been real, that your mother was alive again, really alive, and that she was going to help you? Don't you remember how much you wanted to cling to that feeling? Don't you remember how desperately you wanted it to be real?" Nicky lightly touched the place where the arrow had been, where his flesh was now whole. "After I'd healed you to the point that you were past the worst of the crisis, you went into a long dreaming state of sleep. You carried these desperate illusions forward with you. You dreamed about them, added to them, lived with them longer than any ordinary sleep. This prolonged dream, this comforting illusion, this divine longing had time to seep into every corner of your thoughts, saturate every part of your mind, and become real to you, just as Kara says. But because of the length of time you were asleep, it gained even more power. Now that you've only just come awake from that protracted sleep, you are merely having a little trouble filtering out what part of your ordeal was a dream and what was real." "Nicky is right, Lord Rahl." Richard couldn't remember Kara ever looking so dead serious. "You just dreamed it, like you dreamed that you heard a wolf howl. It sounds like a nice dream, this woman you dreamed you married. But that's all it is, a dream." Richard's mind reeled. The concept of Kaylin being nothing more than a dream, a figment of his imagination born in his delirium, was, at its core, terrifying. That terror stormed unchecked through him. If what they were saying was true, then he didn't want to be awake. If it was true, then he wished that Nicky had never healed him. He didn't want to live in a world where Kaylin wasn't real. He groped for solid ground in a sea of dark disorder, too stunned to think of a way to fight such a shapeless threat. He felt confused by his ordeal and that he didn't remember much of it. His certainty in what he regarded as truth began to crumble. He caught himself. He knew better than to believe a fear and thus give it life. While he could not fathom how they'd latched onto such a monstrous idea, he knew that Kaylin wasn't a dream. After all that you've both shared with her, how can you two possibly say that Kaylin is just a dream? "How indeed?" Nicky asked. "If what you're saying were true?" "Lord Rahl, we would never be so cruel as to try to deceive you about something so important to you." Richard blinked at them. Could it be? He frantically tried to imagine if there was any possibility that what they were saying could be true. His fists tightened. "Stop it, both of you!" It was a plea for a return of sanity. He hadn't meant for it to come out as threatening, but it did. Nicky took half a step back. Kara's face lost a little of its color. Richard couldn't slow his breathing, his racing heart. "I don't remember my dreams." He looked at each of them in turn. "Not since I was little. I don't remember any dreams while I was hurt or while I slept. None. Dreams are meaningless. Kaylin is not. Don't do this to me, please. This isn't helping anything. It's only making it worse. Please, if something has happened to Kaylin, I need to know." That had to be it. Something had happened to her, and they just didn't think he was strong enough yet to handle the news. A worse fear by far welled up when he recalled Nikki saying that she couldn't raise the dead. Could they be trying to shield him from that? He gritted his teeth with the effort not to scream at them, to keep his voice level and in control. "Where is Kaylin?" Nikki cautiously dipped her head as if beseeching his forgiveness. "Richard, she is just in your mind. I know that such things can seem very real, but it's not. You dreamed her up while you were hurt. Nothing more." "I did not dream up Kaylin." He again turned his plea to the Mord Sith. "Kara, you've been with us for more than 2 years. You've fought with us, fought for us. Back when Nikki was a sister of the dark and she brought me down here to the old world, you stood in for me and protected Kaylin. She has protected you. You've shared and endured things that most people could never even imagine. You've become friends." He gestured to her Aegil, the weapon that looked like nothing more than a short, thin red leather rod hanging by a thin gold chain from her right wrist. "You even named Kaylin a sister of the Aegil." Kara stood stiff and mute. Kara's conferring on Kaylin the title of Sister of the Aegil had been an informal but deeply solemn accolade. From a former mortal enemy to a woman she had come to respect and trust. "Kara, you may have started out as a protector to the Lord Rahl, but you've become more than that to Kaylin and me. You've become like family." Kara would willingly and without hesitation sacrifice her life to protect Richard. She was not only ruthless but fearless in her defense of him. The one thing Kara did fear was disappointing him. That fear was clearly evident in her eyes. "Thank you, Lord Rahl," she finally said in a meek voice, "for including me in your wonderful dream." Richard's flesh prickled as a wave of cold dread washed up through him. Overwhelmed, he pressed his hand to his forehead, pushing back his hair. These 2 women were not inventing some story for fear of telling him bad news. They were telling him the truth. The truth as they saw it, anyway. The truth somehow twisted into a nightmare. He couldn't make any of it work in his mind, couldn't make any sense of it. After all they had shared with Kaylin, all they had been through with her, all their time together, it was impossible for him to understand how these 2 women could be saying this to him. And yet they were. Although he couldn't conceive of the cause, something was obviously and dreadfully wrong. A suffocating sense of foreboding settled over him. It felt as if the whole world had been turned upside down, and now he couldn't make the pieces fit back together. He had to do something, what he had been about to do just before the soldiers had attacked them. Maybe it wasn't too late. Chapter 3. Richard knelt beside his bedroll and started jamming clothes into his pack. The cold drizzle he could see through the small window didn't look like it would be ending any time soon, so he left his cloak out. "What do you think you're doing?" Nikki asked. He spotted a cake of soap lying nearby and snatched it up. "What does it look like I'm doing?" He had already lost far too much time. He'd lost days. There was no time to waste. He shoved the cake of soap, packets of dried herbs and spices, and a pouch of dried apricots down into the pack before quickly furling his bedroll. Kara abandoned questioning or objecting and instead set about packing her own things. "That's not what I mean, and you know it." Nikki squatted down beside him and took hold of his arm, pulling him around to look at her. "Richard, you can't leave. You need to rest. I told you, you lost a lot of blood. You aren't strong enough yet to go running off chasing phantoms." He stifled an indignant reply and yanked tight a leather thong around his bedroll. "I feel fine." He didn't, of course, but he felt good enough. Nikki had just spent days of intense effort saving his life. Besides being worried for him, she was exhausted and probably wasn't thinking clearly. All of those things likely contributed to her believing he was acting irresponsibly. Still, he bristled that she didn't give him more credit. Nicky insistently gripped a fistful of his shirt as he cinched the second thong tight. "You don't yet realize how weak you really are, Richard. You're jeopardizing your life. You need to rest in order for your body to be able to recover. You haven't had nearly enough time to build your strength." "And how much time does Kaylin have?" He seized Nicky's upper arm and in heated frustration pulled her close. "She's out there somewhere in trouble. You don't realize it. Kara doesn't realize it, but I do. Do you think I can just lie around here when the person I love more than anything in the world is in peril? If it were you in trouble, Nicky, would you wish me to so easily give up on you? Wouldn't you want me to try? I don't know what's gone wrong, but something has. If I'm right, and I am, then I can't even begin to guess at the implications or imagine the consequences." "What do you mean?" "Well, if you're right, then I'm just imagining things out of my dreams. But if I'm right, and since it's pretty obvious that you and Kara couldn't both be sharing the same mental disorder, that would have to mean that whatever is happening has a cause that isn't benevolent. I can't afford to delay and risk everything while I try to convince you of the seriousness of the situation. Too much time has already been lost. Too much is at stake." Nicky looked too startled by the notion to speak. Richard released her and turned back to fasten down the flap on his pack. He didn't have the time to try to solve the puzzle of whatever was going on with Nicky and Kara. Nicky finally found her voice. "Richard, don't you see what you're doing? You're beginning to invent absurd notions in order to justify what you want to believe. You said it yourself. Kara and I can't both be sharing the same disorder of the mind. Stay and rest. We can try to discover the nature of this dream that has taken such strong root in your mind and hopefully set it right. I probably caused it with something I did when I was trying to heal you. If so, I'm sorry. Please, Richard, stay for now." She was focused only on what she saw as the problem. Zed, his grandfather, the man who had helped raise him, had often said as Richard was growing up, "Don't think of the problem, think of the solution." The solution he needed to concentrate on now was how to find Kaylin before it was too late. He wished he had Zed's help to find the solution to where she was. "You aren't out of serious danger yet," Nicky insisted as she dodged drips of rainwater trickling through holes in the roof. "Pushing yourself too hard could be fatal." "I understand, I really do." Richard checked the knife he wore at his belt and then slipped it back into its sheath. "I don't intend to ignore your advice. I'll take it as easy as I can." "Richard, listen to me," Nicky said, rubbing her fingers against her temple as if her head was aching. "It's more than that alone." She paused to run her hand back over her hair as she searched for the words. "You aren't invincible. You may carry that sword, but it can't always protect you. Your ancestors, every Lord Rahl before you, despite their mastery of the gift, still kept bodyguards close at hand. You may have been born with the gift, but even if you were competent in its use, such power is no assurance of protection. Especially not now. That arrow only served to show how vulnerable you really are. You may be an important man, Richard, but you are just a man. We all need you. We all so desperately need you." Richard looked away from the anguish in Nicky's blue eyes. He knew very well how vulnerable he was. Life was his highest value. He didn't take it for granted. He almost never objected to Kara being close at hand. She and the rest of the Mord Sith, as well as other bodyguards he seemed to have inherited, had proven their worth more than once. But that didn't mean that he was helpless or that he could allow caution to prevent him from doing what was necessary. More than that, though, he grasped Nicky's larger meaning. He had learned while at the Palace of the Prophets that the Sisters of the Light believed that he was deeply enmeshed in ancient prophecy, that he was a central figure around whom events revolved. According to the Sisters, if their side was to prevail over the dark forces arrayed against them, it would only be if Richard led them to victory. Prophecy said that without him all would be lost. Their prelate, Annalena, had spent a great deal of her life manipulating events to make sure that he survived to grow up and lead them in this war. Anne's hope for everything they held dear, to hear her tell it, rested on his shoulders. At least Kaelin had thankfully taken the fire out of Anne in that regard. He knew, though, that many others still held the same view. He knew, too, that his leadership had galvanized a great many people who longed to simply live free. Richard had been down in the vaults at the Palace of the Prophets, and had seen some of the most important and well-guarded books of prophecy in existence. He had to admit that some of it was pretty uncanny. Nevertheless, his experience had been that prophecy seemed to say whatever it was people wanted it to say. He had personal experience with prophecy involving Kaelin and himself, especially those prophecies of Shota, the witch woman. As far as he was concerned, prophecy had proven itself to be of little value and great trouble. Richard forced a smile. "Nicky, you're sounding like a sister of the light." She didn't look to be amused. "Kara will be with me," he said, trying to ease her mind. He realized after he'd said it that having Kara with him hadn't stopped the arrow that had taken him down. Come to think of it, where had she been during the battle? He didn't remember her being there with him. Kara didn't fear a fight. A team of horses couldn't drag her away from protecting him. Surely she must have been close beside him, but he just didn't recall seeing her. He picked up his big leather overbelt and fastened it around his waist. He had gotten the belt and other parts of the outfit, which had once belonged to a great wizard, from the wizard's keep, where Zed now stood guard, protecting the keep from Emperor Jagang and his horde from the old world. Nicky heaved an impatient sigh, a glimpse of a stern and implacable side of her that Richard knew all too well. He knew, though, that this time it was powered by sincere concern for his well-being. "Richard, we simply can't afford this distraction. There are important things we need to talk about. That's why I was coming to you in the first place. Didn't you get the letter I sent?" Richard paused. Letter. Yes, he said, at last remembering. "I did get your letter. I sent word to you with the soldier Kaelin had touched with her power." Richard caught Kara's brief glance up at Nicky, a surprised look that said she didn't recall any such thing. Nicky appraised him with an unreadable look. "The word you sent never found me." Somewhat surprised, Richard gestured toward the new world. His primary mission was to go north and assassinate Emperor Jagang. He was touched by a confessor's power. He would die before ever abandoning her command. If he couldn't find you, he would have gone after Jagang. I suppose it's also possible that something happened to him first. There are perils enough in the old world. The look on Nicky's face made him feel like he had just offered her further evidence that he was losing his mind. "Do you honestly think, even in your wildest imaginings, that the Dreamwalker can be so easily eliminated?" "No, of course not." He pushed the bulge of a cooking pot in his pack back into place. "We expected that the soldier would probably be killed in the attempt. We sent him after Jagang because he was a murdering thug and deserved to die, but I also thought that there was a possibility that he might succeed. Even if he didn't, I wanted Jagang to at least lose some sleep knowing that any of his men could be assassins." He could see by Nicky's too calm expression that she thought that this, too, was no more than part of his elaborate delusion about a woman he had dreamed. Richard recalled then what else had happened. "Nicky, I'm afraid that shortly after Sabar delivered your letter, we were attacked. He died in that fight." A furtive glance to Kara brought a nod in confirmation. "Dear spirits," Nicky said in sorrow at hearing the news about young Sabar. Richard shared her sentiment. He remembered Nicky's urgent warning in the letter about how Jagang had started to create weapons out of gifted people, as had been done 3,000 years before in the Great War. It was a frightening development that had been thought impossible, but Jagang had discovered a way to accomplish the task by using the Sisters of the Dark he held captive. During the attack on their camp, Nicky's letter had been knocked into the fire. Richard hadn't had the chance to read the whole letter before it had been destroyed. He'd read enough, though, to understand the danger. When he made for the table where his sword lay, Nicky stepped in front of him. "Richard, I know it's hard, but you have to put this dream business behind you. We don't have time for it. We need to talk. If you got my letter, then at least you know that you can't—" "Nicky," Richard said, silencing her, "I must do this." He laid a hand on her shoulder and spoke as patiently as he could, considering his sense of urgency, but by his tone let her know that he was not going to discuss it further. "If you come with us, then we can talk later, when there is time and it doesn't interfere with what I need to do, but right now I don't have the time, and neither does Galen." Pressing the back of his hand against the side of her shoulder, Richard moved her aside and strode to the table. As he lifted his sword by its polished scabbard, he briefly wondered why. When he had heard the wolf howl, and he woke up, he'd thought that the sword had been laying on the ground beside him. Maybe he had remembered a fragment of a dream. Impatient to get going, he dismissed it. He slipped the ancient tooled leather baldric over his head and quickly adjusted the scabbard at his left hip, making sure it was securely fastened. With 2 fingers he lifted the sword by the down-swept crossguard, not only to be sure that it was clear in its sheath, but to check that the blade was sound. He couldn't remember everything that had happened in the fight, and he didn't recall putting the sword away himself. The polished steel gleamed through a film of dried blood. Fragmented memories of the battle flashed through his mind. It had been sudden and unexpected, but once he had pulled the sword free in anger, unexpected no longer mattered. Being so heavily outnumbered, though, had mattered. He understood all too well that Nicky was right about him not being invincible. Not long after he'd met Galen, Zed, in his capacity as first wizard, had named Richard to the post of Seeker and had given him the sword. Richard had hated the weapon because of what he mistakenly thought it represented. Zed told him that the Sword of Truth, as it was named, was but a tool, and that it was the intent of the individual wielding a sword that gave it meaning. That had never been so true as it was with this particular weapon. The sword was now bonded to Richard, bonded to his intent, driven by his purpose. From the beginning, his intent and purpose had been to protect those he loved and cared about. To do that, he had come to realize that he had to help shape a world in which they could live in safety and peace. It was that intent that gave the sword meaning for him. The steel hissed as he slid it back into its scabbard. His intent now was to find Galen. If the sword could help him accomplish that goal, then he would not hesitate to put it to use. He hoisted his pack and swung it around, settling it onto its familiar place on his back, as he scanned the nearly barren room for any of his things he might have missed. On the floor beside the hearth he saw dried meat and travel biscuits. Beside them lay other bundled foodstuffs. Richard's and Kara's simple wooden bowls were there as well, one with broth and the other holding the remnants of porridge. "Kara," he said as he swept up 3 water skins and hung their straps around his neck, "be sure to get all the food that can travel and bring it along. Don't forget the bowls." Kara nodded. She packed methodically now that she realized he had no intention of leaving her behind. Nicky caught his sleeve. "Richard, I mean it. We have to talk. It's important." "Then do as I asked. Get your things and come with me." He snatched up his bow and quiver. "You can talk all you want as long as you don't hold me up." With a nod of resignation, Nicky finally abandoned her arguments and rushed to the back room to gather her own things. Far from minding having Nicky along, Richard wanted her help. Her gift might be useful in finding Galen. In fact, finding Nicky so she could help him had been his intention when he first awoke before the attack and realized that Galen was missing. Richard threw his hooded forest cloak around his shoulders and headed for the door. Kara looked up from beside the hearth, where she hurried to finish collecting her gear, and gave him a nod to let him know she'd be right behind him. He could see Nicky in the back room rushing to get her things before he got far. In his urgent need to find Galen, Richard's imagination was beginning to get the better of him. He could see her hurt, see her in pain. The thought of Galen somewhere alone and in trouble made his heart quicken with dread. Against his will, the crushing memory of the time she had been beaten nearly to death flooded forth. He had given up everything else and had taken her far away back into the mountains where no one could find them, so that she would be safe and could have time to heal. That summer, after she had started to recover her strength and before Nicky had shown up to capture him and take him away, had been one of the best summers of his life. How Kara could forget that special time was incomprehensible to him. From force of habit, he lifted his sword to make sure it was clear in its scabbard before he threw open the simple plank door. Damp air and iron-gray morning light greeted him. Water collected by the roof dripped from the eaves, splashing back against his boots. Cold drizzle prickled against his face. At least it was no longer pouring rain. Clouds hung low and thick, hiding the tops of oaks, walling off the far side of the small pasture, where trailers of mist drifted like phantoms above the glistening grass. Massive gnarled trunks sheltered dark shadows. Richard was angry and frustrated that it had to rain now of all times. If it hadn't rained, his chances would have been far better. Still, it would not be impossible. There were always signs. There would still be tracks. The rain would make it harder to read them, but even this much rain would not erase all trace of the tracks. Richard had grown up tracking animals and people through the woods. He could follow tracks in the rain. It was more difficult and more time-consuming, and it required intense concentration, but he could certainly do it. And then it hit him. When he found Kalen's tracks, then he would have proof that she was real. Nicky and Kara would at last have no choice but to believe him. Everyone left unique tracks. He knew Kalen's. He also knew the route they'd come in by. Along with his and Kara's tracks, Kalen's tracks would also be there for all to see. A sense of hope, if not relief, surged up through him. Once he found a set of readable prints and showed them to Nicky and Kara, there would be no more arguing. They would realize that it wasn't a dream, and that there really was something seriously wrong. Then he could start following Kalen's tracks out of their camp and find her. The rain would slow the effort, but it wouldn't stop him, and there might be a way for Nicky's ability to help speed that search. Men milling about outside saw him stepping out of the small house and rushed in from all around. These men were not soldiers in the strict sense. They were wagon drivers, millers, carpenters, stonemasons, farmers, and merchants who had struggled their whole life under the repressive rule of the order, trying to eke out a living and support their families. For most of these working people, life in the old world meant living in constant fear. Anyone who dared to speak out against the ways of the order was swiftly arrested, charged with sedition, and executed. There was a steady stream of charges and arrests, whether true or not. Such swift justice kept people in fear and in line. Continual indoctrination, especially of the young, produced a significant segment of the population who fanatically believed in the ways of the order. From birth, children were taught that thinking for themselves was wrong, and that fervent faith and selfless sacrifice for the greater good was the only means to an afterlife of glory in the Creator's light, and the only way to avoid an eternity in the dark depths of the underworld in the merciless hands of the Keeper. Any other way of thinking was evil. The properly devout were only too eager to see things remain as they were. The promise of riches to be shared with the common people kept the ever-pious supporters of the order perpetually waiting for their quota of the blood of others, waiting to share in the loot of the wicked, who, they were taught, were their selfish oppressors and therefore sinners who deserved their fate. From the ranks of the righteous came a flood of young men volunteering into the army, eager to be part of the noble struggle to crush the non-believers, to punish the wicked, to confiscate ill-gotten gains. The sanction of the plunder, the free reign of brutality, and the widespread rape of the unconverted bred a particularly vicious and virulent kind of zealotry. It had spawned an army of savages. Such was the nature of the Imperial Order soldiers who had poured into the New World and now rampaged nearly unchecked across Richard and Kalen's homeland. The world stood at the brink of a very dark age. It was this very threat that Anne believed Richard had been born to fight. She and many others believed it was foretold that if free people were to have a chance to survive this great battle, have a chance to triumph, it would only be if Richard led them. These men before him saw through the empty ideas and corrupt promises of the order, saw it for what it was, tyranny. They had decided to take back their lives. That made them warriors in the struggle for freedom. A surprised upwelling of shouted greetings and cries of delight broke the early morning stillness. As they gathered in close, the men all talked at once, asking if he was well and how he felt. Their sincere concern touched him. Despite his sense of urgency, Richard forced himself to smile and clasp arms with men he knew from the city of Altarang. This was more the kind of reunion they had been hoping for. Besides having worked beside many of these men and having become acquainted with others, Richard knew that he was also a symbol of liberty to them, the Lord Rahl from the New World, the Lord Rahl from a land where men were free. He had shown them that such things were possible for them too, and given them a vision of the way their lives could be. To his own mind, Richard saw himself as the same woods guide he had always been, even if he had been named the Seeker and now led the Daharan Empire. While he had gone through many trying times since leaving home, he was really the same person with the same beliefs. Where he had once stood up to bullies, he now had to face armies. While the scale was different, the principles were the same. But right then, all he cared about was finding Kaylin. Without her, the rest of the world, life itself, didn't seem very important to him. Not far off, leaning against a post, stood a brawny man wearing not a smile but a menacing glare that had set permanent creases in his brow. The man folded his powerful arms across his chest as he watched the rest of the men greeting Richard. Richard hurried through the crowd of men, clasping hands as he went, toward the scowling blacksmith. "Victor!" The scowl gave way to a helpless grin. The man gripped arms with Richard. "Nicky and Cara would only let me go in to see you twice. If they didn't let me see you this morning, I was going to wrap iron bars around their necks." "Was that you, the first morning? You passed me on your way out and touched my shoulder?" Victor grinned as he nodded. "It was. I helped carry you back here." He put a powerful hand on Richard's shoulder and gave him an experimental shake. "You look well mended, even if a little pale. I have lardo. It will give you strength." "I'm fine, maybe later. Thanks for helping bring me in here. Listen, Victor, have you seen Kaylin?" Victor's brow bunched back up with deep creases. "Kaylin?" "My wife." Victor stared without reaction. His hair was cropped so close that his head almost appeared shaved. The rain beaded on his scalp. One brow arched. "Richard, since you have been gone, you took a wife?" Richard anxiously looked over his shoulder to the other men watching him. "Have any of you seen Kaylin?" He was greeted with blank expressions from many. Others shared a puzzled look with one another. The gray morning had fallen silent. They didn't know who he was talking about. Many of these men knew Kaylin and should have remembered her. Now they were shaking their heads or shrugging their regrets. Richard's mood sank. The problem was worse than he thought. He had thought that maybe it was only something that had happened to Nicky and Cara's memory. He turned back to the master blacksmith's frown. "Victor, I have trouble and I don't have time to explain it. I don't even know how I would explain it. I need help." "What can I do?" "Take me to the place where we had the fight." Victor nodded. "Easy enough." The men turned and started out toward the dark woods.
This is the end of disc number 1. Please insert disc number 2. This is disc number 2.
"Take me to the place where we had the fight," Richard ordered. Victor nodded. "Easy enough." The man turned and started out toward the dark woods. Chapter 4. With 2 fingers, Nikki pushed a wet balsam bough out of her way as she followed several of the men through the dense woods. At the edge of a thickly forested ridge, they headed down a trail that switched back and forth in order to negotiate the steep descent. Slippery rocks made the climb down treacherous. It was a shorter route than the one they had used to carry Richard back to the deserted farmhouse after he'd been hurt. At the bottom, they picked their way over exposed fractured rock and boulders, skirting the fringe of a boggy area guarded by a towering cluster of silvered skeletons of cedars standing vigil in the stagnant water. Runnels pouring down mossy banks carved deep cuts through the forest loam to expose speckled granite beneath. Several days of steady rain had left standing ponds in a number of low places. For the most part, the rain filled the woods with the pleasing fragrance of damp soil, but in low places and crannies, the damp, decomposing vegetation smelled of rot. Even though she was warm from the short, arduous trek, the damp, cool air still left Nikki's fingers and ears numb with cold. She knew that this far south in the old world the heat and humidity would soon return with such vengeance that it would make her long for the unusual spell of cool weather. Having grown up in the city, Nikki had spent little time outdoors. At the Palace of the Prophets, where she had lived most of her life, outdoors meant the manicured lawns and gardens of the grounds-covering Hallsband Island. The countryside had always seemed vaguely hostile to her, an obstacle between one city and another, something to be avoided. Cities and buildings were a refuge from the inscrutable dangers of the wilderness. More than that, though, cities had been where she toiled for the betterment of mankind. That work had had no end. Forests and fields had not been any of her concern. Nikki had never appreciated the beauty of hills, trees, streams, lakes, and mountains until she had come to know Richard. Even cities were new to her eyes after Richard. Richard made all of life a wonder. Carefully making her way up the slippery, dark rock of a brief rise, she finally spotted the rest of the men quietly waiting under the outstretched limbs of an ancient maple. Farther away, Richard crouched, studying a patch of ground. He finally rose to stare off into the dark expanse of woods beyond. Kara, his ever-present shadow, waited near him. Under the dense vault of soothing green, the Mord Sith's red leather outfit stood out like a clot of blood on a tablecloth at tea. Nikki understood Kara's fierce and passionate protection of Richard. Kara, too, had once been his enemy. Richard had not simply gained Kara's blind allegiance by virtue of becoming the Lord Rahl. He had, far more importantly, earned her respect, trust, and loyalty. Her red leather outfit was intimidating by design, a promise of violence should anyone even think of causing him harm. It was not an empty promise. Mord Sith had been trained since they were young to be absolutely ruthless. While their primary purpose had been to capture the gifted and use their power against them, they were perfectly capable of using their ability against any opposition. Men who knew and trusted Kara without realizing they were doing it kept more distance from her when she wore her red leather. Nikki knew how it felt for Kara to be brought back from the numb madness of mindless duty to come to again value life. Off in the distance, through the gloom and shadows and dripping leaves, the hoarse croak of ravens echoed through the forest. Nikki caught the sickening stench of rotting carrion. Looking around for landmarks as Richard had taught her, she spotted at the base of a rocky outcropping a pine that she remembered because it had a secondary trunk that curved out low to the ground almost like a seat. She recognized the spot. Beyond the screen of vines and brush lay the scene of the battle. Before Nikki could get to Richard, he ducked under low-hanging branches and started into the underbrush. Rising up on the far side, he waved his arms over his head and yelled like a lunatic. The deep shade among towering spruce erupted from the flapping of wings, as, all at once, hundreds of the huge black birds bounded into the air, shrieking with indignation at having their feast interrupted. At first it looked as if the birds might contest the field of battle, but when the air sang with the unique sound of Richard's sword being drawn, they fled into the darkness back among the trees almost as if they knew what a weapon was and feared this one in particular. Their deep, angry croaking receded into the hazy mist. Richard, the triumphant scarecrow, glowered after them for a time before sliding his sword back into its scabbard. He finally turned to the men. "All of you, please stay out of this area for now." His voice echoed off through the tall pines. "Just wait back there." Considering herself sovereign in matters of Richard's safety, Kara paid no heed to his request. Instead, she followed him as he made his way into the small clearing beyond, staying close but out of his way. Nicky wove her way among the saplings and wet ferns, moving past silent men until she reached a thin patch of white birch, topping a hillock that edged one side of the clearing. Hundreds of black eyes set in the white bark watched as she made her way among them to finally halt at the brow of the bank. When she rested her hand on the peeling papery bark of one, she noticed the bolt from a crossbow stuck in the tree. Arrows jutted from the other trees as well. Beyond, dead soldiers lay sprawled everywhere. The stench staggered her. The ravens had been driven off, but the flies, fearing no sword, remained to feast and breed. The first hatch of blowfly maggots were already hard at work. A good number of men were headless or were missing limbs. Some lay partly submerged in the stagnant pools of water. The ravens, along with other animals, had been at many of them, taking advantage of the opportunity afforded by gaping wounds. The thick leather armor, heavy hide, studded belts, chainmail, and wicked assortment of weapons no longer did these men any good. Here and there the clothes around bloated bodies strained to remain buttoned, as if trying to maintain dignity where there could be none. Everything, from the men's flesh and bone to their fanatical beliefs, would lie here and rot in this forgotten patch of forest. Waiting in the trees, Nicky watched as Richard briefly inspected the corpses. That first morning, he'd already killed a great many of the soldiers before Victor and his men arrived and charged in to help him. She didn't know how long Richard had been fighting with that arrow in his chest, but it wasn't the kind of injury that anyone could endure for long. Huddled back under the partial shelter of the huge maple, the nearly 24 men pulled cloaks tight against the chill and settled in to wait. Everywhere in the hushed forest, boughs of pine and spruce hung heavy and wet, quietly dripping water to the sodden ground. Here and there the drooping branches of maple, oak, and elm lifted whenever a breath of breeze relieved them of their heavy load of water, making it appear as if the trees were gently waving. The humid air dampened what the drizzle didn't reach, making everyone miserable. Beyond the standing water, Richard crouched again, studying the ground. Nicky couldn't imagine what he was looking for. None of the men waiting back under the tree appeared at all interested in revisiting the site of the pitched battle or seeing the dead. They were content to wait back where they were. Killing was unnatural and difficult for these men. They fought for what was right, and they did what they had to do, but they didn't relish it. That in itself spoke to their values. They had buried 3 of their own dead, but they had not buried the bodies of close to 100 soldiers who would have eagerly killed them had Richard not intervened. Nicky remembered her surprise the morning of the battle, coming upon Richard among all the dead and not at first understanding what had felled so many of them. Then she'd seen Richard slipping among those brutes, his sword moving with the fluid grace of a dance. It had been spellbinding to watch. With every thrust or slice, a man died. There had been a thick swarm of the soldiers, many bewildered by seeing so many of their fellows crashing to the ground. Most had been burly young men who always dominated because of their muscle, the type who enjoyed intimidating people. The soldiers moved in jerks and fits, chopping and lurching at Richard, but they always seemed to strike just after he had already gone. His flowing movement didn't fit the blundering attack they were looking for. They began to fear that the spirits themselves had set upon them. In a way, perhaps they had. Still, their numbers were too great for one man, even if that one man was Richard, and he wielded the sword of truth. Just one of those ignorant, lumbering, brawny men connecting with a lucky swing of his axe would be all it took, or one arrow finding its mark. Richard was neither invincible nor immortal. Victor and the rest of his men had arrived just in time, a few moments before Nicky, too, made it to the scene. Victor's men had flown into the fray, drawing the attention away from Richard. Once Nicky arrived, she had ended it in a blinding flash as she unleashed her power against the soldiers still standing. Fearful of being exposed not only to the impending storm, but far more troubling, to potentially untold numbers of enemy soldiers who could appear on the scene at any moment, Nicky had instructed the men to carry Richard back through the woods to the secluded farmhouse. The most she had been able to do for him on that terrible race to cover had been to trickle a thread of her Han into him, hoping it would help keep him alive until she was able to do more. Nicky swallowed back the anguish of the ghastly memory. From a distance she watched as Richard continued his meticulous inspection of the scene of the battle, ignoring the fallen soldiers for the most part, and paying particular attention to the surrounding area. She couldn't imagine what he hoped to discover. As he searched, he had begun moving in a back-and-forth pattern, progressing steadily outward from the small clearing, circling the scene in ever-widening arcs. At times he inched along the ground on all fours. By late in the morning, Richard had vanished into the woods. Victor finally tired of the silent vigil and marched through a bed of ferns nodding under the gentle fall of rain to where Nicky waited. "What's going on?" he asked her in a low voice. "He's looking for something." "I can see that. I mean, what's going on with this business about a wife?" Nicky let out a tired sigh. "I don't know." "But you have an idea." Nicky spotted Richard briefly, moving among the trees some distance away. He was seriously wounded. People in that state sometimes suffer delirium. "But he's healed now. He doesn't look or act feverish. He sounds normal enough and everything else, not like a person suffering visions and such. I've never seen Richard behave like this." "Nor have I," Nicky admitted. She knew that Victor would never voice to her such concerns about Richard unless he was deeply worried. "I would suggest we try to be as understanding as possible of what he's gone through and see if he doesn't soon start to get his thoughts sorted out. He was unconscious for days. He's only been awake for a few hours. Let's give him some time to clear his head." Victor considered her words before finally sighing and giving his nod of agreement. She was relieved that he didn't ask what they would do if Richard didn't soon get over his delirium. She saw Richard then, returning through the shadows and drizzle. Nicky and Victor crossed the field of battle to meet him. On the surface his face seemed to show only stony intensity, but, as well as she knew him, Nicky could read in his expression that something was seriously wrong. Richard brushed leaves, moss, and twigs from the knees of his trousers as he finally reached them. "Victor, these soldiers weren't coming to take back Al-Tarang." Victor's eyebrows went up. "They weren't?" "No. They would need thousands of men for such a task, maybe tens of thousands. This many soldiers certainly weren't going to accomplish any such thing. And besides, if that was their intent, then what would be the point of slogging through the brush this far away from Al-Tarang?" Victor made a sour face in admission that it had to be that Richard was right. "Then what do you think they were doing?" "It wasn't yet dawn when they were out here moving through the woods. That suggests to me that they might have been reconnoitering." Richard gestured off through the woods. "There's a road in that direction. We'd been using it to travel up from the south. I had thought we would be camped far enough off it for the night to avoid trouble. Obviously, I was wrong." "We last heard that you were to the south," Victor said. "The road makes for quicker traveling, so we were using the trails to cut cross-country so we could catch the road and take it south." "It's an important road," Nicky added. It's one of the main arteries, one of the first that Zhigang built. It allowed him to move soldiers swiftly. The roads he built enabled him to subdue all of the old world under the rule of the imperial order. Richard gazed off in the direction of the road almost as if he could see through the wall of trees and vines. Such a well-made road also allows him to move supplies. I think that's what was happening here. Being this close to Alter Rang, and being well aware of the revolt that had taken place there, they were probably concerned about the possibility of an attack as they passed through the area. Since these soldiers weren't massing for an attack on Alter Rang, I'd guess they had something more important going on, watching over supplies moving north for Zhigang's army. He needs to crush the last of the resistance in the New World before the revolution at home burns his tail. Richard's gaze returned to Victor. I think these soldiers were reconnoitering, clearing the countryside in advance of a supply convoy. They were most likely scouting in the pre-dawn in the hopes of catching any insurgents asleep. As we were. Victor folded his muscular arms in obvious discontent. We never expected there would be any soldiers out here in these woods. We were sleeping like babies. If you hadn't been here and intercepted them, they would have soon snuck up on us where we slept. Then we'd likely be the ones feeding the flies and ravens instead of them. Everyone fell silent as they considered the might have been. Have you been hearing any news of supplies moving north? Richard asked. Sure, Victor said. There's a lot of talk about large quantities of goods going north. Some convoys are accompanied by new troops being sent to the war. What you say about these men scouting for such a convoy makes sense. Richard squatted down and pointed. See these tracks? These are a little more recent than the battle. It was a large contingent, most likely more soldiers who came looking for these dead men. This was as far as they came. These side ridges in the prints show where they turned around, here. It looks like they came in, spotted the dead soldiers, and left. You can see by their tracks as they left that they were in a hurry. Richard stood and rested his left hand on the pommel of his sword. Had you not taken me away right after the battle, these soldiers would have been on us. Fortunately, they went back rather than search the woods. Why do you suppose that they would do that? Victor asked. Why would they see these men freshly killed and then leave? They probably feared that a large force was lying in wait, so they rushed back to raise an alarm and ensure that the supply column was well protected. Since they didn't even take the time to bury their fellow soldiers, I'd guess that their most urgent concern was getting their convoy out of the area. Victor scowled at the tracks and then back in the direction of the dead soldiers. Well, he said as he ran his hand back over his head, wiping away beads of water. At least we can take advantage of the situation. While Zhigang is preoccupied with the war, that gives us time down here to work to knock support for the Order's rule right out from under them. Richard shook his head. Zhigang may be preoccupied with the war, but that won't stop him from moving to restore his authority back here. If there's one thing we've learned about the Dreamwalker, it's that he's methodical about annihilating any and all opposition. Richard is right, Nicky said. It's a dangerous error to dismiss Zhigang as a mere brute. While he is indeed brutal, he is also a highly intelligent individual and a brilliant tactician. He's had a lot of experience over the years. It's nearly impossible to goad him into acting impulsively. He can be bold when he has good reason to believe boldness will win the day. But he's more given to calculated campaigns. He acts out of firm convictions, not bruised pride. He's content to let you think you've won, to let you think whatever you want, for that matter, while he methodically plans how he will gut you. His patience is his most deadly quality. When he attacks, he is indifferent to how many casualties his army takes, as long as he knows he will have more than enough men left to win. But over the course of his career, until his campaign to take the New World anyway, he's tended to experience far fewer casualties than his enemies. That's because he holds no favor with naive notions of classic battle, of troops clashing on a field of honor. His way is usually to attack with such overwhelming numbers as to grind to dust the bones of his opposition. What his horde does to the vanquished is legend. For those in their path, the terror of the wait is unbearable. No sane person would want to be left alive to be captured by Jagang's men. For that reason, many welcome him with open arms, with blessings for their liberation, with supplications to be allowed to convert and join the order. The only sound under the embracing shelter of the trees was the gentle patter of the light rain. Victor did not doubt her word. She had been witness to such events. At times, the knowledge that she had been a part of that perverted cause, that she had been a party to irrational beliefs that reduced men to nothing more than savages, made Nicky long for death. Certainly she deserved no less. But she was now in the unique position of having the opportunity and ability to help reverse the success of the order. Setting matters right had become the cause that now drove her, sustained her, gave her purpose. It's only a matter of time before Jagang moves to retake Altarang, Richard said into the silence. Victor nodded. Yes, if Jagang thought the revolution was confined to Altarang, then he would logically put all his efforts into taking back the city and being as ruthless about it as Nicky says. But we're making sure that doesn't happen. He showed Richard a grim smile. We're lighting fires in cities and towns wherever we can, wherever people are ready to cast off their chains. We're pumping the bellows and spreading the flames of rebellion and freedom far and wide so that Jagang can't confine and crush it. Don't fool yourself, Richard said. Altarang is his home city. It's where the revolt against the order began. A popular uprising in the very city where Jagang was building his grand palace undermines everything the imperial order teaches. It was to be the city, the palace, from where Jagang and the high priests of the Fellowship of Order were for all time to rule over mankind in the name of the Creator. The people destroyed that palace and instead embraced freedom. Jagang will not allow such subversion of his authority to stand. He must crush the rebellion there if the order is to survive to rule the old world and the new. It will be a matter of principled belief for him. He considers opposition to the ways of the Fellowship of Order to be blasphemy against the Creator. He will not be shy about throwing his most brutal and experienced soldiers into the task. He will want to make a bloody example of you. I'd expect such an attack sooner rather than later. Victor looked unsettled, but not entirely surprised. And don't forget, Nicky added, the brothers of the Fellowship of Order who escaped will be among those working to help reestablish the Order's authority. Such gifted men are no ordinary foe. We've hardly begun to root them out. All true enough, but you can't work iron to your will until you get it good and hot. Victor tightened a defiant fist before them. At least we've begun to do what must be done. Nicky conceded that much with a nod and a small smile to soften the dark picture she helped paint. She knew that Victor was right, that the task had to begin somewhere and at some point. He had already helped ring the hammer of freedom for a people who had all but given up hope. She just didn't want him to lose sight of the reality of the difficulty that lay ahead. Nicky would have been relieved to hear Richard dealing logically with the important matters at hand, but she knew better. When Richard locked onto something vital to him, he might address peripheral issues when necessary, but it would be a grave mistake to think that it diminished in the least his focus on his objective. In fact, he had delivered his warnings to Victor in swift summary, a mere matter to be gotten out of the way. She could see in his eyes that he was preoccupied with matters of far more importance to him. Richard finally turned his riveting gray eyes on Nicky. You weren't with Victor and his men? In a sudden flash of comprehension, Nicky realized why the matter of the soldiers and their supply convoy was important to him. It was a mere element of a greater equation. He was trying to unravel how and if the convoy figured into the illusion he still clung to. It was that calculation he was working to resolve. No, Nicky said. We'd had no word, and didn't know what had happened to you. In my absence, Victor left to begin searching for you. Not long after, I returned to Altarang. I found out where Victor had gone and set out to join him. I was still some distance behind at the end of my second day of travel. So the third day I started out before dawn, hoping to catch up with him. I'd been traveling for almost 2 hours when I arrived nearby and heard the battle. I reached the fighting right at the end. Richard nodded thoughtfully. I woke and Kaelin was gone. Since we were close to Alter Rang, my first thought was that if I could find you, then maybe you could help me find Kaelin. That's when I heard the soldiers coming through the woods. Richard gestured up a rise. I heard them coming through those trees there. I had darkness on my side. They hadn't seen me yet, so I was able to surprise them. Why didn't you hide? Victor asked. More were coming down from that way, and others were coming in from that direction. I didn't know how many there were, but the way they were fanned out suggested to me that they were searching the woods. That made hiding risky. As long as there was any possibility that Kaelin might be close and maybe hurt, I couldn't run. If I hid and waited until the soldiers had a chance to find me, then I would lose the element of surprise. Worse yet, dawn was approaching. Darkness and surprise worked to my advantage. With Kaelin missing, I didn't have a moment to lose. If they had her, I had to stop them. No one commented. Richard turned to Kara next. And where were you? Kara blinked in surprise. She had to think a moment before she could answer. I'm not exactly sure. Richard frowned. You're not sure? What do you remember? I was on watch. I was checking some distance out from our camp. I guess something must have aroused my concern, and so I was making sure the area was clear. I caught a whiff of smoke and was starting to investigate that when I heard the battle cries. So you rushed back. Kara idly pulled her braid forward over her shoulder. She looked to be having difficulty remembering clearly. No. She frowned in recollection. No, I knew what was happening, that you were being attacked, because I heard the clash of steel and men dying. I had only just realized that it was Victor and his men camped off in that direction, that it was the smoke from their campfire I smelled. I knew that I was much closer to them than you, so I thought that the smartest thing to do would be to rouse them and bring their help with me. Now that makes sense, Richard said. He wearily wiped beads of rain from his face. That's right, Victor said. Kara was right there close when I heard the clash of steel as well. I remember because I was lying awake in the quiet. Richard's brow drew together. He looked up. You were awake? Yes. The howl of a wolf woke me. Chapter 5. With sudden intensity, Richard leaned in a little toward the blacksmith. You heard wolves howl? No, Victor said as he frowned in recollection. There was just one. The three of them waited in silence as Richard stared off into the distance, as if he were mentally trying to fit together the pieces of some great puzzle. Nicky glanced over her shoulder at the men back near the maple tree. Some yawned as they waited. Some had found seats on a fallen log. A few were engaged in hushed conversation. Others, arms folded, leaned against the trunks of trees and watched the surrounding woods as they waited. It didn't happen this morning, Richard whispered to himself. When I was waking up this morning, when I was still half asleep, I was really remembering what happened the morning Kaelin disappeared. The morning of the battle, Nicky said softly in correction. Lost in thought, Richard didn't appear to hear her correction. I must have been remembering for some reason what happened back when I woke that morning. He turned suddenly and seized her arm. A rooster crowed when I was being carried back to the farmhouse. Surprised by his abrupt change of subject, and not knowing what he was getting at, Nicky shrugged. I suppose it could have. I don't remember why. There was no wind. I remember hearing the rooster crow and looking up and seeing motionless tree limbs above me. There was no wind at all. I remember how dead still it was. You're right, Lord Rahl, Kara said. I remember when I ran into Victor's camp seeing the smoke from the fire going straight up because the air was dead calm. I think that was why we could hear the clash of steel and the cries from so far away, because there wasn't even a breath of breeze to cut the sound from carrying. If it helps, the blacksmith said, There were a few chickens roaming around when we brought you to the farm. And you're right, there was a rooster, and it did crow. Matter of fact, we were trying not to be found so that Nicky could have the time to heal you, and I was afraid that the rooster might attract unwanted attention, so I told the men to cut its throat." After hearing Victor's account, Richard drifted back into thought. He tapped a finger against his lower lip as he considered yet another piece of his puzzle. Nicky thought he might have forgotten they were standing there. She leaned a little closer to him. "So?" He blinked and finally looked at her. "It had to be that when I woke today I was really remembering that morning, remembering for a reason. Sometimes you do that, remember because there was some part of it that doesn't make sense, remember for some reason." "What reason?" Nicky asked. "The wind. There was no wind that morning, but I remembered that when I woke that morning, in the faint light of false dawn, I saw tree limbs moving, like in a breeze." Nicky was not just confused by his concern for wind, but worried for his state of mind. "Richard, you were asleep and just waking up. It was dark. You probably just thought you saw the tree branches moving." "Maybe," was all he said. "Maybe it was the soldiers coming," Kara offered. "No," he said, dismissing her suggestion with an irritable wave of his hand. "That was a little later, after I'd discovered that Kaylin was missing." Seeing that neither Victor nor Kara was going to argue the point, Nicky decided to hold her tongue as well. Richard seemed to put the puzzle from his mind. He turned a deadly serious expression on the three of them. "Look, I have to show you all something, but you need to realize, despite how little you may be able to make out, that I know what I'm talking about. I don't expect you to take my word, but you need to understand that I have a lifetime of experience in this and routinely used such ability. I trust each of you in your area of expertise. This is mine. Don't close your minds to what I have to show you." Nicky, Kara, and Victor shared a look. With a nod to Richard, Victor set his reservations aside and turned to the men. "You boys keep your eyes open now." He circled a finger in the air. "There could be soldiers about, so let's keep it quiet and stay alert. Farron, double-check the area." The men nodded. Some came to their feet, apparently glad to have something to do other than just sit there, wet and cold. 4 men set out through the trees to set up guard. Farron handed his pack and bedroll to one of the other men for safekeeping before nocking an arrow and slipping quietly into the brush. The young man was learning the trade of blacksmithing from Victor. Raised on a farm, he also had a natural talent for scouting unseen in the woods. He idolized Victor. Nicky knew that Victor was fond of the young man as well, but because he was fond of him, he was probably harder on him than on the other men. Victor had told her once, referring to his tough demands of his apprentice, that you had to pound the imperfections out of iron and work it hard if you wanted to shape it into something truly worthwhile. Since the battle, Victor had had sentries and lookouts on constant watch, while Farron and several of the others scouted the surrounding forest. None of them had wanted to take any chance that enemy soldiers would unexpectedly come upon them while Nicky was trying to save Richard's life. After she had done all she could for Richard, Nicky had healed a nasty gash to one man's leg and taken care of a few other less serious wounds suffered by a half-dozen other men. Since the morning of the battle and Richard being hurt, she had gotten little sleep. She was exhausted. After watching the men set about the tasks assigned them, Victor clapped Richard on the shoulder. "Show us, then." Richard led Kara, Victor, and Nicky past the clearing with the dead men, and then off through the woods. He took a route between trees where the ground was more open. At the crest of a gentle rise, he stopped and crouched down. Seeing Richard on bended knee, his cloak draped over his back, his sword in a gleaming scabbard at his hip, his hood pushed back to expose strands of wet hair lying against his muscular neck, his bow and quiver strapped over his left shoulder, he looked at once regal, a warrior king, and at the same time like nothing so much as the wilderness guide from a distant land that he had once been. With intimate familiarity, his fingers brushed the pine needles, twigs, crumbles of leaves, bark, and loam. Nicky could sense, just by that touch, his breadth of understanding of the seemingly simple things spread out before him, yet to him those things revealed another world. Richard remembered then his purpose and gestured, urging them to squat down close beside him. "Here," he said, pointing. "See this?" His fingers carefully traced a vague depression in the dense tangle of forest litter. "This is Kara's footprint." "Well, that's no surprise," Kara said. "This is the way we came in from the road on our way to where we set up camp back there." "That's right." Richard leaned out a little, pointing as he went on. "See here? And then off there? Those are more of your tracks, Kara. See how they come in here in a line showing where you were walking?" Kara shrugged suspiciously. "Sure." Richard moved to his right. They all followed. He again carefully traced a depression so they could make it out. Nicky couldn't see anything at all on the forest floor until he carefully drew the outline with a finger just above the ground. In doing so, he seemed to make the footprint magically appear for them. After he pointed it out, Nicky could tell what it was. "This is my track," he said, watching it as if fearing that were he to look away it might vanish. "The rain works to wear them down, some places more than others, but it hasn't made all of them disappear." With a finger and thumb, he carefully lifted a wet brown oak leaf from the center of the print. "Look, you can see under here how the pressure of my weight under the ball of my foot broke these small twigs. See? Rain can't obliterate things like that." He looked up at them to make sure they were all paying attention and then pointed off in the shadowy mist. "You can see my tracks coming in this direction toward us, just like Kara's." He stretched out and quickly traced 2 more vague depressions in the matted forest floor to show them what he meant. "See? You can still make them out." "What's the point?" Victor asked. Richard glanced back over his shoulder again before gesturing between the sets of tracks. "See the distance between Kara's tracks and mine? When we walked in here, I was on the left and Kara was to my right. See how far apart our tracks are?" "What of it?" Nicky asked, as she pulled the hood of her cloak forward, trying to shield her face from the frigid drizzle. She pulled her hands back under the cloak and snugged them in her armpits for warmth. "They're that far apart," Richard said, "because when we walked through here, Kaylin was in the middle between us." Nicky stared again at the ground. She was no expert, so she wasn't especially surprised that she couldn't see any other tracks. But this time she didn't think that Richard could either. "And can you show us Kaylin's tracks?" she asked. Richard turned to look on her of such intensity that it momentarily halted the breath she was about to take. "That's the point." He held up a finger with the same deliberate care with which he lifted his blade. "Her tracks are gone, not washed away by the rain, but gone. Gone as if they were never there." Victor let out a very quiet and very troubled-sounding sigh. If she was shocked, Kara hid it well. Nicky knew that he hadn't told them all of what he had to say, so she remained guarded in her question. "You're showing us that there are no tracks from this woman." "That's right. I've searched. I found my tracks and Kara's tracks in various places, but where Kaylin's tracks should be, there are none." In the uncomfortable silence, no one wanted to say anything. Nicky finally took it upon herself to do so. "Richard, you have to know why that is. Don't you see now? It's just your dream. There are no tracks because this woman doesn't exist." With him here on his knees before her, looking up at her, it seemed she could see his soul laid bare in his gray eyes. She would have given nearly anything at that moment to be able to simply comfort him, but she couldn't do that. Nicky had to force herself to go on. "You said yourself that you know about tracking, and yet even you can't find any tracks left by this woman. This should put the matter to rest. This should finally convince you that she just doesn't exist, that she never did exist." She took a hand from under her cloak, from its warm resting place, and gently laid it on his shoulder in an effort to soften her words. "You need to let it go, Richard." He looked away from her eyes as he drew his lower lip through his teeth. "It's not as simple a picture as you're painting it," he said in a calm voice. "I'm asking you all to look, just look, and try to understand the significance of what it is I'm showing you. Look at how far apart Kara and my tracks are. Can't you see that there was a third person there between us as we walked?" Nikki wearily rubbed her eyes. "Richard, people don't always walk close together. Maybe you and Kara were both looking around for any sign of threat as you walked through here. Or maybe you were both just tired and not paying attention. There could be any number of simple explanations as to why you two weren't walking closer together. When only two people walk together, they don't habitually walk this far apart." He pointed behind them. "Look at the tracks we made coming over here. Kara again walked to my right. Look at how much closer together the tracks are. That's typical of two people walking side by side. You and Victor were behind us. Look at how close together your tracks are. These tracks are different. Can't you see by their nature that they're this far apart because there was another person walking between us?" "Richard." Nikki paused. She didn't want to argue. She was tempted to keep quiet and let him have his way, let him believe what he wanted to believe. And yet silence would be feeding a lie, lending life to an illusion. While she ached for his difficulty and wanted to be on his side, she couldn't let him delude himself, or she would be causing him greater harm. He could never get better, never fully recover, until he faced the truth of the real world. Helping him see reality was the only way she could really help him. "Richard," she said softly, trying to get that truth through to him without sounding harsh or condescending. "Your tracks are there, and Kara's tracks are there. We can see that. You showed us. There are no others. You showed us that too. If she was there between you and Kara, then why are her tracks not?" They all hunched their shoulders in the wet and cold as they waited. Richard finally gathered his composure and spoke in a clear, firm voice. "I think Kalen's tracks were erased with magic." "Magic?" Kara asked, suddenly alert and ill-tempered. "Yes, I think that whoever took Kalen erased her tracks with magic." Nikki was dumbfounded and made no attempt to conceal it. Victor's gaze shifted back and forth between Nikki and Richard. "Can that be done?" "Yes," Richard insisted. "When I first met Kalen, Darken Rahl was after us. He was close on our trail. Zed, Kalen, and I had to run. If Darken Rahl had caught us, we would have been finished. Zed's a wizard, but he isn't as powerful as Darken Rahl was, so Zed cast some magic dust back down the trail to hide our tracks. That has to be what happened here. Whoever took Kalen covered their tracks with the use of magic." Victor and Kara glanced at Nikki for confirmation. As a blacksmith, Victor was not familiar with magic. Mord Sith didn't like magic and pointedly avoided the details of its workings. Their well-honed instinct was simply to violently eliminate anyone with magic if they posed even a potential threat to the Lord Rahl. Both Victor and Kara waited to hear what Nikki had to say about the possibility of using magic to cover tracks. Nikki hesitated. Her being a sorceress didn't mean she knew everything there was to know about magic, but still. "I suppose that such a use of magic is in theory possible, but I've never heard of it being done." Nikki made herself look into Richard's expectant gaze. "I think the explanation of why there are no tracks is quite a bit simpler, and I think you know it, Richard." Richard couldn't mask his disappointment. "Looking at this by itself and not being familiar with the nature of tracks and what they reveal, I'll grant that maybe it's hard to see what I'm saying. But this isn't all. I have something else to show you that may help you see the whole picture. Come on." "Lord Rahl," Kara said as she tucked a wet wisp of hair back under the hood of her dark cloak and avoided looking at him. "Shouldn't we be getting on to other important matters? I have something important to show the three of you. Are you saying that you wish to wait here while I show Victor and Nikki?" Her blue eyes turned up to him. "Of course not. Fine, let's go." Without further protest, they followed him at a quick pace as he headed in a northerly direction, deeper into the woods. They tiptoed from rock to cross a broad ravine with dark eddies of murky water flowing through it. When Nicky nearly slipped and fell, Richard took her hand and helped her across. His big hand was warm, but not feverish at least. She wished he would slow down and not stress his fragile health. The gentle slope on the far side revealed itself only by degree as they climbed higher through the drizzle and trailers of low clouds. To the left loomed the dark shadow of a rocky rise. Nicky could hear the burbling rush of water tumbling down that rise. As they went deeper into the swirling gray mist and dense green vegetation, huge birds lifted from their perches. Wings spread wide, the wary creatures silently glided away beyond sight. Harsh screeches of unseen animals echoed through the somber woods. With the mass of overlapping spruce and balsam boughs, and the tangled dead limbs of ancient oaks draped with gossamer moss curtains, to say nothing of the gloomy drizzle, vines and dense tangle of saplings struggling to reach up for the elusive light, it was not easy to see very far. Only lower to the forest floor, where the sunlight rarely reached, was it more open. Farther into the sodden forest, dark trunks of trees stood clear of the brush and thick foliage, like sentinels watching the three people move among their gathered army. The ground where Richard took them was easier traveling since it was more open and covered with soft, sprawling mats of pine needles. Nicky imagined that even on the sunniest of days, only thin streamers of sunlight ever penetrated all the way down to the forest floor. Off to the sides, here and there, she saw nearly impenetrable tangles of brush and tightly knitted walls of young conifers. The expanse under the towering pines made a natural but unmarked pathway. At last, Richard halted, lifting his arms out to his sides so that they wouldn't step out past him. Spread out before them was more of the same, sparse growth sprouting among the thick bed of brown needles. Following his direction, they squatted down beside him. Richard gestured over his right shoulder. Back that way is where Kara, Kalin, and I came in on the night we camped, by where the battle took place. In various places around our camp are my tracks from when I stood second watch, and Kara's tracks from third watch. Kalin had first watch that night. There are no tracks from her watch. His glance to each of them in turn was a silent request to hear him out before they started arguing. Back that way, he said, pointing as he went on, was where the soldiers were coming up through the woods. From over in that direction, Victor, you and your men came to join the battle. In nearly the same place are your tracks from when you carried me back to the farmhouse. Off that way, where I already showed you, are the tracks of other soldiers who came in and found their fellow soldiers dead. None of us or any of the soldiers has been up this way. Here, where we are now, there are no tracks. Look around. You'll see only my fresh tracks from this morning when I was searching. Other than that, there are no footprints from anyone else coming through here. In fact, there's no sign that anyone has ever been here. At least it would appear that no one has ever been here before. Victor idly rubbed his thumb on the steel shaft of the mace hanging from his belt. But you think otherwise? Yes, even though there are no tracks, someone did come this way, and they left evidence. Richard leaned out and with one finger touched a smooth rock about the size of a loaf of bread. As they hurried past, they stumbled on this rock. Victor seemed caught up in the story. How can you tell? Look carefully at the markings on the rock. As Victor leaned in a bit, Richard pointed. See here, the way the top of the rock, where it was exposed to the air and weather, has the pale tannish yellow discoloration of lichen and such? And here, like the hull of a boat below the waterline, you can see the dark brown rime that shows where the belly of the rock had been lying beneath the ground. But it's not lying that way now. It's not settled into its socket in the ground, its recent resting place. It's now lifted a little out of that socket and turned part way over. See how a section of the dark bottom is now exposed? Were it out of the ground for longer, the dark color would have been worn away and the lichen would begin to grow there too. But it hasn't had that much time yet. This is recent. Richard waggled his finger back and forth. Look at the ground, here on this side of the rock. You can see the socket where the rock originally rested, but now the rock has been shoved back a little, leaving a void between this side of the rock and the wall of the cavity. On the back side, away from us, because the rock was recently disturbed, you can still see a ridge of dirt and debris that has been pushed up. The open socket on this side and the ridge on the far side shows that whoever stumbled on this rock and disturbed it was moving away from our camp, going north.
But then where's their trail? Victor asked. Their footprints.
Richard raked back his wet hair. The trail has been erased with magic. I searched. There is no trail. Look at the rock. It's been disturbed, kicked part way out of its resting place in the ground. But there is no scuff mark on it. While the rock wasn't moved much, it was moved. A boot grazing this rock enough to move it like this would have to leave a mark. Yet there is no mark, just as there are no other footprints. Nicky pushed her hood back. You're twisting everything you find around to fit what you want to believe, Richard. You can't have it both ways. If magic was used to erase their trail, then why is it that you are able to detect their trail by this rock? Probably because the magic they used erases footprints. The person who used that magic must not know a great deal about tracks or tracking. I don't think they're very familiar with the outdoors. When they used magic to erase their footprints, they probably never gave any thought to putting disturbed stones back in place. Richard, surely—
Look around, he said as he swept his arm out.
Look at how perfect the forest floor is.
What do you mean?
Victor asked. It's too perfect. Twigs, leaves, bark are too evenly distributed. Nature is more erratic. Victor, Nicky, and Kara peered at the ground. Nicky saw only a normal-looking forest floor. Here and there small things, pine seedlings, spindly weeds, an oak sapling with only 3 big leaves, sprouted up through the litter of twigs, moss, bark, and fallen leaves sprinkled over the bed of pine needles. She didn't know all that much about tracks or tracking, or forests, for that matter. Richard always left blazes on trees when he wanted her to be able to find and follow his trail, but it didn't look like anyone had been through the place, nor did it look overly perfect as Richard suggested. As she looked around, it appeared the same as other places she eyed for comparison. Victor and Kara seemed equally confounded. Richard, Nicky said with strained patience, I'm sure there could be any number of explanations as to why a rock looks disturbed to you. For all I know, it could be disturbed, as you suggest. But maybe an elk or a deer kicked it as they went by, and over time their tracks have been worn away. Richard was shaking his head. No, look at the socket. It's still well formed. You can read by how much the edges have degraded that it happened only a few days ago. Time, especially in the rain, erodes such edges and works to fill in the gap. Any deer or elk kicking this rock would have left tracks that would be just as recent. Not only that, but a hoof would have scuffed it, the same as a boot. I'm telling you, 3 days ago someone stumbled on this rock. Nicky gestured. Well, that dead branch over there could have fallen on it and disturbed it. If it did, then the lichen growing on the rock would show the scar of the impact, and the branch would show evidence that it had hit something hard. It doesn't. I've already looked. Kara threw her hands up. Maybe a squirrel jumped from a tree and landed on it. Not nearly heavy enough to have moved this rock, Richard said. Nicky drew a weary breath. So what you're saying is that the fact that there are no tracks from this woman, Kaylin, proves that she exists. No, that's not what I'm saying. Not the way you're putting it, anyway. But it does confirm it if you look at everything together, if you put it all into context. Nicky's hands fisted at her sides. There were important matters that had to be addressed. They were running out of time. Instead of dealing with urgent matters in need of their attention, they were out in the middle of the woods looking at a rock. She could feel the blood going to her face. That's ridiculous. All you've shown us, Richard, is proof that this woman you imagined is just that, imagined. She doesn't exist. She left no tracks because you only dreamed her. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's not magic. It's simply a dream. Richard abruptly rose up before her. He changed in a heartbeat from a man of calm intensity to a figure of heart-stopping presence, power, and awakening anger. But rather than confront her, he took a step past her, back toward the way they'd come from, and stopped. Still and tense, Richard stared back through the woods. "Something's wrong," he said in low warning. Kara's agiel spun up into her fist. Victor's brow tightened as his fingers found the mace hanging from his belt. In the distance, back through the dripping forest, Nicky heard the sudden, wild alarm cries of ravens. The cries that came next reminded her of nothing so much as the sounds of bloody murder. Chapter 6. Richard bounded back through the woods, back toward the waiting men, back toward the screams. He raced headlong through a blur of trees, branches, brush, ferns, and vines. He leaped over the rotting logs and used a well-planted boot to bound over a boulder. He dodged his way through stands of young pines and a cluster of flowering dogwood. Without slowing, he batted aside tamarack limbs and ducked under balsam boughs. Nets of dead branches on the lower trunks of young spruce trees snatched at his clothes as he charged past. More than once, dead limbs jutting out spear-like from larger trees nearly impaled him before he sidestepped at the last instant. Running at such a reckless speed through dense woods, let alone in the rain, was treacherous. It was hard to recognize hazards in time to avoid them. Any one of a number of protruding branches could easily gouge out an eye. One slip on wet leaves or moss or rocks could cause a skull-splitting tumble. Driving a foot down into a crevice or fissure at a dead run would likely shatter a leg. Richard had once known a young man who had done just that. His broken leg and ankle never mended right, leaving him partially crippled for life. Richard focused his concentration on his intended path, taking as much care as possible without slowing. He dared not slow. The whole way as he ran, he heard the terrible screams and cries, the shrieks and the sickening snapping sounds. He could also hear Kara, Victor, and Nicky crashing through the brush behind him. He didn't wait for them to catch up. Every long stride, every leap took him farther out ahead of them. Running as fast as he could, gasping for air, Richard was surprised to find himself winded before he should have been. At first disconcerted, he then remembered the reason. Nicky had said that he wasn't yet recovered, and because he had lost a lot of blood, he would need rest to gain back his strength. He kept running. He would have to make do with what strength he had. It wasn't that much farther. More than that, though, he kept running because the men needed help. These were men who had come to his aid when he had been in trouble. He didn't know what was happening, but it was clear to Richard that they were in some kind of peril. On the morning of the attack, if he'd known more about how to call upon his gift, he might have been able to use that ability to stop the soldiers before Victor and his men had arrived. Had he been able to do that, 3 of those men would not have died in the fighting. Of course, had Richard not been where he was and taken action to stop the soldiers, then Victor and his men might well have all ended up murdered at their camp, most while they slept. Richard couldn't help feeling that he might have done more. He didn't want to see any of these men hurt. He kept running with all his strength, holding back nothing. He would use whatever strength he had. He could gain back his strength. Lives could not be gotten back. There were times like this when he wished that he knew more about how to call upon his gift, but his ability regrettably worked differently than in others. Instead of functioning through cognizant direction, as Nicky's power did, Richard's ability worked through anger and need. The morning that the Imperial Order soldiers had poured in all around him, he had drawn his sword for the purpose of his survival, and in so doing, had given his anger over to the weapon. Unlike his own gift, he knew that he could count on the power of his sword. Others with the gift learned to use their ability from a young age. Richard never had. It had been an upbringing of peace and security that had given him a chance at life, at growing up to profoundly value life. The drawback was that such an upbringing had also left him unaware of and ignorant of his own talent. Now that Richard was grown, though, learning to use his latent ability was proving more than difficult, not only because of his upbringing, but because his particular form of the gift was so extraordinarily rare. Neither Zed nor the Sisters of the Light had had any success at all in teaching him how to consciously direct his power. He knew little more than what Nathan Rahl, the prophet, had told him, that his power was most often sparked through anger and a particular specific kind of desperate need, which Richard had not been able to identify or isolate. As far as he had been able to determine, the character of the need required to ignite his power was unique to each circumstance. Richard also knew that using magic did not involve whim. No amount of wishing or straining could ever produce results. The initiation and use of magic required specific conditions. He just didn't understand how to produce or provide those conditions. Even wizards of great ability sometimes had to use books to ensure that they got the details right if the specific magic they wanted was to work. At a young age, Richard had memorized one of those books, the Book of Counted Shadows. That was the book which Darken Rahl had been hunting for after he had put the boxes of Orden in play. On the morning Kaelin had vanished to meet the threat of the seemingly endless ranks of soldiers charging in upon him, Richard had had to depend on his sword and not his own innate powers. The frenzied fighting had taken him to the brink of exhaustion. At the same time, his worry for Kaelin left him distracted to the point where his mind wasn't fully on the fight. He knew that allowing such a diversion to beguile his attention was dangerous and foolish. But it was Kaelin. He had been helplessly worried for her. Had his need not summoned his gift when it did, the hail of arrows suddenly showering in at him would have been fatal a few dozen times over. He hadn't seen the bolt fired from a crossbow. As it shot for his heart, he only recognized the threat at the last possible instant, and because of the crucial need to also stop the three soldiers lunging for him at the same time, he'd only been able to deflect the path of the arrow's flight, not stop it. It seemed like he'd already gone over the memory 1,000 times and come up with any number of could-haves and should-haves that, in his mind's harsh judgment, would have prevented what had happened. As Nicky had said, though, he was not invincible. As he plunged through the woods, the forest unexpectedly fell silent. The echoing screams died away. The misty green wilderness was again left to the muted whisper of the light rain falling through the leafy canopy. In the outwardly peaceful and once again quiet world around him, it almost seemed as if he had only imagined the terrible sounds he'd heard. Despite his fatigue, Richard didn't slow. As he ran, he listened for any sign of the men, but he could hear little more than his own labored breathing, his heartbeat pounding in his ears, and his swift footfalls. Occasionally he also heard branches behind him breaking as the other three tried to catch up with him, but they were still falling farther behind. For some reason, the eerie calm was somehow more frightening than the screams had been. What had started out sounding like the raven's hoarse croaks rising into the kinds of terrified cries an animal makes only when it's being killed, had somewhere along the line begun to sound human. And now there was only the menacing silence. Richard tried to convince himself that he had only imagined that the screams had turned human. As chilling as such cries had been, it was the haunting, unnatural stillness after they'd ended that made gooseflesh prickle the hair at the back of his neck. Just before he reached the brink of the clearing, Richard finally drew his sword. The singular sound of freeing the blade sent the cutting ring of steel through the damp woodland, ending the silence. Instantly, the heat of the sword's anger flooded through every fiber of his being, to be answered in kind by his own anger. Once again, Richard committed himself to the magic he knew, and upon which he could depend. Filled with the sword's power, he ached for the source of the threat and lusted to end it. There had been a time when fear and uncertainty made him reluctant to surrender to the rising storm brought forth from the ancient wizard-wrought blade, hesitant to answer the call with his own anger, but he had long since learned to let himself go into the rapture of the rage. It was that righteous wrath that he had learned to bend to his will. It was that power he directed to his purpose. There had been those in the past who'd coveted the sword's power, but in their blind lust for that which belonged to others had ignored the darker perils they stirred by using such a weapon. Instead of being masters of the magic, they had become servants to the blade, to its anger, and to their own rapacious greed. There had been those who had used the power of the weapon for evil ends. Such was not the fault of the blade. The use of the sword, for good or for evil, was the conscious choice made by the person wielding it, and all responsibility fell to them. Racing through the wall of tree limbs, shrubs, and vines, Richard came to a halt at the edge of the clearing where the soldiers had fallen in the battle several days before. Sword in hand, he gasped for air, despite how putrid the air smelled, struggling to catch his breath. At first, as he scanned the bizarre scene spread out before him, he had trouble comprehending what it was he was seeing. Dead ravens lay everywhere. Not just dead, but ripped apart. Wings, heads, and parts of carcasses littered the clearing. Feathers by the thousands had settled like black snow over the rotting corpses of the soldiers. Frozen in shock for only an instant, and still breathless, Richard knew that this was not what he sought. Tearing across the battle site, he bounded up the short bank, through the gaps in the trees and over trampled vegetation, toward where the men had been waiting. The rage of the sword spiraled up through him as he ran, making him forget that he was tired, that he was winded, that he wasn't yet fully recovered, preparing him for the fight to come. In that moment, the only thing that mattered to Richard was getting to the men, or more precisely, getting at the threat to the men. There was a matchless rapture in killing those who served evil. Evil unchallenged was evil sanctioned. Destroying evil was really a celebration of the value of life made real by destroying those who existed to deny others their life. Therein lay the fundamental purpose behind the sword's essential, indispensable requirement for rage. Rage blunted the horror of killing, stripped away the natural reluctance to kill, leaving only its naked necessity if there was to be true justice. As Richard raced out of the stand of birch, the first thing that caught his attention was the maple tree where the men had been waiting. The lower limbs had been stripped bare of leaves. It looked like a storm had swooped down to rip through the woods. Where only a short time ago small trees grew, now all that was left was shattered stumps. Branches thick with shimmering wet leaves or pine needles lay scattered about. Huge, jagged splinters of tree trunks stuck up from the ground like spent spears after a battle. Beneath the maple, scattered across the forest floor, was a scene that, at first, Richard could make no sense of. Nearly everything that before had been some shade of green, whether dusty sage, yellowish, or rich emerald, was now tainted with the stain of red. Richard stood panting, his heart pounding, fighting to focus the rage on a threat he could not identify. He scanned the shadows and darkness back among the trees, looking for any movement. At the same time, he struggled to sort out the confusion of what he was seeing on the ground before him. Kara skidded to a halt to his left, ready for a fight. An instant later, Victor stumbled to a stop on his right, his mace held in a tight fist. Nikki raced in right behind, no weapon evident, but Richard could sense the air around her virtually crackling with her power, ready to be unleashed.
"Dear spirits," the blacksmith whispered.
His six-bladed mace, a deadly weapon the man had made himself, rose in his fist as he cautiously started forward. Richard lifted his sword in front of Victor to bar him from going any farther. His chest against the blade, the blacksmith reluctantly heeded the silent command and stopped. What, at first, had been a bewildering sight became at last all too clear. A man's forearm, missing the hand but still covered with a brown flannel shirt sleeve, lay in a bed of ferns at Richard's feet. Not far away stood a heavy laced boot with a jagged white shin bone stripped of sinew and muscle jutting out from the top. In a thicket of rough-leafed dogwood just to the side lay a section of a torso, its flesh torn away to lay bare a section of the spine and blanched rib bones. Squiggles of pink viscera lay strewn over the log where the men had been sitting. Ragged pieces of scalp and skin lay atop bare rock and scattered everywhere through the grass and bushes. Richard could not imagine what power could have caused such a shocking scene. A thought struck him. He glanced back over his shoulder at Nikki. "Sisters of the Dark?" Nikki slowly shook her head as she studied the carnage. "There are a few similar characteristics, but on balance, this is nothing like the way they kill." Richard didn't know if that was comforting news or not. Slowly, carefully, he stepped forward among the still bleeding remains. It didn't look to him like it had been a battle. There were no cuts from swords or axes, no arrows or spears to mark the battlefield. None of the limbs or mangled ribbons of muscle appeared to have been cut. Every piece looked as if it had been torn away from where it belonged. It was so horrific a sight, so incomprehensible, that it was beyond sickening. Richard found it disorienting, trying to conceive of what could have created such devastation, not just of the men, but of the landscape where they had been. From somewhere beyond the boiling rage of the sword's magic, he felt an agony of sorrow for what he had not been able to stop, and he knew that the sorrow would only grow. But right then, he wanted nothing so much as to get his hands on whoever or whatever had done this. "Richard," Nikki whispered from close behind, "I think it best if we get out of here." The direct, calm tone of her voice could not have been any more compelling a warning. Filling with rage from the sword in his fist and his own impassioned anger at what he was seeing, he ignored her. If there was anyone left alive, he had to find them.
This is the end of disc number 2. Please insert disc number 3. This is disc number 3.
Filled with the rage from the sword in his fist and his own impassioned anger at what he was seeing, Richard ignored Nikki. If there was anyone left alive, he had to find them. "There's no one left," Nikki murmured, as if in answer to his thoughts. If the threat still lurked nearby, he needed to know. "Who could have done this?" Victor whispered, clearly not interested in leaving until he had the guilty party in his grip. "It doesn't look like anything human," Kara answered in quiet indictment. As Richard stepped carefully through the remains, the silence of the shrouding woods pressed in on him like a great weight. No birds called, no bugs buzzed, no squirrels chattered. The muting effect of the heavy overcast and drizzle only served to thicken the hush. Blood dripped from leaves, branches, and the tips of bent grasses. The trunks of trees were splattered with it. The coarse bark of an ash was smeared with oozing tissue. A hand, fingers open and slack, empty of any weapons, lay palm up on a gravel slope beneath the large leaves of a mountain maple. Richard spotted the footprints of where they had all entered the area, and some of his own footprints were where he had left only a short time ago with Nikki, Kara, and Victor. Many of the remains lay in virgin forest where none of them had walked. There were no peculiar footprints among the carnage, although there were unexplained places where the ground had been ripped open. Some of those gouges cut right through thick roots. Taking a better look, Richard realized that the plowed gashes were places where men had been smashed to the ground with such violence that it had torn open the forest floor. In some spots, flesh still clung to the exposed ends of splintered roots. Kara gripped his shirt at the shoulder, trying to urge him back. "Lord Rahl, I want you away from here." Richard pulled his shoulder free of her grip. "Quiet!" As he stepped silently among the remains, the countless voices of those who had used the sword in the past whispered in the back of his mind. "Don't focus on what you're seeing, on what is done. Watch for what caused it, and might yet come. Now is the time for vigilance. Richard hardly needed such a warning. He was gripping the wire-wound hilt of the sword so tightly that he could feel the raised lettering of the word truth, formed by gold wire woven through the silver. That golden word bit into the flesh of his palm on one side and his fingertips on the other. At his feet a man's head stared up at him from among scrub sumac. A mute cry twisted the expression fixed on his face. Richard knew him. His name had been Nuri. All that this young man had learned, all that he had experienced, all that he had planned for, the world he had begun to make for himself, was ended. For all these men, the world was finished. The one life they had had was gone forever. The agony of that terrible loss, that ghastly finality, threatened to extinguish the rage from the sword and swamp him in sorrow. All these men were loved and cherished by those waiting for them to return. Each one of these individuals would be grieved over with heartache that would indelibly mark the living. Richard made himself move on. Now was not the time to grieve. Now was the time to find the guilty and visit upon them retribution and justice before they had the chance to do this to others. Only then could the living mourn for these precious souls lost. Despite how widely he searched, Richard didn't see a single body, not a body in the sense of a whole recognizable person. Yet the entire area where the men had been waiting was littered with their remains. The surrounding woods also revealed parts of those remains as if some of the men had tried to run. If that was the case, none had gotten far. As Richard moved through the trees looking for any tracks that might help him identify who had killed these men, he kept one eye on the shadows off in the mist. He saw tracks of men who had run, but he saw no tracks chasing after them. As he came around an ancient pine, he was confronted by the top half of a man's chest hanging upside down from a splintered limb. The remains hung well above Richard's head. What was left of the armless torso had been impaled on the stump of a broken limb as if it were a meat hook. The face was fixed with unbridled terror. Being upside down, the hair, dripping blood, stood out straight from the scalp, as if frozen in fright. "Dear spirits," Victor whispered. Rage twisted his face. "That's Varen." Richard scanned the area, but saw nothing moving in the shadows. Whatever happened here, I don't think anyone escaped. He noticed that on the ground where Farron's blood dripped, there were no tracks. Kalen's tracks were gone as well. The pain, the horror of wondering if this might be the same thing that had happened to Kalen nearly buckled his knees. Not even the sword's rage was enough to shield him from the agony of that pain. Nicky, close behind him, leaned close. "Richard," she said in a near whisper, "we need to get out of here." Kara leaned in beside Nicky. "I agree." Victor lifted his mace. "I want those who did this." His knuckles were white around the steel grip. "Can you track them?" he asked Richard. "I don't think that would be a good idea," Nicky said. "Good idea or not," Richard told them, "I don't see any tracks." He looked into Nicky's blue eyes. "Perhaps you would like to try to convince me that I am imagining this as well?" She didn't break eye contact with him, but she didn't answer his challenge either. Victor gazed up at Farron. "I told his mother that I'd watch over him. What am I going to say to his family now?" Tears of rage and hurt glistened in his eyes as he pointed with the mace back to the rest of the remains. "What am I going to say to their mothers and wives and children?" "That evil murdered them," Richard said. "That you will not rest until you know justice is done. That vengeance will be had." Victor nodded, his anger flagging, misery now filling his voice. "We have to bury them." "No," Nicky said with grim authority. "As much as I understand your want to care for them, your friends are no longer here, among these pieces of wrecked bodies. Your friends are now with the good spirits. It is up to us not to join them." Victor's anger resurfaced. "But we must." "No," Nicky snapped. "Look around. This was a blood frenzy. We don't want to get caught in it. We can't help these men. We need to get out of here." Before Victor could argue, Richard leaned close to the sorceress. "What do you know about this?" "I told you before, Richard, that we needed to talk, but this is not the time or place to do it." "I agree," Kara growled. "We need to get away from here." Looking from the remains of Farron back to the bloody mess beneath the maple, Richard suddenly felt a sense of overwhelming loneliness. He wanted Kaylin so bad it hurt. He wanted her comfort. He wanted her safe. The agony of not knowing if she was alive and well was unbearable. "Kara is right," Nicky urgently gripped Richard's arm. "We don't know enough about what we're up against, but whatever did all this, I fear that as weak as you are, your sword can't protect us from it. And right now, neither can I. If it's still in these woods, now is not the time to confront it. Justice and vengeance need us to see them done. To do that, we must be alive." With the back of a hand, Victor wiped tears of grief and anger from his cheek. "I hate to admit it, but I think Nicky's right." "Whatever was looking for you, Lord Rahl," Kara said, "I don't want you here if it should happen to return." Richard noted the way Kara, in her red leather, no longer seemed out of place in the woods. She blended right in with all the blood. Still not ready to abandon the search for whatever had killed these men, and with a dark sense of alarm rising within him, Richard frowned at the moored Sith. "What makes you think it was after me?" "I told you," Nicky said through gritted teeth, answering in Kara's stead. "Now is not the time, and this is not the place to talk about it. There is nothing we can hope to accomplish here. These men are beyond our help." Beyond help. Was Kaylin beyond help as well? He couldn't allow himself to believe that. He looked north. Richard didn't know where to search for her. Just because the rock that had been kicked out of its resting place had been found to the north of their camp didn't mean that whoever took Kaylin went that way. They might have simply gone north, trying to avoid contact with Victor and his men, and with the soldiers guarding the supply convoy. They might have only been trying to avoid being spotted until they got out of the immediate area. After that, they could have gone anywhere. But where? Richard knew that he needed help. He tried to think of who could help him with something like this. Who would believe him? Zed might believe him, but Richard didn't think his grandfather could offer the specific kind of help he needed in this circumstance. It was awfully far to go if it ended up that Zed's abilities didn't fit this particular kind of problem. Who would be willing to help him, and who might know something? Richard turned suddenly to Victor. "Where can I get horses? I need horses. Where's the closest place?" Victor was taken off guard by the question. He let the heavy mace hang, and with his other hand wiped rainwater back off his forehead as he considered the question. His brow bunched back up. "All-terrain would probably be the closest place," he said after a moment's thought. Richard slid his sword back into its sheath. "Let's go. We need to hurry." Pleased with the decision to leave, Kara gave him a helpful shove in the direction of All-terrain. Suspicion lurked in Nicky's eyes, but she was so relieved to have him start away from the sight of so much death that she didn't ask why he wanted horses. Weariness forgotten, the four of them hurried away from men beyond any help. As heartsick as they felt about leaving, each of them understood that it would be too dangerous to stay to try to bury these men. A burial of the dead was not worth the risk to their lives. With his sword put away, the anger extinguished. In its place welled up the crushing pain of grief for the dead. The forest seemed to weep with them. Worse yet was the dread of wondering what could have happened to Kaylin. If she was in the hands of this evil... Think of the solution, Richard reminded himself. If he was to find her, he would need help. To get help, he needed horses. That was the immediate problem at hand. They still had half a day of daylight. He intended not to waste a moment of it. Richard led them away through the tangled woods at an exhausting pace. No one complained. Chapter 7. In the deepening gloom of approaching nightfall, Richard and Kara used thin, wiry pine tree roots they'd pulled up from the spongy ground to lash together the trunks of small trees. Victor and Nicky foraged the understory along the base of the heavily forested slope, cutting and collecting balsam boughs. As Richard held the logs together, Kara tied off the rope-like root. Richard cut the excess for use elsewhere and slipped the knife back into its sheath at his belt. Once he had the log framework securely in place against an overhang of rock, he started stacking the balsam boughs along the bottom. Kara tied random branches on from inside to keep them all in place for the night as Richard continued layering more up the poles. Victor and Nicky dragged armfuls of boughs close to keep him supplied as he worked. The area under the overhanging roof of rock was dry enough. It just wasn't large enough. The lean-to would expand the shelter so as to provide a snug place to sleep. Without a fire, it wouldn't be especially warm, but at least it would be dry. Throughout the day, the drizzle had turned to a slow, steady rain. While they had been on the move, they had been warm enough because of their exertion. But now that they had to stop for the night, the inexorable embrace of the cold had begun. Even in chilly weather that wasn't truly cold, being wet sapped a person of their necessary warmth and thus their strength. Richard knew that, over time, constant exposure to even mildly chilly wet weather could steal enough vital heat from the body to severely debilitate and sometimes even kill a person. With as little sleep as he knew Nicky and Kara had gotten over the previous 3 days, and in his own weakened condition, Richard recognized that they needed a dry, warm place to get some rest, or they would all be in trouble. He couldn't allow anything to slow him down. For the whole of the afternoon and evening, they had set a steady, rapid pace on their march toward Altarang. After the brutal slaughter of the men, the 4 of them hadn't been particularly hungry, but they knew that they had to eat if they were to have the strength for the journey. So they nibbled on dried meats and travel biscuits as they made their way through the trackless wilderness. Richard was so exhausted he could hardly stand. Both to cut the distance and to avoid being spotted by anyone, he had guided the others through dense forest, most of it tough going and all of it well off any trails. It had been a grueling day's travel. His head ached. His back ached. His legs ached. If they started early and kept up the strenuous pace, though, they might be able to reach Altarang in 1 more day's travel. After they got horses, the going would be easier as well as swifter. He wished he didn't need to go so far, but he didn't know what else to do. He couldn't spend forever searching the vast forests all around, on the off chance he would find another rock that had been disturbed, so that he then might have an idea of which direction Kaelin had gone. He might never find another such rock, and even if he did, there was no reason to believe that if he kept going in that direction he would find Kaelin. Whoever took her might change direction without ever again disturbing a rock in a way that he would find it. Their regular tracks were gone. Richard knew no way to track someone when magic had made their tracks vanish. Nicky's gift wasn't able to help. Wandering around aimlessly wasn't going to solve anything. As reluctant as he was to leave the area where he had last seen Kaelin, Richard didn't think that he had any other choice but to go for help. He went through the motions of building the shelter without giving the work much thought. In the failing light, Kara, concerned for his well-being, kept watching him out of the corner of her eye. She looked like she expected him to fall over at any moment, and if he did, she intended to catch him. As he worked, Richard mulled over the remote but real possibility that Imperial Order soldiers might be searching the woods for them. At the same time, he fretted about what could have killed all of Victor's men, and might now be chasing them. He considered what other precautions he might take, and he deliberated over how he would fight whatever could have done such violence. Through it all, he kept trying to think of where Kaelin might be. He went over everything he could remember. He brooded over whether or not she was hurt. He agonized over what he might have done wrong. He imagined that she must be filled with fear and doubt, wondering why he wasn't coming to help her escape, why he hadn't yet found her, and if he ever would before her captors killed her. He struggled to banish from his mind the gnawing fear that she might already be dead. He tried not to think about what might be done to her as a captive that could be infinitely more gruesome than a simple execution. Jagang had ample reason to want her to live a good long time. Only the living could feel pain. From the beginning, Kalen had been there to frustrate Jagang's ambitions and sometimes even reverse his success. The Imperial Order's very first expeditionary force in the New World, among other things, slaughtered all the inhabitants of the great Galilean city of Ebonicia. Kalen came upon the grisly sight shortly after a troop of young Galilean recruits had discovered it. In their blind rage, despite being outnumbered 10-1, those young men had been bent on the glory of vengeance and victory, on meeting upon the battlefield the soldiers who had tortured, raped, and murdered all of their loved ones. Kalen came across those recruits, led by Captain Bradley Ryan, just before they were about to march into a textbook battle that she realized would be their death. In their bold inexperience, they were convinced that they could make such tactics work and snatch victory, despite being overwhelmingly outnumbered. Kalen knew how the experienced Imperial Order soldiers fought. She knew that if she allowed those young recruits to do as they planned, they would be marching into a merciless meat grinder and all of them would die. The results of their short-sighted notions of the righteous glory of combat would be that those Imperial Order soldiers would then go on, unopposed, to other cities and continue to murder and plunder innocent people. Kalen took command of the young recruits and set about dissuading them of their ignorant notions of a fair fight. She brought them to fully understand that their only goal was killing the invaders. It didn't matter how the Galileans came to stand over the corpses of those brutes. It only mattered that they did. In that undertaking of killing, there was no glory. There was simply survival. They were killing so that there could be life. Kalen taught those recruits what they needed to know about fighting a force that greatly outnumbered them, and she shaped them into men who could accomplish the grim task. The night before leading those young men into combat, Kalen went alone into the enemy camp and killed their wizard along with some of the officers. The next day, those 5,000 young men fought at her side, followed her instructions, learned from her, and along the way took terrible casualties. But they eventually killed every last one of the Imperial Order's 50,000 men advance force. It had been an accomplishment rarely equaled in history. That had been the first of many blows Kalen struck against Jagang. In answer, he sent assassins after her. They failed. In Richard's absence, after Nikki had taken him away to the heart of the old world, Kalen had gone to join Zed and the Daharan Empire forces. She found them dispirited and on the run after having lost a 3-day battle. In Richard's place, carrying the sword of truth, the Mother Confessor pulled the army back onto its feet and immediately counterattacked, surprising the enemy and bloodying them. She brought backbone and fire to the Daharan forces. She inspired them to the challenge. Captain Ryan's men arrived to join with her in the fight against Jagang's invading horde. For nearly a year, Kalen led the Daharan Empire forces as they frustrated Jagang's efforts to swiftly subdue the New World. She harried and harassed him without pause. She helped direct plans that resulted in Jagang's army losing hundreds of thousands of men. Kalen had bled the Imperial Order army and helped grind them to a halt outside Aidendril. In winter, she had evacuated the people of Aidendril and had the army take them over the passes into Dahara. The Daharan forces then sealed off those passes and, for the time being, held the Imperial Order at bay, short of their final objective of conquering Dahara and finally bringing the New World under the brutal rule of the Fellowship of Order. Jagang's hatred for Kalen was exceeded only by his hatred for Richard. Most recently, the Dreamwalker had sent an extremely dangerous wizard named Nicholas after them. Richard and Kalen had only narrowly escaped capture. Richard knew that the Order relished seeing to it that captured foes suffered monstrous abuse. And there was no one other than Richard whom Emperor Jagang wanted to put to torture more than the Mother Confessor. There were no lengths to which he would not go to get his hands on her. Emperor Jagang would reserve for Kalen the most unspeakable unspeakable torture. Richard realized that he was standing frozen, trembling, his fingers gripping a fistful of balsam boughs. Kara silently watched him. He knelt and again started laying the branches in place while struggling to put terrible thoughts from his mind. Kara went back to her work. He put all his effort into concentrating on the task of completing their shelter. The sooner they got to sleep, the more rested they would be when they woke, and the faster they could travel. Even though they were nowhere near any roads and a great distance from the trails, Richard still didn't want to have a fire for fear that scouting soldiers might spot it. Although they wouldn't be able to see the fire's smoke through all the drizzle and fog, such weather tended to keep smoke low to the ground, drifting this way and that through the woods, so any Imperial Order patrols would be able to smell it. It was a real enough possibility that none of the others argued for a fire. Being cold was a lot better than having to fight for their lives. Nicky dragged an armful of balsam boughs close as Richard continued to weave them up the lean-to. None of the others spoke, apparently absorbed in worry that whatever had killed the men might be out there, among the deepening shadows, hunting the four of them as they prepared to go to sleep in a fortress made of nothing more than balsam boughs. Their first day's journey toward All-Terang had felt less like traveling and more like running for their lives. But whatever had killed Victor's men had not chased them. At least, Richard didn't think it had. He couldn't really imagine that whatever had the power to kill that many men in such a brutal fashion couldn't manage to catch up with them if it had their trail. Especially not something filled with a blood frenzy, as Nicky had described it. Besides, when he was in the woods, Richard usually knew when there were animals about, and where they likely were, and, as a rule, he knew when people were close. Had Victor and his men not been camped quite so far from Richard, Kalen, and Kara's camp, he would have known they were there. He also had a keen sense of when he was being pursued and if someone was following his trail. As a guide, he sometimes tracked people lost in the woods. He and other guides sometimes had contests to track one another. Richard knew how to watch for someone tracking him. This, however, was less a matter of suspecting that someone was following them and more a feeling of icy dread, as if they were being chased by a murderous phantom in a blood frenzy. That fear constantly urged them to run. He knew, too, that running was often the trigger that made a predator pounce. Richard realized, though, that it was only his imagination making him feel the hot breath of pursuers. Zed had taught him that it was always important to understand why you had specific feelings, so that you could decide if those feelings were caused by something that warranted attention or something that didn't. Other than the palpable fear caused by the brutality of the slaughter, Richard had no evidence that they were being chased, so he tried to keep the emotion in proper perspective. Fear itself often proved to be the greatest threat. Fear made people do thoughtless things that often got them into trouble. Fear made people stop thinking. When they stopped thinking, they often made foolish choices. Several times when he was growing up, Richard had tracked people who had gotten lost in the vast forests around Heartland. One boy Richard had tracked for 2 days kept running in the dark until he eventually fell from a cliff. Luckily, it wasn't a long fall. Richard found him at the bottom of the steep bank with a twisted ankle that was swollen but not broken. The boy was only cold, tired, and frightened. It could have been far worse, and he knew it. He had been very glad to see Richard appear and held him tightly around the neck all the way home. There were any number of ways to die out in the woods. Richard had heard of people attacked by a bear or a cougar or bitten by a snake, but he couldn't imagine what had killed Victor's men. He'd never seen anything like it. He knew it hadn't been soldiers. He supposed that it could have been the gifted using some kind of terrible power to slaughter the men, but he just didn't think that was the explanation. He realized then that he was already thinking of it as a beast. Whatever killed the men, Richard had taken precautions as they had set out. He followed shallow streams until they were a good distance from the site of the slaughter. He was careful to lead them up out of the rushing water and away from the stream across ground where it would be much more difficult to track them. More than once throughout the day, He had led them over bare rock or through water to make it extremely time-consuming for someone good at tracking to follow them. The shelter, too, was designed to blend into the surrounding woods. It would be hard to spot unless someone passed very near to it. Victor dragged a heavy load of balsam boughs close and laid them at Richard's feet.
Need more?
With the toe of his boot, Richard nudged the pile, judging by its density how much and how well it would cover the remaining poles. No, I think these and the ones Nicky is bringing should be enough. Nicky dropped her load beside Victor's. It seemed odd to him seeing Nicky doing such work. Even dragging balsam boughs, she had a regal look about her. While Kara was a strikingly beautiful woman as well, her audacious bearing made it seem rather natural for her to be building a shelter, or a spiked flail cocked to kill intruders. Nicky, though, looked unnatural working in the woods, as if she would complain about getting her hands dirty, although she never once did. It wasn't that she was at all unwilling to do whatever Richard needed her to do. It was just that she looked completely out of place doing it. She simply had a noble bearing that seemed too stately for the task of hauling branches for a shelter in the woods. Now that she had brought all the balsam boughs that Richard needed, Nicky stood quietly under the dripping trees, hugging herself as she shivered. Richard's fingers were numb with cold as he quickly wove on the remaining boughs. He saw Kara, as she worked to secure the limbs, occasionally putting her hands under her armpits. Only Victor showed no outward appearance of being cold. Richard imagined that the blacksmith's glower was enough to warm him most of the time.
Why don't you three get some sleep?
Victor said as Richard placed the last of the boughs over the shelter.
I'll take watch for now if no one objects. I'm not much sleepy.
From the undercurrent of anger in the man's voice, Richard imagined that Victor might not be sleepy for quite a long while. He could certainly understand Victor's bitter sorrow. The man would no doubt spend his watch trying to think of what he would say to Farron's mother and the relatives of the other men. Richard laid an understanding hand on Victor's shoulder. We don't know what we're up against. Don't hesitate to wake us if you hear or see anything at all unusual, and don't forget to come inside and have your share of sleep. Tomorrow will be a long day of traveling. We all need to be strong. Victor nodded. Richard watched as the blacksmith picked up his cloak and threw it around his shoulders before seizing roots and clinging vines to help him scale the rock above the shelter to where he would watch over them. Richard wondered if perhaps the outcome might have been different had Victor been with the men. Then he thought about the aftermath of splintered trees, deep gouges in the ground carved with such force that it had overturned rocks and torn thick roots apart. He remembered the ripped leather armor, the shattered bones, the rent bodies, and was glad that Victor had not been with the men when the attack had come. Even a heavy mace wielded in anger by the powerful arms of the master blacksmith would not have stopped whatever had come into that clearing. Nicky pressed a hand to Richard's forehead, testing for fever. You need to rest. No watch for you tonight. The three of us will each take a turn. Richard wanted to argue, but he knew that she was right. This was not a battle he should take up, so he didn't, and instead nodded his agreement. Kara, obviously prepared to take Nicky's side if he argued, turned back from watching them from out of the small opening between the boughs. From the gathering darkness all around, a grating sound had begun to build into a shrill chirr. Now that they were finished with the effort of building the shelter, the noise was hard to ignore. It made the whole forest seem alive with raucous activity. Nicky finally took notice of it and paused to look around. She frowned. What is that sound, anyway? Richard plucked an empty skin from a tree trunk. Everywhere throughout the forest the trees were covered with the pale, tannish, thumb-sized husks. Cicadas! Richard smiled to himself as he let the gossamer ghost of the creature that had once lived inside roll into his palm. This is what's left after they molt. Nicky glanced at the empty skin in his hand and briefly looked at some of the others clinging to the trees. While I spent most of my life in towns and cities and indoors, I've spent a great deal of time outdoors since leaving the palace of the prophets. These insects must be unique to these woods. I don't recall ever seeing them before or hearing them. You wouldn't have. I was a boy the last time I saw them. This kind of cicada emerges from underground every 17 years. Today is the first day they all have begun to emerge. They will only be around for a few weeks while they mate and lay their eggs. Then we won't see them again for another 17 years. Really? Kara asked as she poked her head back out. Every 17 years? She thought it over for a moment and then scowled up at Richard. They better not keep us awake. Because of their numbers, they create quite an unforgettable sound. With countless of the cicadas all trilling together, you can sometimes hear the harmonic rise and fall of their song moving through the forest in a wave. In the quiet of the night, their stridulation may seem deafening at first, but, believe it or not, it will actually lull you to sleep. Satisfied to know that the noisy insects would not keep her charge awake, Kara disappeared back inside. Richard recalled his wonder when Zed had walked with him through the woods, showing him the newly emerged creatures, telling him all about their 17-year life cycle. To Richard, as a boy, it was a memorable wonder. Zed told him how he would be grown up when they came again, that he had first seen them as a boy, and the next time he would see them as a grown man. Richard remembered marveling at the event and promising himself that when they came again he would be sure to spend more time watching the rare creatures when they appeared from the ground. Richard felt a wave of profound sadness for the loss of that innocent time in life. As a boy, the emergence of the cicadas had seemed like just about the most amazing phenomenon he could imagine, and waiting 17 years until they returned seemed like the hardest thing he would ever have to do. And now they were back. And now he was a man. He cast the empty husk aside. After Richard removed his wet cloak and crawled in behind Nicky, he pulled branches together to cover over the opening to the snug shelter. The thick branches toned down the high-pitched song of the cicadas. The ceaseless buzzing was making him sleepy. He was pleased to see that the balsam boughs worked to shed the rain, leaving the cave-like refuge dry if not warm. They had laid down a bed of boughs over the exposed ground, so they would have a relatively soft and dry platform upon which to sleep. Even without rain dripping on them, though, the humidity and fog still dampened everything. Their breath came out in ephemeral clouds. Richard was weary of being wet. Handling trees had left him covered with bark and needles and dirt. His hands were sticky from tree sap. He couldn't remember ever being so miserable with grime and grit clinging to his wet skin and wet clothes. At least the pine and balsam pitch left the shelter smelling pleasant. He wished he could have a hot bath. He hoped that Kaelin was warm and dry and unharmed. Tired as he was and sleepy as the sound of the cicadas was making him, there were things Richard needed to know. There were matters far more important to him than sleep or his simple boyhood wonder. He needed to find out what Nicky knew about what had killed Victor's men. There were too many connections to ignore. The attack had come right near where Richard, Kaelin, and Kara had been camped a few days before. More importantly, whatever had killed the men didn't seem to have left any tracks, at least none that he had been able to find in his brief search, and, other than that displaced rock, Richard couldn't find any tracks from either Kaelin or her abductor. Richard intended before he slept to find out what Nicky knew about what had killed the men. Chapter 8. Richard untied the leather thongs beneath his pack and opened his bedroll, spreading it out in the narrow space left between the other two. Nicky, back at the place where the men were killed, you said that it had been a blood frenzy. He leaned back against the rock wall underneath the overhang. What did you mean? Nicky folded herself into a sitting position to his right, atop her own bedroll. What we saw back there wasn't simply killing. Isn't that obvious? He supposed she had a point. He had never witnessed a scene so shaped by rage. He was well aware, though, that she knew far more about it. Kara curled up to his left. I'm telling you, she said to Nicky, I don't think he knows. Richard cast a leery gaze at the moored Sith and then at the sorceress. Knows what? Nicky ran her fingers back through her wet hair, pulling strands off her face. She looked a little puzzled. You said that you got the letter I sent.
I did.
It had been quite a while back. He tried to remember through the days of weariness and worry everything Nicky's letter had said, something about Jigang creating weapons out of people. Your letter was valuable in helping figure out what was happening at the time, and I did appreciate your warning about Jigang's darker pursuits of creating weapons out of the gifted. Nicholas the Slide was a nasty piece of work.
Nicholas.
Nicky spat the name before wrapping a blanket around her shoulders. He is but a flea on the rump of the wolf. If Nicholas was the flea, Richard hoped never to run into the wolf. Nicholas the Slide had been a wizard whom the Sisters of the Dark had altered to have abilities that were well beyond any human traits. It had been thought that accomplishing such conjuring with people was not only a lost art, but impossible because, among other things, such nefarious work required the use of not only additive but subtractive magic. While a rare few had learned to manipulate it, until Richard's birth there hadn't been anyone born with the actual gift for subtractive magic in thousands of years. But there had been those who, even though they had not been born with that side of the gift, still managed to gain the use of subtractive magic. Darken Rahl had been one such person. It was said that he had traded the pure souls of children to the keeper of the underworld in exchange for dark indulgences, including the ability to use subtractive magic. Richard supposed that it could also have been through morbid promises to the keeper that the first Sisters of the Dark had contrived to obtain the knowledge of how to use subtractive magic, thereafter passing it on in secret to their covert disciples. When the palace of the prophets had fallen, Jigang had captured many of the sisters, both Sisters of the Light and Sisters of the Dark, but their numbers were dwindling. From what Richard had learned, the Dreamwalker's ability enabled him to enter every part of a person's mind and thereby control them. There was no private thought he did not know or intimate deed he could not witness. It was an inner violation so complete that no hidden corner of the mind was safe from the Dreamwalker's direct scrutiny. What was worse, the victim could not always tell if Jigang was lurking there, in their mind, witness to their most secret thoughts. Nicky had said that the haunting possession by the Dreamwalker had driven a few of the sisters mad. Richard also knew that through that link Jigang could measure out excruciating pain and, if he wished it, death. With such control, the Dreamwalker could make the sisters do anything he wished. Through an ancient magic created by one of Richard's ancestors to protect his people from the Dreamwalkers of that time, those who swore fidelity to the Lord Rahl were protected. Along with the rest of his gift, Richard had inherited that bond and, with the Dreamwalker again born into the world, it now safeguarded those loyal to him from Jigang stealing into their minds and enslaving them. While a formal devotion was spoken by the people of Dahara to their Lord Rahl, the protection that the bond provided was actually invoked through the conviction of the person bonded, through their doing what they thought was called for by their fidelity. Both Anne, the prelate of the Sisters of the Light, and Verna, the woman Anne had named as her successor, had stolen into the Imperial Order's camp and tried to rescue their sisters. The captive sisters had been offered the protection of the bond. All they had to do was accept in their hearts their loyalty to Richard. But most were so terrified of Jigang that more than once they had refused their chance at freedom. Not everyone was willing to embrace liberty. Liberty required not just effort, but risk. Some people chose to delude themselves and see their chains as protective armor. Nicky had once been in servitude to the Fellowship of the Order, the Sisters of the Light, and then the Sisters of the Dark, and finally to Jigang. She no longer was. She had instead embraced Richard's love of life. Her steadfast loyalty to him, and what he believed in, had freed her from the clutches of the Dreamwalker. But far more than that, it had freed her from the yoke of servitude she had worn her whole life. Her life was now hers alone. He thought that maybe that might have something to do with the resolute nobility of her bearing. "I didn't read the whole letter," Richard admitted. "Before I was able to finish it, we were attacked by men that Nicholas had sent to capture us. I told you about it before. That was when Sabar was killed. During that fight, the letter fell into the fire." Nicky slouched back. "Dear spirits," she murmured. "I thought you knew." Richard was tired and at the end of his patience. Knew what? Nicky let her arms slip to her sides. She looked up at him in the dim light and let out a frazzled sigh. "Jigang found a way for the Sisters of the Dark he holds captive to use their ability to begin creating weapons out of people, as had been done during the Great War. In many ways, he is a brilliant man. He makes it his business to learn. He collects books from the places he sacks. I've seen some of those books. Among all sorts of tomes, he has ancient handbooks of magic from around the time of the Great War. The problem is, while he may be a dream walker and brilliant in certain areas, he does not have the gift, and so his understanding of it, of exactly what Han is and how this force of life functions, is crude at best. It's not easy for one without magic to comprehend such things. You have the gift, and yet even you don't really understand it or know very much about how it works. But because Jigang doesn't know how to work magic, he blunders around demanding that things be done simply because he has dreamed them up, because he is the great emperor, and he wishes his visions to be brought to life." Richard rubbed his fingers back and forth on his brow, rolling off the dirt. "Don't sell him short in that regard. It's possible that he knows more about what he's doing than you realize." "What do you mean?" "I may not know a lot about the subject of magic, but one of the things I have learned is that magic can also be thought of much like an art form. Through artistic expression, for lack of a better term, magic that has never been before can be created." Nicky stared in astonished disbelief. "Richard, I don't know where you could have heard such a thing, but it just doesn't work that way." I know. Kaylin thinks I'm out on a limb with this one, too. Having been raised around wizards, she knows a lot about magic, and in the past, she has flatly insisted that I'm wrong. But I'm not. I've done it before. Using the gift in such a way, in new and original ways, got me out of what would otherwise have been unbreakable traps. Nicky was peering at him in that analytical way of hers. He suddenly realized why. It wasn't only what he'd said about magic. He was talking about Kaylin again. The woman who did not exist, the woman he had dreamed. Kara's expression betrayed her mute concern. "Anyway," Richard said, getting back to the crux of the matter, "just because Jigang doesn't have the gift doesn't mean he can't still dream up things, dream up nightmares like Nicholas. It is through such original conceptualization that the most deadly things for which there may be no conventional counter are created. I suspect that this may have been the method those wizards in ancient times used for creating weapons out of people in the first place." Nicky was beside herself with bottled agitation. "Richard, magic just doesn't work like that. You can't dream up whatever you'd like to have, wish for what you want. Magic functions by the laws of its nature, just like all other things in the world. Whim will not make boards out of trees. You must cut the trees to the desired form. If you want a house, you can't wish up bricks and boards to stack themselves into a dwelling. You must use your hands to craft the structure." Richard leaned toward the sorceress. "Yes, but it's the human imagination that makes those concrete actions not just possible, but effective. Most builders think in terms of houses or barns. They do what's been done before simply because that was what was done before. Much of the time they don't want to think, so they never envision anything more. They limit themselves to repetition, and as an excuse they insist that it must be done that way because it has always been done that way. Most magic is like that, the gifted simply repeating what has already been done before, believing that it must be done that way with no more justification than that it has always been done that way. Before a grand palace can be built, it first has to be imagined by someone bold enough to have a vision of what could be. A palace will not spontaneously spring forth to the surprise of all, while men are attempting to build a barn. Only the conscious act of conceptualization can bring about the reality. For that active creative imagination to bring about the existence of a palace, it cannot violate any of the laws of the nature of the things that are used. On the contrary, the person who imagines a grand palace with the goal of seeing it built must be intimately aware of the nature of all the things he will use in the construction. If he isn't, the palace will fall down. He must know the nature of the materials better than the man who uses them to build a simple barn. It's not a matter of wishing for something that transcends the laws of nature, but a matter of original thinking based on those laws of nature. I grew up in the woods around Heartland, never having seen a palace. Richard spread his arms, as if to show her the things he had seen since leaving his homeland. Until I saw the castle at Tamarang, the Wizard's Keep and the Confessor's Palace in Aidendrill, or the People's Palace in Dahara, I never imagined that such places existed, or even that they could exist. They were beyond the scope of my thinking at the time. And yet, even though I never imagined that such places could be built, other men thought them up, and they were built. I think that one of the important functions of grand creations is that they inspire people. Nicky appeared not only to be swept up in his explanation, but to be considering his words with serious interest. Do you mean to say, then, that you think an art form can also shape such important things as the function of magic? Richard smiled. Nicky, you could not grasp the importance of life until I carved the statue back in Altarang. When you saw the concept in tangible form, you were able at last to put together all the things you had learned throughout your life and finally grasp its meaning. An artistic creation touched your soul. That's what I mean about an important function of great works, is that they inspire people. Because it inspired you with the beauty of life, with the nobility of man, you acted to become free, something you had never thought was possible. Because the people of Altarang as well could see in that statue what could and should be, they were stirred to stand up to the tyranny crushing their lives. It was not accomplished by copying other statues, by doing what was the accepted norm for statues in the old world of showing man as weak and ineffective, but by an idea of beauty, a vision of nobility that shaped what I carved. I didn't violate the nature of the marble I used, but rather I used the nature of the stone to accomplish something different than what others routinely did with it. I studied the properties of stone, I learned how to work it, and I sought to understand what more I could do with it in order to bring about my objective. I had Victor make me the finest tools that would enable me to do the work in the way it needed to be done. In that way, I brought to reality what I wanted to create, what had never been before. I think that magic can work this way as well. I believe that such original ideas played a part in how weapons were once created out of people. After all, when such weapons were made, they were effective in large part because they were original, because they had never been thought of or seen before. In many instances, the other side in the war then had to work to create entirely new things out of magic that were able to counter those weapons. In many cases, they were able to render the weapon obsolete by creating a counter-magic, and then someone on the other side immediately went to work thinking up some new horror. If using magic creatively was not possible, then how did the wizards of old create weapons with it? You can't say they simply got the knowledge from a book or from past experience. Where and how would the first such weapons have originated if not with an original idea? Someone had to have used magic creatively in the first place. I think that Jagang is again doing this very thing with magic. He has studied some of what was done in the Great War, what weapons were created, and learned from that. He sometimes may direct that what was once created be created again, such as with Nicholas, but in other instances I think he imagines what has never been, what goes beyond what has been done before, and has it brought to reality by those who know how to use magic to build what he wants. In these acts of creation, it isn't the work that is the most remarkable aspect, but the idea and vision that makes the labor effective. Just as carpenters and bricklayers who built houses and barns can be employed to construct a palace. It wasn't so much their labor that was remarkable in the creation of palaces, but the act of insight and creation that gave it direction. Nicky nodded ever so slightly in concentration as she weighed his words. I can see that your notion isn't at all the wild idea I thought it was at first. This is a line of reasoning that I've never encountered. I'll have to think about the possibilities. You may be the first to really understand the mechanism behind Jagang's scheme, or for that matter, behind the creations of wizards in ancient times. This would explain a great many things that have nagged at me over the years. Nicky's words were spoken with intellectual respect for a concept new to her, but a concept she fully grasped. No one who had ever spoken to Richard about magic had ever treated his ideas with such an insightful understanding. He felt as if this was the first time anyone had truly understood what he saw. Well, he said, I've had to deal with Jagang's creations. Like I said, Nicholas was a great deal of trouble. In the dim light, Nicky studied his face for a moment. Richard, from what I was able to find out, she said in a soft voice, Nicholas was not Jagang's actual goal. Nicholas was merely practice. Practice? Richard thumped his head back against the wall. I don't know, Nicky. I'm not so sure about that. Nicholas the Slide was a formidable creation and one nasty piece of work. You don't know the trouble he caused us. Nicky shrugged. You defeated him. Richard blinked in astonishment. You make it sound like he was just a bump in the road. He wasn't, I'm telling you. He was a frightening creation who nearly killed us. Nicky slowly shook her head. And I'm telling you, as formidable as he may have been, Nicholas was not what Jagang was after. You told me not to sell the Dreamwalker short. Don't you now do the same thing? He never thought Nicholas was fully your match. What you say about the process of imagination in creating new things actually makes sense, especially in this instance. It may even explain a few things. From the little I was able to learn, I believe that from the beginning Nicholas was only meant to expand the skills of the sisters that Jagang had assigned to the task of creating weapons. Nicholas was not Jagang's objective, but simply practice on the way to that objective. With his dwindling number of sisters, that practice has gained a new urgency. Even so, he apparently has enough sisters for the work of creating his weapons. Richard felt goosebumps tingling up his arms as he began to realize the full implications of what Nicky was telling him. You mean to say that in creating Nicholas, it was like Jagang was just having his carpenters build a house as practice before he sends them on to build something vastly more complicated like a palace? Nicky looked up at him and smiled. Yes, that's it exactly. But he sent Nicholas with troops to govern a land as well as to capture us. A mere matter of convenience. Jagang had instilled in Nicholas a need to hunt you, but only as part of the testing for his greater goals. He didn't really expect the Slide to be able to accomplish his transcendent ambitions. The Emperor may hate you for impeding his progress in conquering the New World. He may consider you unworthy as an opponent, and he may deem you an immoral heathen worthy only of death. But he's smart enough to give you credit for your ability. It's like when you said that you sent that captured soldier to assassinate Jagang. You didn't really expect that lone soldier to succeed at the difficult task of assassinating a well-guarded emperor. But the soldier was of no other value to you, and since you thought that there was at least a chance that he might accomplish something, you might as well send him on the mission while you worked on far better ideas that you expected to have a more reasonable chance of success. And if the soldier was killed, then that was fine by you because he only got what was coming to him anyway. Nicholas was like that. He was a conjured creation, practice along the path to something altogether superior. In the scheme of things, Nicholas wasn't all that valuable to Jagang, so Jagang, instead of having him killed, used him. If Nicholas succeeded, then Jagang would be ahead of the game, and if you killed him, then you did him a service. Richard ran his hand back over his hair. He felt overwhelmed at the implications. He had criticized Nicky for not being open to seeing the larger picture, and here he had just been guilty of doing the same thing. Well then, he asked her, what do you think Jagang might conjure up that's worse than Nicholas the Slide? The drone of the cicadas seemed oppressive, invasive at that moment, as if they were the enemy surrounding him. I believe he has forged ahead and already created such a masterwork, Nicky said with quiet finality. She pulled her blanket up around her shoulders and held it closed at her throat. I think that's what those men back there in the woods faced. Richard watched her expression in the near darkness. What do you know about what Jagang has done? Not a great deal, Nicky admitted. Only a few words whispered as one of my former fellow sisters was leaving on a journey. A journey? To the world of the dead. By her tone of voice and the way she stared off, Richard didn't want to ask what had brought about the woman's travel plans. So, what did she tell you? Nicky let out a weary sigh. That Jagang had been making things from the lives of captives and volunteers both. Some of those young wizards actually think they are sacrificing themselves for a greater good. Nicky shook her head at such a sad delusion. The sister was the one who told me that Nicholas was but a stepping stone to His Excellency's true and noble ends. Nicky looked up again to make sure that Richard was paying attention. She said that Jagang was on the brink of creating a creature similar to one he had found in ancient writings, but far better, far more deadly and invincible. The hair at the back of Richard's neck lifted. A creature? What kind of creature? A beast. An invincible beast. Richard swallowed at the baleful sound of the word. What's this creature do? Were you able to find out? What's its nature? For some reason, he just couldn't seem to bring himself to use the same word aloud right then, as if speaking it might summon it from out of the surrounding night. Nicky's troubled eyes turned away. As the sister slipped into the arms of death, she smiled like the keeper himself with a booty of souls and said, Once he uses his power, the beast will at last know Richard Rahl. Then it will find him and kill him. His life, like mine, is finally at its end. Richard made himself blink. Did she say anything else? Nicky shook her head. At that point, she convulsed in the agony of death. The room went black as the keeper snatched her soul in payment for bargains she had once struck. The one thing that's been troubling me is how this creature found us. Still, I don't think the situation is as desperate as it may seem. There is really no conclusive evidence to make us believe that it really was this beast that attacked the men back there. After all, you haven't used your power, so there wouldn't have been any way for Jagang's beast to find you. Richard looked down at his boots. When the soldiers attacked, he said in a low voice as he rubbed a finger along the edge of the leather sole, I used my gift to deflect the arrows. I didn't do so well with the last one. Lord Rahl, Kara said, I don't think that's true. I think you used your sword to deflect the arrows. You weren't there right then, so you didn't see what was happening, Richard said as he grimly shook his head. I was using my sword on the soldiers. I couldn't use it to deflect the dozens of arrows as well. I deflected the arrows with my gift. Nicky was now sitting up straight. You used your gift? How did you summon it? Richard shrugged self-consciously. He wished he knew more about what he'd done. Through need, I guess. I didn't know I would end up being responsible. She gently touched his arm. Don't foolishly blame yourself. You had no way to know. Had you not done as you did, you would have been killed. You were acting to save your own life. You didn't know anything about the beast. More than that, though, you may not be entirely responsible. Richard frowned at her. What do you mean? Nicky sank back against the rock wall. I fear that I may have contributed to its finding us. You? But how? I used subtractive magic to get rid of your blood so I could heal you. While the sister didn't say anything specific that I could point to, I still got the uneasy feeling that this creature may somehow be tied to the underworld. If that's true, then when I got rid of your blood with the use of subtractive magic, I may have inadvertently given it a taste of your blood, so to speak. You did the right thing, Kara said. You did the only thing you could do. To let Lord Rahl die instead would have been handing Jagang what he sought." Nikki nodded her appreciation of Kara's words. Richard let out the breath he had been holding. "What else can you tell me about this thing?" "Nothing of any consequence, I'm afraid. The sister told me that the sisters who were experimenting with creating weapons out of people had only created Nicholas to work out some of the preliminary details before moving on to their important work. Even so, some of them died in the task of conjuring the slide, and with as many as have already died, Jagang is getting to the point where he has few to spare. He has used those he still has, while he still has enough to accomplish his goal. Apparently creating the beast was vastly more complex and difficult than creating the slide, but the results were said to have been worth it. I suspect that along the way, he may have directed that shortcuts be taken, shortcuts that involve the underworld. If we're going to fight this thing, we need to find out everything we can about this beast, and we need to find out before it catches us. With what happened to the men, I don't think we have much time." Richard knew that what she meant but hadn't said was that she wanted him to forget what she thought were his meaningless dreams about Kalen, and to put his full concentration and effort toward this dangerous creation of Jagang's. "I have to find Kalen," he said in a quiet tone meant to convey his conviction and his resolve. "You can't do anything if you're dead," Nikki said. Richard lifted the baldric over his head. He leaned the polished scabbard, holding the sword of truth against the rock. "Look, we're not even sure that whatever killed those men back there really is this beast you're talking about." "What do you mean?" Nikki asked. "Well, if it can find me when I used my gift, then why did it attack the men? Sure, it was the place where I'd used my ability, but the attack was 3 days after the fact. If it was supposed to know me after I used my power, then why attack the men?" "Maybe it just thought you were among them," Kara offered. Nikki nodded. "Kara might be right." "Maybe," Richard said. "But if it recognized me by me using my gift, and in addition you gave it a taste of my blood, then wouldn't it know that I wasn't among the men?" Nikki shrugged. "I don't know. It very well could be that by using your gift you only summoned it to the general area. But when you stopped using your ability, then the beast was blind to you, so to speak. Maybe it was so angry that it just missed you, it went into a frenzy of killing whoever was there. If that's true, then I would suspect that it needs you to again use your gift, now that it's close, to finally be able to catch you." "But she said that once I used my gift, it would know me. That doesn't sound to me like I need to use it again for it to find me." "Maybe it does now know you," Nikki said, "but maybe it still needs to find you. Since it knows you, now maybe all the beast needs is for you to again use your gift so that it can pounce." That had a frightening kind of logic to it. "I guess it's good that I don't depend on my gift." "You'd better make sure you let us protect you," Kara said. "I don't think you had better do anything that might even inadvertently cause you to use your magic." "I'm afraid that I agree with Kara," Nikki said. "I'm not sure about it having a taste of your blood. But the one thing we do know for sure is what the sister told me, that if you use your gift it will find you. As long as the beast is hunting you, and until we can learn more about it and nullify the threat, you must not use your gift for any reason." Richard conceded with a nod. He didn't know if that was possible. While he didn't know how to call upon his gift, he wasn't sure that he knew how to prevent it coming forth either. It was awakened by anger and answered a certain kind of need. He wasn't aware of the specific conditions that invoked his ability. It just happened. While their theory of not using his gift made sense, he wasn't sure he could actually control it enough to prevent it if conditions caused it to spring to life. Another frightening thought occurred to him. It was possible that the beast had found him and knew precisely where he was, and it had only killed the men out of bloodlust. For all he knew, the beast could be out in the woods watching, using the noise of the cicadas to cover its footsteps as it approached their shelter. In the dim light, Nicky watched him. As he pondered the grim possibilities, she reached out again and felt his forehead. Drawing back, she said, "We'd better get some rest. You're shivering with the cold. I'm afraid that in your condition you may lapse into a fever. Lie down. We'll all have to keep each other warm, but first you need to be dry, or you'll never get warm." Kara leaned past Richard toward Nicky. "How do you think you can get him dry without a fire?" Nicky gestured. "Both of you, lie back." Richard lay back. Kara hesitantly complied. Nicky leaned over them, placing a hand just above their heads. Richard felt the warm tingle of magic, but not an uncomfortable sensation like the last time. He could see the soft glow above Kara as well. It struck him how remarkable it was for Nicky to trust Kara enough to use her magic on her. Using magic on a moored Sith gave them the opportunity to seize that magic in order to control the gifted person. Richard found it even more remarkable that Kara would trust Nicky enough to allow her to use magic on her. Moored Sith did not like magic one bit. Nicky's hands moved slowly downward, just above their bodies. By the time she reached Richard's boots, he realized that he felt dry. He ran a hand over his shirt, then his pants, and found that they were both dry. "How is that?" Nicky asked. Kara was scowling. "I'd rather be wet." Nicky arched an eyebrow. "I can arrange that if you like." Kara put her hands under her arms to warm them and remained silent. Satisfied that Richard was pleased, Nicky did the same for herself, moving both hands down her dress as if slowly pressing away the water. When she finished, she was shivering and her teeth were chattering, but she and her black dress were dry. Concerned by the way she wavered that she might pass out, Richard sat up and gently gripped her arm. "Are you all right?" "I'm just exhausted," she admitted. "I've not had much sleep for days, on top of the effort of healing you and then the exertion of the traveling we did after the attack today. I'm afraid that it's all caught up with me. This bit of magic took what strength and warmth I had left. I just need to get some sleep, that's all. But even if you don't realize it, Richard, you need it even more. Lie back and sleep now, please. If we all lie close, we can keep each other warm." Dry, but weary and still cold, Richard wriggled into his bedroll. She was right, he did need rest. He couldn't get help for Kaelin if he wasn't rested. Without hesitation, Kara pressed up close on his left to help get him warm. Nicky pushed in on his other side. The warmth was a relief. He hadn't realized how cold he was until the three of them crowded in tight together. He knew by how he felt that Nicky was right, that he wasn't fully well yet. At least he only needed rest and not magic. "Do you think this beast could have taken Kaelin in order to get to me?" he asked into the dark and quiet shelter. Nicky was a moment in answering. "Such a creature needs no perverse method to get to you, Richard. From what the sister said and from what I fear I may have done, to say nothing of you having used your gift, the beast will be able to find you. From all those dead men back there, I fear it already has." Richard felt the weight of guilt crushed down upon him. If not for him, those men would be alive. He had difficulty swallowing past the lump in his throat. He wished there were some way to undo what was done, some way to give them their lives and their futures back. "Lord Rahl," Kara whispered, "I would like to make a confession, if you will swear never to repeat it." Richard had never heard her say such an odd thing. "All right. What is it that you wish to confess?" Her answer was a while in coming, and then it was so soft he would not have been able to hear it were she not so close. "I'm afraid." Almost against his better judgment, Richard lifted his arm around her shoulders and held her close. "Don't be. It's coming after me, not you." She lifted her head and scowled at him. "That is the reason I'm afraid. After seeing what it did to those men, I'm afraid that it's coming for you and there is nothing I can do to protect you."
"Oh," Richard said.
"Well, if it makes you feel any better, I'm afraid of that too." Kara laid her head back down on his shoulder, content to stay under the protective comfort of his arm. The surrounding strum of the cicadas somehow made him feel more vulnerable. The 17-year cycle of the insects was inescapable, inexorable, unstoppable. So was Jigang's beast. How could he hide from such a thing? "So," Nicky asked, apparently trying to lighten the somber mood in the shelter, "where did you meet this woman of your dreams?" Richard didn't know if she was trying to soften the question with a little humor, or if she was being sarcastic. If he didn't know better, he would have thought it sounded like jealousy. He stared up in the darkness as he thought back to that day. "I was out in the woods looking for evidence of who had killed my father, the man I grew up thinking was my father, George Cypher, the man who'd raised me. That was when I spotted Kaylin moving along a trail around Trunt Lake. 4 men were following her. They were assassins sent by Darken Rahl to kill her. He had already killed all the other confessors. She is the last."
This is the end of disc number 3. Please insert disc number 4. This is disc number 4.
4 men were following Kaylin, Richard told Nicky and Kara. They were assassins sent by Darken Rahl to kill her. He had already killed all the other confessors. She is the last. "So you rescued her?" Kara asked. "I helped her. Together we were able to kill the assassins. She'd come to Westland looking for a long-lost wizard. It turned out that Zed was the great wizard she had been sent to find. He still held the position of first wizard, even though he had given up the Midlands and fled to Westland before I was born. The whole time I grew up, I never knew that Zed was a wizard, or my grandfather. I only knew him as my best friend in the world." He could sense Nicky looking at him and feel her warm, soft breath against the side of his face. "Why did she want this great wizard?" Darken Rahl had put the boxes of Orden in play. It was everyone's worst nightmare. Richard clearly recalled his dread at hearing that news. He had to be stopped before he opened the correct box. Kaylin had been sent to ask this long-vanished first wizard to appoint a seeker. After that first day when I saw her by Trunt Lake, my life was never again the same. Into the silence, Kara asked, "So was it love at first sight?" They were humoring him, trying to take his thoughts off the men who had been slaughtered by a beast sent by Jigang to kill him, trying to take his mind off the monster now coming for him. The thought struck him that maybe somewhere back in the woods, around where they had camped, somewhere in an undiscovered place where he hadn't looked, lay Kaylin's torn remains. Such a thought was so painful to contemplate that it felt like it was crushing his heart. Richard didn't reach up and wipe away the tear that ran down his cheek, but with a gentle touch, Nicky did. Her hand briefly, tenderly caressed his cheek. "I think we'd better try to get some sleep," he said. Nicky drew back her hand and laid her head against his arm. In the darkness, Richard couldn't seem to make his burning eyes close. Before long, he could hear Kara's even breathing as she surrendered to sleep. Nicky softly pressed her cheek against his shoulder as she snuggled up close in their shared warmth. "Nicky?" he whispered. "Yes?" "What kind of torture does Jigang use on captives?" He could feel Nicky take a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Richard, I'm not going to answer that question. I'm sure you have to know that Jigang is a man who needs killing." Richard had had to ask the question. He was relieved that Nicky was kind enough not to answer it. "When Zed first gave me the sword, I told him that I would not be an assassin. I have since come to understand the principled value of preserving life through the task of killing evil men. I wish that driving the Imperial Order out of the New World was as simple as killing Jigang. I can't tell you how many times I wish I had killed him when I had the chance, even though you are right about it not ending the war. I wish I could stop thinking about all the opportunities I missed. I wish I could stop thinking about all the things I should have done. Richard reached around her and held her trembling shoulders. He felt her muscles slowly relax. Her breathing finally slowed as she slipped into sleep. If he was to find Kaylin, Richard had to get the rest he needed. He closed his eye as another tear leaked out. He missed her so much. His thoughts lingered on that first day he saw Kaylin in the white, satiny, smooth dress that he only much later found out distinguished her as the Mother Confessor. He remembered the way it hugged her shape, the way it made her look so noble. He remembered the way her long hair cascaded around her shoulders, framing her in the dappled forest light. He remembered looking into her beautiful green eyes and seeing the gleam of intelligence looking back at him. He remembered feeling from that first instant, from that first shared gaze, as if he had always known her. He told her that there were 4 men following her. She asked, "Do you choose to help me?" Before his mind could form a thought, he heard himself say yes. He had never for an instant been sorry that he had said yes. She needed help now. His last thoughts as he drifted into tormented sleep were of Kaylin. Chapter 9. Anne hurriedly hung the simple tin lantern on the hook outside the door. She focused her Han into a bud of heat, and it bloomed into a small flame in the air above her upturned palm. As she stepped into the small room, she gently sent the little flame flitting onto the wick of a candle on the table. As the candle came to life, she closed the door. It had been quite a while since she had received a message in her journey book. She was impatient to get to it. The room was sparse. The plain plastered walls had no windows. A small table and a straight-backed wooden chair that she had asked to have brought in almost filled the space not used by the bed. Besides its use as a bedroom, the room also made a suitable sanctuary, a place where Anne could be alone, where she could think, reflect, and pray. It also provided privacy for when she used the journey book. A small plate of cheese and sliced fruit sat waiting for her on the table. Jensen had probably left the plate before going off with Tom to stare at the moon. No matter how old Anne got, it invariably brought her a sense of warm inner satisfaction when she saw that look of love in a couple's eyes. They always seemed to think they did a fine job of hiding their feelings from others, but, as obvious as it usually was, they might as well be painted purple. At times, Anne privately regretted that she had never had a time like that with Nathan, a time to indulge in complete, simple, extravagant attraction. Expressions of feelings, though, were deemed unbecoming for the prelate. Anne paused. She wondered exactly where she had come to have such a belief. When she had been a novice, they didn't exactly hold classes in which they said, "Should you ever be appointed prelate, you must always mask your feelings." Except disapproval, of course. A good prelate with no more than a look was supposed to be capable of making people's knees tremble uncontrollably. She didn't know where she had learned that either, but she had always seemed to have had the knack. Maybe all along it had been the Creator's plan for her to be the prelate, and he had given her the appropriate disposition for the job. How she sometimes missed it. More than that, though, she had never allowed herself to consciously consider her feelings for Nathan. He was a prophet. When she was prelate of the Sisters of the Light and sovereign authority at the Palace of the Prophets, he had been her prisoner, although they dressed it up in less harsh terms, trying to put a more humane face on it. But it had been no more complicated than that. It had always been believed that prophets were too dangerous to be allowed to run free in the world among normal people. In confining him from a young age, they had denied the existence of free will, preordaining that he would cause harm even though he would never be given the chance to make a conscious choice in his own actions. They had pronounced him guilty without benefit of a crime. It had been an archaic and irrational belief that Anne had unthinkingly adhered to for most of her life. At times, she didn't like considering what that said about her. Now that she and Nathan were both old and found themselves together, however improbable that might have seemed at one time, their relationship could not be described as extravagant attraction. Indeed, she had spent the vast majority of her life enduring her displeasure with the man's antics, and seeing to it that he never escaped either his collar or his confinement in the palace, thereby ensuring his intractable behavior, thereby incurring the ire of the sisters, which made him more unruly yet, round and round in a circle. No matter the uproar he had been able to ignite, seemingly at will, there had always been something about the man that made Anne smile inwardly. At times he was like a child who was nearly 1,000 years old, a child who was a wizard, a child who carried the gift for prophecy. A prophet had but to open his mouth, but to utter prophecy to the uneducated masses, and it would ignite riots at the least, war at the worst. At least, that had always been the fear. Although she was hungry, Anne pushed the plate of cheese and fruit aside. It could wait. Her heart fluttered with the anticipation of what news the message from Verna might bring. Anne sat and scooted her chair close to the simple wooden table. She pulled out the little leather-covered journey book and thumbed through the pages until she again spotted the writing. The room was small and dark. She squinted to help her better make out the words. She finally had to pull the fat candle a little closer. "My dearest Anne," began the message from Verna, written in the book. "I hope this finds you and the prophet well. I know you said that Nathan was proving to be a valuable contribution to our cause, but I still worry about you being with that man. I hope his cooperation hasn't soured since I last heard from you. I admit to having difficulty imagining him being cooperative without a collar around his neck. I hope you are being cautious. I've never known the prophet to be entirely sincere, especially when he smiles." Anne had to smile herself. She understood all too well, but Verna didn't know Nathan the way Anne did. He could sometimes get them into trouble faster than 10 boys bringing frogs to dinner, and yet after all was said and done, after so many centuries knowing the prophet, there really wasn't anyone with whom she had more in common. Anne sighed and turned her attention back to the message in the journey book. "We have been kept quite busy warding off Jagang's siege of the passes into Dahara," Verna wrote. "But at least we have been successful, perhaps too successful. If you are there, prelate, please answer." Anne frowned. How could one be too successful in keeping marauding hordes from overrunning your defenses, slaughtering your defenders, and enslaving a free people? She impatiently pulled the candle closer still. In truth, she was quite jumpy over what Jagang was up to, now that winter had ended and the spring mud was past. The Dreamwalker was a patient foe. His men were from far to the south, in the Old World, and weren't used to the winters up north in the New World. While many had fallen victim to the harsh conditions, vast numbers died of the diseases that swept through his winter encampment. Despite losing men in battles, to sickness, and by a variety of other causes, more of the invaders poured north all the time, so that despite everything, Jagang's army inexorably continued to grow. Even so, the man did not waste any of his vast numbers in pointless and futile winter campaigns. He didn't care about the lives of his soldiers, but he did care about conquering the New World, so he only moved when the weather was not a factor. Jagang did not take risks he didn't need to. He simply, steadily, resolutely ground his enemies to dust. Bringing the world to heel was all that mattered to him, not how long it took. He viewed the world of life through the prism of the beliefs of the Fellowship of Order. Individual life, including his, was of no importance. Only the contribution that a person's life could make to the order was meaningful. With such a vast army in the New World, the forces of the Daharan Empire were now at the mercy of what the Dreamwalker did next. To be sure, the Daharan forces were formidable, but they certainly weren't enough to withstand, much less turn back, the full weight of the seemingly endless numbers of Imperial Order troops. At least not until Richard did whatever he could to effect some change in the tide of war. Prophecy said that Richard was the pebble in the pond, meaning that he caused ripples that spread through everything, affected everything. Prophecy also said, in many different ways and in many different texts, that only if Richard led them in the final battle did they have a chance to triumph. If he didn't guide them in that final battle, prophecy was clear and unambiguous. It said that all would be lost. Anne pressed her fist against the queasy pain in the pit of her stomach, and then pulled the stylus from the spine of the book that was the twin to the one Verna had. "I am here, Verna," she wrote, "but you are the prelate now. The prophet and I are long dead and buried." It was a deception that had enabled the two of them to save a great many lives. There were times when Anne missed being prelate and missed her flock of sisters. She had dearly loved many of them, at least the ones who hadn't ended up being in truth sisters of the dark. The burning pain of that betrayal, not just of her but of the Creator, never eased. Still, being free of such towering responsibility left her better able to put her mind to other more important work. While she hated having lost her old way of life, of being prelate and running the Palace of the Prophets, her calling was to a higher purpose, not to stone walls and the administration of an entire palace of sisters, novices, and young wizards in training. Her true calling was helping to preserve the world of life. In order for her to do that, it was better that the Sisters of the Light and everyone else believed her and Nathan dead. Anne sat up straighter when Verna's writing began appearing across the page. "Anne, I am comforted to have you back with me, if only in the journey book. There are so few of us left. I confess that sometimes I long for the days of peace back at the palace, the times when everything seemed to be so much easier and to make so much more sense, and I only thought it was all so difficult. The world certainly has changed since Richard was born." Anne couldn't argue with that. She popped a piece of cheese in her mouth and then leaned in and began writing. "I pray every day that such order and peace can again settle over the world, and we can go back to complaining about the weather. Verna, I am confused. What did you mean when you said that perhaps you were too successful in defending the passes? Please explain. I await your reply." Anne leaned back in her straight-backed chair and chewed a slice of pear as she waited. Since her journey book was twinned with the one Verna had, anything written in one appeared at the same time in the other. It was one of the few ancient items of magic left from the Palace of the Prophets. Verna's words again began moving across the blank page. "Our scouts and trackers report that Jigang has begun his move. Because he has not been able to break through the passes, the Emperor has split his forces and is taking an army south. General Meifert has been fearing that he would do something like this. It's not hard to guess his strategy. Jigang undoubtedly plans to take a large force of his troops down through the Kern Valley and then south around the mountains. Once he is finally clear of all the barriers, he will swing around into the southern reaches of Dahara and then head north. This is the worst possible news for us. We can't abandon the protection of the passes, not while part of his army lies in wait on the other side. And yet we cannot allow Jigang's forces to sweep up on us from the south. General Meifert says we will have to leave sufficient forces here to guard the passes while the bulk of our army heads south to meet the invaders. We have no choice. With half of Jigang's forces to the north, on the other side of the passes, and half heading down to go around the mountains and come up from the south, that leaves the People's Palace right in the middle. Jigang is no doubt licking his chops over such a prospect. And I'm afraid I don't have much time. The entire camp is in an uproar. We only just learned the news that Jigang has split his army and we are rushing to strike camp and start south. I must also divide up the sisters. So many have been lost that there are not many left to divide. At times I feel as if we are in a contest with Jagang to see who will be the last one with a sister left. I fear what will happen to all these good people if none of us survive. If not for that, I would be satisfied to leave this world behind and join Warren in the spirit world. General Meifert says we can't spare a moment, and we must be on our way at first light. I will be up the entire night with the arrangements, seeing to it that we have sufficient men and sisters here to defend each of the passes, and inspecting the shields to make sure they are sound. If the Order's northern army were to break through up here, it would be a much quicker death for us. Unless you have something important that must be discussed right now, I'm afraid that I must go. Anne covered her mouth with a hand as she read. The news certainly was disheartening. She wrote an immediate reply so as not to inconvenience Verna. No, my dear, nothing important just now. You know that you are in my heart always. A message came back almost immediately. The passes are narrow, so we have been successful at defending them. The Imperial Order can't use their overwhelming power in such narrow places. I feel confident the passes will hold. Since Jagang is stymied by not having been able to cross the mountains, this buys us time while he is forced to take an army all the way south and then back up into Dahara, now that he has the weather to his advantage. Since this is the greatest danger and threat, I will be heading south with the army. Pray for us. We will eventually be forced to meet Jagang's horde in the open plains, where he has the room to throw the full weight of his forces against us. I am afraid that unless something changes, we will have no chance to survive such a battle. I can only hope that Richard fulfills prophecy before we are all dead. Anne swallowed before answering. Verna, you have my word that I will do what I must to see to it. Know that Nathan and I will be dedicated to the task of seeing prophecy fulfilled. Perhaps no one but you would truly understand that this is what I have devoted myself to for over half a millennium. I will not abandon my cause. I will do whatever I can to see that Richard does what only he can. May the Creator be with you and all our brave defenders. You will all be in my prayers every day. Have faith in the Creator, Verna. You are prelate now. Give that faith to all of those with you. In a moment, a message began appearing. Thank you, Anne. I will check my journey book every night as we travel to see if you have any news of Richard. I miss you. I hope we can be together again in this life. Anne carefully wrote her last reply. Me too, child. Fair journey. Anne leaned on her elbows and rubbed her temples. This was not good news, but it was not all bad. Jagang had wanted to break through the passes and end it swiftly, but the passes held, and he had finally been forced to split his army and begin a long, grueling march. She tried to look at the bright side. They still had time. There were any number of things they could still try. They would think of something. Richard would think of something. Prophecy had promised that he held within him the chance for their salvation. She couldn't allow herself to believe that evil would darken the world. A knock on the door made her jump. She pressed her hand over her racing heart. Her Han hadn't warned her that someone was about. Yes? Anne, it's me, Jensen, came the muffled voice from the other side of the door. Anne replaced the stylus and tucked the journey book in her belt as she slid her chair back. She smoothed her skirts and took a deep breath to try to slow her heart back to normal. Come in, dear, she said as she opened the door, smiling at Richard's sister. Thank you for the plate of food. She held an arm back toward the table. Would you like to share it with me? Jensen shook her head. No, thank you. Her face, framed by red ringlets, was a picture of concern. Anne, Nathan sent me. He wants you. He was quite urgent about it. You know how Nathan gets. You know how his eyes get all big and round when he's excited about something. Yes, Anne drawled. He does tend to get that way when he's digging up mischief. Jensen blinked, looking a little startled. "I fear you may be right. He told me in no uncertain terms to come get you and bring you there straight away." Nathan always expects people to squeak when he pinches. Anne gestured for the young woman to lead the way. "I guess I'd best see to it. Where is the prophet, then?" Jensen held her lantern up to light her way as she started out of the little room. "He's at a graveyard." Anne caught the sleeve of Jensen's dress. "A graveyard? And he wants me to come to this graveyard?" Jensen looked back over her shoulder and nodded. "What is he doing in a graveyard?" Jensen swallowed. "When I asked him that, he said he was digging up the dead." Chapter 10. In a broad weeping willow, growing on the grassy slope leading down to the graveyard, a mockingbird was spending its night repeating a variety of strident calls meant to defend its territory against interlopers. Ordinarily, a mockingbird's calls, although intended as threats to others of its kind, to Anne's ear could be quite lovely. But in the dead still quiet of night, such piercing whistles, chatters, and whoops were jarring to her nerves. She could hear another mockingbird in the distance making similar threats. Even the birds couldn't achieve peace. Plowing through the long, wild grasses, Jensen pointed as she held the lantern up with her other hand, so that Anne could see her way. "Tom said that we would find him down there." Sweating from the long hike, Anne peered down into the darkness. She couldn't imagine what the prophet was up to. In all the time she had known the man, he had never done such a strange thing. He had done any number of strange things, to be sure, but this just wasn't one of them. As old as he was, one would think that he would want to avoid spending time in a graveyard any sooner than he had to. Anne followed Richard's younger sister as she started down the hill, trying to keep up without running. It seemed like they had already walked half the night, and she was winded. Anne hadn't known of this graveyard, all but forgotten, out in a distant, uninhabited expanse of wilderness. She wished that she had thought to bring along some of the food sitting on the plate back in her room. "Are you sure Tom is still down here?" Jensen looked back over her shoulder. "He should be. Nathan wanted him to stand guard." "For what? To fight off the other body snatchers?" "I don't know, maybe," Jensen said, without so much as a hint of a giggle. Anne wasn't very good at making people laugh. She was good at making their knees tremble, but she just wasn't all that good at jokes. She guessed that a graveyard on a dark night wasn't a good place for jokes. It certainly was a good place to make the knees tremble. "Maybe Nathan just wanted company," Anne suggested. "I don't think that was it." Jensen found a fallen section in the split-rail fence that surrounded the place of the dead and stepped over it. "Nathan asked me to bring you out here, and he wanted Tom to stay and stand guard over the graveyard. I think to make sure there was no one around that he didn't know about." Nathan liked being in charge. Anne guessed that being a gifted Rahl, he could do no less. It was always possible that the whole thing was a pretense just to get Jensen, Tom, and Anne to run around doing his bidding. The prophet was given to a sense of drama, and a graveyard did tend to set a mood. Actually, right then, Anne would have been happy were it nothing more than some idiosyncratic diversion of Nathan's. Unfortunately, she had the queasy feeling that it was something not at all so simple, or so innocuous as a bit of theatrics. In all the centuries she had known him, Nathan had at times been secretive, deceptive, and occasionally dangerous, but never to evil ends, although that hadn't always been apparent at the time. During most of his captivity at the Palace of the Prophets, he had tried the sisters' patience until they were ready to scream and tear out their hair. Yet he wasn't maliciously willful or contemptuous of good people. He had an abiding hatred of tyranny and an almost childlike glee about life. No matter how exasperating the man could be at times, and he could be exasperating in the extreme, Nathan had a good heart. Almost since the beginning, despite the circumstances, He had been Anne's confidant and ally against the Keeper getting a foothold in the world of life and against evil people having their way over the innocent. He had worked hard to help stop Jagang. He had, after all, been the one to first show her a prophecy about Richard, 500 years before he would be born. Anne found herself wishing that it wasn't dark, and that they weren't in a graveyard, and that Jensen didn't have such long legs. It suddenly occurred to Anne why Nathan would need Tom to stand guard and make sure no one was around that they didn't know about, as Jensen had put it. Just like Jensen, the people in Bandakar were pristinely ungifted. They were devoid of that infinitesimal spark of the Creator's gift carried by everyone else in the world. That essential connection made everyone else subject to the reality and nature of magic. But for these people, magic did not exist. The absence of such an inherent elemental nucleus of the gift not only made the pristinely ungifted immune to magic, but since they could not interact with what to them did not exist, it also made them invisible to the power of the gift. If even one parent possessed the pristinely ungifted trait, then it was always passed on to the offspring. These people had originally been banished to preserve the gift in mankind's nature. It had been a terrible solution, to be sure, but as a result the gift had survived in the human race. Had such a solution not been undertaken, magic would long ago have ceased to exist. Because prophecy was magic, it too was blind to these people. No book of prophecy had ever had anything at all to say about the pristinely ungifted, or about the future of mankind in magic now that Richard had discovered these people and ended the banishment. What would happen now was completely unknown. Anne supposed that Richard would have it no other way. He did not exactly enthusiastically embrace prophecy. Despite what prophecy had to say about him, Richard by and large discounted it. He believed in free will. He took a dim view of the notion that there were things about himself that were predestined. In all things in life, and in magic especially, there had to be balance. In a way, Richard's acts of free will were the balance to prophecy. He was the center of a vortex of forces. With Richard, prophecy was attempting to predict the unpredictable. And yet, it had to. Most troubling was that Richard's free will made him a wild card in prophecy, even those prophecies in which he was the subject. He was chaos among patterns, disorder among organizations, and as capricious as lightning. And yet, he was guided by truth and driven by reason, not whim or chance. Nor was he arbitrary. That he could be chaos among prophecy and at the same time be completely rational was an enigma to her. Anne worried greatly about Richard because such contradictory aspects of the gifted were occasionally a prelude to delusional behavior. The last thing they would want was a leader who was delusional. But all of that was academic. The central problem was that while there was still time, they had to find some way to make sure he took up the cause fated to him in the prophecies, and to fulfill his destiny. If they failed, if he failed, then all was lost. Verna's message sat like the shadow of death in the back of Anne's mind. Having spotted their light, Tom appeared out of the darkness, sprinting through the long grass to meet them. "There you are," he said to Anne. "Nathan will be happy that you're finally here. Come on and I'll show you the way." By the brief glimpse she got in the weak yellow light from the lantern, Tom's face looked troubled. The big Daharan led them deeper into the graveyard, where in areas there were rows of gently mounded graves outlined in stones. These had to be newer, because most of what Anne could see was nothing but tall grass that over time covered over stones and the graves they marked. In one area, there were a few small granite gravestones. They were so weathered it could only be that they were ancient. Some of the graves were marked with simple boards with names carved in them. Most such markers had long ago turned to dust, leaving much of the graveyard looking like nothing more than a grassy field. "Do you know what the fat bugs are that are making all the noise?" Jensen asked Tom. "I'm not sure," Tom said. I've never seen them before. They suddenly seem to be all over the place." Anne smiled to herself. "They're cicadas." Jensen frowned back over her shoulder. "They're what?" "Cicadas. You wouldn't know what they are. At the last molt, you would have probably still been a toddler, too young to remember. The life cycle of these cicadas with the red eyes is 17 years. 17 years? Jensen said in astonishment. You mean they only come out every 17 years? Without fail. After the females mate with these noisy fellows, they will lay their eggs in twigs. When they hatch, the nymphs will drop from the trees and burrow into the ground, not to emerge for another 17 years, where their life as adults will be brief. Jensen and Tom murmured their amazement as they moved on into the graveyard. Anne couldn't see much of anything else by the light coming from Jensen's lantern, except the dark shapes of trees moving in the occasional muggy breeze. As the three of them quietly slipped through the graveyard, cicadas chirped incessantly from the darkness all around. Anne used her Han to try to sense if anyone else was about, but she didn't feel anyone other than Tom, and somewhere in the distance, one other person, no doubt Nathan. Since Jensen was one of the pristinely ungifted, she was intangible to Anne's Han. Like Richard, Jensen had been fathered by Darken Rahl. Births of the pristinely ungifted, such as Jensen's, had been an unexpected and random side effect of the magic of the bond carried by every gifted Lord Rahl. In ancient times, when that trait began to spread, the solution had been to banish the pristinely ungifted, sealing them away in the forgotten land of Bandakar. After that, all ungifted offspring of the Lord Rahl were put to death. Unlike any past Lord Rahl, Richard had been jubilant to discover that he had a sister. He would never allow her to be put to death for the nature of her birth, nor would he allow her and those like her to be forced into banishment. Even though Anne had been around these people for some time now, she was still not used to how disorienting it could be. Even when one of them was standing right in front of her, Anne's ability said that there was no one there. It was a haunting sort of blindness, a loss of one of her senses that she had always taken for granted. Jensen had to take long strides to keep pace with Tom. To keep up with the two of them, Anne had to trot. And then, as they came around a small knoll, a stone monument loomed up into view. The light from the lantern lit one side of a rectangular stone base that was a little taller than Anne, but not as tall as Jensen. The coarse stone was heavily weathered and pitted, with stone molding carved around recessed squares on the sides. If it had ever been polished, the stone no longer showed any evidence of it. As the lantern light swept across the surface, it revealed layers of dirty discoloration from great age, as well as the mottled growth of mustard-colored lichen. Atop the imposing base sat a large carved urn with stone grapes hanging out over one side. Grapes were a favorite of Nathan's. As Tom led them around the front of the stone monument, Anne was astonished to see that the rectangle of stone sat off kilter. On the far side, faint light oozed up from beneath it. It appeared that the entire monument had been pivoted aside, revealing steep stone steps that led down into the ground, down into the soft glow of light. Tom gave them both a meaningful look. "He's down in there." Jensen leaned over a little and peered into the steep cavity. "Nathan is down there? Down those steps?" "I'm afraid so," Tom told her. "What is this place?" Anne asked. Tom shrugged apologetically. "I'm afraid I have no idea. I didn't even know this was here until just a little while ago when Nathan showed me where I could find him. He told me to send you down just as soon as you got here. He was pretty insistent about it. He doesn't want anyone knowing this place is here. He wanted me to stand lookout and keep any people away from the graveyard, although I really don't think anyone ever comes out here anymore, especially at night. The Bandakaran people aren't the kind to go looking for an adventure." "Unlike Nathan," Anne muttered. She patted Tom's muscled arm. Thank you, my boy. Best do as Nathan said and stand watch. I'll go down and see what this is all about. We'll both go, Jensen said. Chapter 11. Driven by worried curiosity, Anne immediately started down the dusty steps. Jensen followed close on her heels. A landing turned them to the right and down another flight. At a third landing, a long run of stairs turned to the left. The dusty stone walls were uncomfortably close together. The ceiling hunkered low even for Anne. Jensen had to crouch. It felt to Anne like she was being swallowed down through a moldering gullet into the graveyard's belly. At the bottom of the steps she halted to stare in disbelief. Jensen let out a low whistle. Beyond was not a dungeon, but a strange twisting room unlike any Anne had ever seen. The stone walls zigged and zagged at odd angles, each of its own design and independently of the others. Plastering covered some of the stone walls. In a series of the convoluted angles, the whole room snaked off into the distance, disappearing around projections and pointed corners. The place had a strange, orderly disorder about it that Anne found somewhat unsettling. Dark niches here and there in the plastered walls were surrounded with faded blue symbols and decorations that had flaked off in places. There were words as well, but they were too old and dull to be legible without careful study. Bookshelves as well as ancient wooden tables, all layered in dirt, sat in several places up against the angled walls. Dead still cobwebs, heavy with dust, hung everywhere like drapes meant to decorate the room beneath the graves. Dozens of candles sat on tables and in some of the empty niches, giving the whole place a soft, otherworldly glow, as if all the dead above Anne's head must periodically descend to this place to discuss matters important only to the deceased, and to welcome new members into their eternal order. Beyond the diaphanous curtains of dust-choked cobwebs, amongst 4 massive tables that had been dragged together, stood Nathan. Disorderly stacks of books were piled high all around him on the tables. "Ah, there you are," Nathan called from his book fort. Anne cast a sidelong glance at Jensen. "I had no idea that this place was down here," the young woman said in answer to the question that remained unasked on Anne's tongue. Points of candlelight danced in her blue eyes. "I didn't even know this place existed." Anne looked around again. "I doubt anyone in the last few thousand years knew this place existed. I wonder how he found it." Nathan snapped a book shut and placed it on a pile behind him. His straight white hair brushed his broad shoulders as he turned back, his hooded, dark azure eyes fixed on Anne. Anne caught the unspoken meaning in Nathan's gaze. She turned to Jensen. "Why don't you go up and wait with Tom, my dear? It can be a lonely job standing watch in a graveyard." Jensen looked disappointed, but seemed to understand their need to be left to their business. She flashed a smile. "Sure, I'll be right up on top if you need anything." As the sound of Jensen's footsteps on the stone stairs dwindled away into a distant echoing whisper, Anne struck a weaving course through the veils of cobwebs. "Nathan, what in the world is this place?" "No need to whisper," he said. "See how the walls turn at all those odd angles? It cuts the echo." Anne was a little surprised to hear that he was right. Usually the echo in stone rooms was annoying, but this odd twisting room had the hush of the dead. "There's something strangely familiar about the shape of this place." "Concealment spell," the prophet said offhandedly. Anne frowned. "What?" "The configuration of the whole thing is in the form of a concealment spell." He gestured to each side when he saw the puzzled look she gave him. "It's not the layout of the entire place, the placement of rooms and the course of the various halls and passageways, like at the People's Palace. That is the spell form, but rather It's the precise line of the walls themselves that make up the spell form, as if someone drew the spell large on the ground and then simply built the walls touching right against that line before hollowing out the middle. Because the walls are a uniform thickness, that means that the outside of the walls are also the shape of the spell form, so that tends to reinforce the whole thing. Quite clever, actually. For such a spell to work, it had probably been drawn in blood, and with the aid of human bones. There would have been an ample supply of those at hand. "Someone certainly went to a lot of trouble," Anne said as she appraised the space again. This time she began to recognize some of the shapes and angles in opposition. "What exactly is this place used for?" "I'm not entirely sure," he admitted with a sigh. "I don't know if these books were meant to be buried with the dead for all time, or they were being hidden, or there was some other purpose." Nathan beckoned with his hand. "This way. Let me show you something." Anne followed him through several of the zigzags, around turns and past yet more shelves lined with dusty books, until they reached an area of niches 3 high to each side. Nathan leaned an elbow against the wall. "Look here," he said as he pointed a long finger downward, indicating one of the low, arched openings in the stone wall. Anne stooped and peered inside. It contained a body. All that was left were bones clothed in dusty tatters of robes. A leather belt circled the waist while a strap crossed over one shoulder. Skeletal arms were folded over the chest. Gold chains hung around the neck. Anne could see by the glint of light off the medallion on one of the chains that Nathan must have lifted it for a look, and in so doing his fingers had cleaned off the dust. "Any idea who he is?" she asked as she straightened and folded her hands before herself. Nathan leaned down close to her. "I believe he was a prophet." "I thought there was no need to whisper." He arched an eyebrow as he straightened his frame to its considerable height. "There are a number of other people interred here." He flicked a hand off toward the darkness. "Back that way." Anne wondered if they could all be prophets as well. "And the books?" Nathan leaned down again and whispered again. "Prophecy." She frowned and looked back the way they had come. "Prophecy? You mean all of them? Those are all books of prophecy?" "Most of them." Excitement bubbled up through her. Books of prophecy were invaluable. They were the rarest of jewels. Such books could offer guidance, provide answers they needed, spare them futile endeavors, fill in gaps in their knowledge. Perhaps more than at any other time in history, they needed those answers. They needed to know more about the final battle in which Richard was supposed to lead them. As of yet, they had not discovered when this battle was to take place. With the frustrating vagary of prophecy, it could yet be many years off. For that matter, it was even possible that it was not to take place until Richard was an old man. With all the difficulties they had faced in the past several years, they could only hope that it was still many years off and they would have time to prepare. Prophecy could help with that. The vaults at the Palace of the Prophets had been filled with thousands of volumes of prophecy, but they had all been destroyed along with the palace to prevent it from falling into the hands of Emperor Jagang. Better to lose such works for all time than allow evil to look upon their pages. But no one knew of this place. This place was hidden beneath a concealment spell. The dizzying possibility spun through Anne's mind. "Nathan, this is wonderful." She turned and looked up at the man. He was watching her in a way that made her fidgety. She reached out and placed a hand on his arm. "Nathan, this is more than we could ever have hoped." "This is something more than that," he said cryptically as he started back. "There are books here that make me doubt my sanity," he said with a sullen flourish of an arm. "Ah," Anne quipped as she followed along in his wake. "Verification at last." He halted and turned to glare on her. "This is nothing to joke about." Anne felt gooseflesh ripple up her arms. "Show me, then," she said in a serious tone. "What is it you found?" He shook his head, seeming to lose his momentary flash of ill humor. "I'm not even sure." His usual flamboyance was nowhere in evidence as he moved in among the tables he'd dragged together. His dark mood turned guarded. "I've been sorting the books." Anne wanted to hurry him along and get to the meat of his discovery, but she knew that when he was troubled it was best to let Nathan explain things in his own way, especially when there was arcane speculation involved. "Sorting them?" He nodded. "These here in this pile don't appear to be of any real use to us. Most are prophecy long since outdated, contain only irrelevant records, or are in unknown languages, things like that." He turned and slapped a hand to the top of another stack. Dust boiled up. "These here are all books that we had back at the palace." He swept his hand back and forth in front of the stacks of books piled high on the table behind him. "All of them. This whole table full." Her eyes wide, Anne glanced at the shelves and niches going back along the strange room. "There are a great many more books other than these you have here on the tables. This is only a fraction of them." "Indeed. I haven't had a chance to even begin to look at them all yet. I finally decided that I'd better send Tom off to find you. I wanted you to see what I've discovered. That, and there is a lot of reading to do. I've been pulling out one book at a time, checking through it, and placing it on one of the piles on these tables." Anne wondered how many books could still be viable, could still be usable, after thousands of years underground. She had found books before that had been ruined by the effects of time and the elements, especially mildew and water. She peered around, inspecting the walls and ceiling, but she saw no evidence of water leaking through. "At first glance, none of these books look to be damaged by water. How can this place underground be so dry? It would seem that water would seep in through the joints in the stone and make everything down here wet and moldy. I can hardly believe that the books appear to be in such good condition." "Appear" being the operative word, Nathan said under his breath. She turned back to scowl at him. "What do you mean?" He waved a hand irritably. In a moment. The interesting thing is, the ceiling and walls are sheathed in lead to help keep out the water. The place also has a shield of magic around it for even more protection. The entrance, too, was shielded. But the Bandakar people have no magic, and their land was sealed off. There was no one with magic to shield against. That seal to their banished land finally failed, though, Nathan reminded her. "Yes, that's right, it did." Anne tapped a finger against her chin. "I wonder how that happened." Nathan shrugged. "How isn't so important for now, although I am concerned about it." He flipped a hand, as if setting aside the issue. "For the moment, that it did is what's meaningful. Whoever put these books here wanted them hidden and protected, and they went to a great deal of trouble to ensure that they remained that way. The ungifted people here wouldn't be hindered by shields. The weight of the stone monument would be an obstacle in and of itself. But they would have no reason to want to move it in the first place, unless they had a good reason to believe something was under it. What would cause them to suspect such a thing? The fact that this place has remained undisturbed for thousands of years proves that they never realized that this place was down here. I believe that the shields were placed to ward any invaders who might eventually make it into Bandakar, like Jagang's men did." "That makes sense, I suppose," she murmured as she considered it. Not really expecting that the seal to Bandakar would ever be breached, the shields were a simple act of precaution. "Or prophecy," Nathan added. Anne looked up. "There is that." It would take a wizard of Nathan's ability to breach such shields, Even Anne didn't have the ability necessary for some shields. She knew, too, that there were shields placed in ancient times that could only be passed with the aid of subtractive magic. It's also possible that these books were simply placed here as a way of safekeeping such valuable works, in case anything happened to others of their kind. "You really think they would go to this much trouble to do such a thing?" she asked. "Well, all the books at the Palace of the Prophets were lost, now weren't they? Books of prophecy are always at risk. Some have been destroyed, some have fallen into enemy hands, and some have simply disappeared. Places like this provide a backup for those other works, especially if prophecy foretells the need of such a contingency." "I guess you could be right. I have heard about rare finds of prophecy that have been secreted away to preserve them, or to keep innocent eyes from viewing them." She shook her head as her gaze scanned the room. "Still, I've never heard of any find to approach the likes of this one." Nathan handed her a book. Its ancient red leather cover was faded nearly to brown. Even so, there was something familiar-looking about it, about the faded gilded ribs on the spine. She lifted the cover and the first blank page. My, Anne softly mused as she saw the title. "The Glenhill Book of Deviation Theory. How very wonderful to hold this in my hands again." She closed the cover and clasped the book to her breast. "It is like an old friend come back from the dead." The book had been one of her favorite volumes on forked prophecy, because it was a pivotal volume that held valuable information about Richard. She had studied it and referred to it so often over the centuries as she waited for him to be born that she practically knew it by memory. She had been heartbroken that it had to be destroyed along with all the rest of the books in the vaults at the Palace of the Prophets. There was still a great deal of information in it about the possibilities of what was yet to come. Nathan plucked another volume from a stack and waggled it before her as he arched an eyebrow. "Precession and binary inversions." "No!" She snatched it from his hands. "It can't be!" None of the accounts could ever say for sure that the elusive volume had in fact ever really existed. Anne herself had hunted for it, at Nathan's request, whenever she traveled. She'd also had trusted sisters look for it whenever they went on a journey. There had been leads, but none of the clues ever resulted in anything but dead ends. She looked up at the tall prophet. "Is this real? Many accounts deny that it ever really existed." "Missing, according to some. A mere myth, according to others. I read a little of it, and by the branches of prophecy it fills in, it can only be genuine, or a brilliant fake. I'd have to study it further to tell which, but from what I've seen so far, I tend to believe it's genuine. Besides, what purpose would there be in hiding a fake? Fakes are generally created in order to exchange them for gold." That was true enough. And here it was all the time, buried beneath the bones, along with what I suspect may be a great many other volumes that are just as valuable. Anne clicked her tongue as she again gazed about at all the books, her sense of awe growing by the moment. "Nathan, you've uncovered a treasure of incalculable value." "Perhaps," he said. When she shot him a puzzled frown, he lifted a hefty tome off the top of another stack. "You won't even believe what this is. Here, open it, and read the title yourself." Anne reluctantly set down Precession and Binary Inversions in order to take the heavy book from Nathan. She set it on the table, too, and bent close. With great care, she lifted open the cover. She blinked, then straightened. "Celeron's seventh task." She gaped at the prophet. "But I thought there was only one copy and it was destroyed." One side of Nathan's mouth cocked with a quirky smile. He held up another book. 12 Words Left for a Reason. I found Destiny's Twin as well. He waggled a finger at a pile. It's in there somewhere. Anne's jaw worked for a moment until the words finally came. I thought we had lost those prophecies for all time. The odd smile still on his lips, he only watched her. She reached out and gripped his arm. Could we be so fortunate that there really were copies made? Nathan nodded, confirming her guess. The smile ghosted away. Anne, he said as he handed her 12 Words Left for a Reason, take a look through here and tell me what you think. Puzzled by the grim expression that had settled on his face, she placed the book in a clear spot and began carefully turning pages. The writing was a little faded, but no more so than any book its age. For as old as it was still in good condition and quite legible. 12 Words Left for a Reason was a book containing 12 core prophecies and a number of ancillary branches. Those ancillary branches, when carefully cross-referenced, connected actual events to a number of other books of prophecy that were otherwise impossible to place chronologically. The 12 core prophecies actually weren't all that important. It was the ancillary branches that served to link other trunks and branches in the tree of prophecy that made 12 Words Left for a Reason so invaluable. Chronology was often the most trying problem facing those working with prophecy. It was often impossible to tell if a prophecy was going to unfold the next day or the next century. Events were in a constant state of flux. The setting of prophecy in the context of time was essential, not just to know when a particular prophecy was to become viable, but because what was of overriding importance next year might be nothing more than an unimportant minor event if set in the environment of the year after. Unless they knew which year the prophecy took place, they didn't know if it foretold danger or simply a matter of note. Most prophets, when they set down their prophecy, left it up to those who would come later to fit it into its proper place in real-world events. There was no clear consensus on whether this had been done deliberately through carelessness or because the prophet, in the throes of having his visions, had never realized how important and difficult it would later be to chronologically place his vision. She had often observed with Nathan that a prophecy was so crystal clear to the prophet himself that he simply failed to comprehend how formidable a task it would be for others to read and fit into the puzzle of life. Wait, Nathan said as she turned the page. Go back a page. Anne glanced up at him and then flipped the vellum back. There, Nathan said as he tapped a finger to the page. Look here. There are several lines missing. Anne peered at the small gap in the writing, but didn't see what was so meaningful about it. Books often had spaces left blank for a wide variety of reasons. So? Rather than answer, he rolled his hand, motioning for her to go on. She started flipping over the pages. Nathan thrust his hand in to stop her and tapped another blank spot so she would note it. He then urged her to continue. Anne noticed that the blank places became more frequent. Finally, she came to entire pages that were blank. Even that, though, was not unheard of. There were any number of books that simply ended in the middle. It was thought that the prophet who had been working on such books had most likely died, and those coming after didn't want to interfere with what a predecessor had done. Or perhaps they wanted to work on branches of prophecy which were more interesting or relevant to them. 12 Words Left for a Reason is one of the few books of prophecy that is chronological, he reminded her in a soft voice. She knew that, of course. That was what made the book such a valuable tool. She couldn't imagine, though, why he had felt it important to point it out. Well, Anne said with a sigh as she reached the end, it is odd, I suppose. What do you make of the blank places? Rather than answer her directly, he handed her another book. Subdivision of Burkett's Root, Take a look. Anne turned the pages of yet another priceless find, looking for something out of the ordinary. She came across 3 blank pages followed by more prophecy. She was growing impatient with Nathan's game. What am I supposed to see? Nathan was a moment in answering. When he finally did, his voice had that quality about it that tended to run shivers up her spine. Anne, we had that book down in the vaults. She was still not following what was obviously of critical importance to him. Yes, we did. I remember it quite well. The copy we had didn't have those blank pages. She frowned and then turned back to the book. She leafed through the pages again until she found the empty spot. Well, she said as she studied the place where the prophecy ended, and then where an entirely new branch of prophecy resumed after the empty pages. Maybe whoever made this copy, for some reason, decided not to include some of it. Perhaps they had sound reason to believe that the particular branch had been a dead end, and, rather than include dead wood in the tree of prophecy, they simply left it out. Such pruning is not uncommon. Then, because they didn't want to make it appear they were trying to deceive anyone, they went ahead and left the appropriate space blank to denote the deletion. She looked up. The prophet's azure eyes were fixed on her. Anne felt sweat trickle down between her shoulder blades. Take a look at the Glendale Book of Deviation Theory, he said in a quiet voice without taking his penetrating gaze from her. Anne broke contact with that gaze and pulled the copy of the Glendale Book of Deviation Theory close. She flipped through the pages, as she had done with the previous book, if a little faster. There were blank pages, only more of them. She shrugged. Not a very accurate copy, I'd say. Nathan impatiently reached in with a long arm and turned the stack of pages back to the front. There, on a page at the beginning, all alone, was the author's mark. Dear Creator, Anne whispered when she saw the little symbol. It still glimmered with the magic the author had invested in his mark. She felt goosebumps tingle up from her toes. This isn't a copy. This is the original. That's right. If you recall, the one we had in the vaults was a copy. Yes, I remember that ours was a copy. She had assumed this one as well had been one of a number of copies. Many of the books of prophecy were copies, but that didn't diminish their value. They were checked and marked by respected scholars, who then left their own mark to vouch for the copy's accuracy. A book of prophecy was valued for the precision and veracity of its content, not because it was the original. It was the prophecy itself that was valuable, not the hand that had set it down. Still, to see the original of a book she loved as much as she loved this particular volume was a memorable experience. This was the actual book, written in the hand of the prophet who had given these precious prophecies. Nathan, what can I say? This is a personal delight for me. You know how much this book means to me. Nathan took a patient breath. And the blank pages? Anne shrugged with one shoulder. I don't know. I'm not really prepared to venture a guess. What are you getting at? Look at the place where the blanks fit into the text. Anne turned her attention back to the book. She read a little of the text before one of the blank areas, then read some of what followed. It was a prophecy about Richard. She randomly picked another blank place, reading before the blank area and after. It was another section about Richard. It would seem, she said as she studied a third place, that the blanks appear in places where it talks about Richard. Nathan was getting more edgy-looking by the moment. That's only because most of the Glendale Book of Deviation Theory is about Richard. That pattern of blank pages associated with him doesn't hold true when you start looking at the other books. Anne lifted her arms and let them fall to her sides. Then I give up. I don't see what you see.
It's what we're not seeing. It's the blank places that are the problem.
What makes you say that?
Because, he said, with a little more force in his voice, there is something quite odd about those blank sections.
Anne pushed a stray wisp of gray hair back into the bun she always wore at the back of her head.
She was becoming frazzled.
Like what?
You tell me, he said.
I would bet that you could practically quote the Glendale Book of Deviation Theory.
Anne shrugged.
Perhaps.
Well, I can quote it. The copy we had back in the vaults, anyway. I went through this book, testing it against my memory.
For some reason, Anne's stomach was churning with anxiety. She began to dread that the copy they had back in the vaults at the palace might have had fraudulent prophecy filling in what the original author had left blank. That was almost too overwhelming a deception to contemplate.
And what did you discover? She asked.
That I can quote this original exactly, no more, no less. Anne sighed in relief. Nathan, that's wonderful. That means that our copy wasn't filled with fabricated prophecy. Why would you be troubled because you can't remember blank places? They are blank. There is nothing there. There is nothing to remember.
The copy we had back at the palace didn't have any blank places.
Anne blinked as she thought back. No, it didn't. I remember it well. She offered the prophet a warm smile. But don't you see? If you can quote this one, no more or no less, and you learned it from our copy, then that means that whoever made the copy simply pulled the text together rather than include the meaningless blank places left by the original prophet. The prophet probably left blank places as a provision in case he had any further visions about the prophecies, and he needed to add to what he had already written. Apparently, he never had that need, so the blanks remain.
I know that there were more pages in our copy.
I'm not following you, then. This time it was Nathan who threw up his hands.
Anne, don't you see? Here, look at the book.
He turned it toward her.
Look at this next to last branch of prophecy. It's 1 page and then 6 blank pages. Do you remember any branch of prophecy in our copy of the Glendale Book of Deviation Theory that was only 1 page? No. None were this short. They were too complex. You know that there is more to the prophecy. I know there is more to the prophecy. But my mind is as blank as these pages. What was there is not only missing from the book, but it's missing from my mind as well. Unless you can quote me the rest of the prophecy that you know should be there, then it's missing from your mind as well.
Nathan, that's just not... I don't see how... Anne sputtered in confusion.
Here, he said as he snatched a book from behind him. Collected Origins. You must remember this.
Anne reverently lifted the book from his hands. Oh, Nathan, of course I remember it. How could one forget such a short but beautiful book? Collected Origins was an exceedingly rare prophecy in that it was written entirely in story form. Anne loved the story. She had a soft spot for romance, although she never admitted it to anyone. Since this tale of romance was actually a prophecy, that made it an official requirement that she be familiar with it. She smiled as she lifted open the cover of the small book. The pages were blank. All of them.
Tell me, Nathan said in that quietly commanding, deep, rull voice, what is Collected Origins about?
Anne opened her mouth, but no words would come forth.
Tell me, then, Nathan went on in that quietly powerful voice of his that seemed as if it could crack stone, a single line of this beloved volume. Tell me who it is about. Tell me how it started, how it ended, or anything in the middle. Her mind was stark, naked blank. As she stared up into Nathan's cutting gaze, he leaned a little closer. Tell me one single thing you remember from this book.
Nathan, she finally managed to whisper, her own eyes wide. You often used to keep this book in your rooms. You know it better than I do. What do you remember about collected origins?
Not one thing.
This is the end. Disc 4. Please insert disc number 5. This is disc number 5.
Nathan, Anne finally managed to whisper, her own eyes wide. You often used to keep this book in your rooms. You know it better than I do. What do you remember about collected origins?
Not one thing.
Chapter 12. Anne swallowed. Nathan, how can we both not remember a book we love as much as we do this one? And why is it that the specific parts we both don't remember correspond to the blank spots?
Now that is a very good question.
An idea suddenly hit her. She gasped in a breath. A spell! It has to be that these books were spelled. Nathan made a face. What? Many books are spelled to protect the information. I've not encountered it with a book of prophecy, but it's common enough in books of instruction on magic. This place was designed with the intent of concealment. Perhaps that's what is happening with the information protected here. Such a spell would be activated when anyone but the right person with the required power opened it. Spells of that nature were sometimes even keyed to specific individuals. The usual method of protection, if the wrong person saw the book, was to erase from their memory everything they'd seen in it. They would see it and at the same time forget it. The effect in one's mind was to blank out the text. Nathan didn't answer, but his scowl softened as he considered her idea. She could tell by his expression that he doubted her theory was the answer, but he apparently didn't want to argue the point just then, probably because he had something more important that he wanted to go on to. Sure enough, he tapped a finger on top of a small stack of books standing all by themselves.
These books, he said with a weighty undertone, are predominantly about Richard. I've never seen most of them before. I find that alarming, that such books would be hidden away in a place like this. Most have extensive stretches of blank pages.
For that many books of prophecy, especially about Richard, not to have been at the Palace of the Prophets was indeed alarming. For 5 centuries she had scoured the world for copies of any book she could find that contained anything at all about Richard. Anne scratched an eyebrow as she considered the implications. Were you able to learn anything? Nathan picked up the volume on top and flipped the book open.
Well, for one thing, this symbol here troubles me greatly. It's an exceedingly rare form of prophecy, undertaken while the prophet was under siege by a storm of revelation. Such graphic prophecies are drawn in the heat of a powerful vision when writing would take too long and interrupt the rush of what is rampaging through his mind. Anne was only vaguely aware of such representational prophecy. She recalled a few from the vaults at the palace. Nathan had never before mentioned to her what they had been, and no one else had known. Yet another of Nathan's little 1,000-year-old secrets. She bent close and studied the intricate drawing that took for itself most of a page. There were no straight lines in it at all, only curved swirls and arcs that eddied all around in a circular design that somehow seemed almost alive. Here and there the pen had dug violently into the surface of the vellum, plowing up parallel rows of fibers where the 2 halves of the pen's point had spread under the pressure. Anne lifted the book closer to a candle and carefully examined a curious place that was particularly rough.
She saw in the ancient dried bed of an inky pool a fine pointed sliver of metal. One side of the pen's point had broken off where it had been stabbed into the page. It was still embedded there. Right after, the cleaner marks of a fresh pen began anew, although they were no less forceful. Nothing in the ink drawing represented any identifiable subject. It appeared to be completely non-objective, and yet it was for some reason so gravely disturbing that it made her hackles lift. It seemed as if the drawing was almost recognizable, but its meaning was just outside of her conscious awareness. "What is it?" She laid the book on the table, open to the drawing. "What does it mean?" Nathan stroked a finger along his strong jaw. "It's rather hard to explain. There are no precise words to describe what comes as a picture in my mind when I view it." "Do you think," Anne asked with exaggerated patience as she clasped her hands, "that you could make an effort to describe to me as best you can the picture in your mind?" Nathan viewed her askance. "The only words I can think of that fit are, 'The beast comes.'" "The beast?" "Yes. I don't know what the impression means. The prophecy is partially cloaked, either deliberately or perhaps because it's meant to represent something I've never encountered before, or maybe even because it's linked to the blank pages and without their associated text, the drawing won't fully come to life for me." "What is it that this beast is coming to do?" Nathan flipped the cover closed so that she could see the title. "A Pebble in the Pond." Cold sweat broke out across her brow. "The symbol is a graphic warning," he said. Prophecy often referred to Richard as the pebble in the pond. The text of such a volume would probably be of incalculable value. If only it weren't missing. "You mean it's a warning for Richard that some kind of beast is coming?" Nathan nodded. "That's about as much as I can get from this. That and a vague impression of the ghastly aura around the thing." "Around the beast?" "Yes." The supporting text preceding the drawing would have been critical to understanding it better, to being able to comprehend the nature of this beast, but that text is missing. The branches after are blank as well, so there is no way to place the warning contextually or chronologically. For all I know, it could be something he has already faced and defeated, or something that in his old age might defeat him. Without at least some of the supporting prophecy or a context, there simply isn't any way to tell. Chronology was vital to understanding prophecy, but just from the dread that she felt when viewing the drawing, Anne didn't believe it was anything Richard had yet faced. "Perhaps it's meant as a metaphor. Jigang's army behaves like a beast, and they could certainly be described as ghastly. They slaughter everything in their path. For free people, and for Richard especially, the imperial order is a beast coming to destroy them and everything they hold dear." Nathan shrugged. "That very well could be the explanation. I just don't know." He paused a moment before he went on. "There is one more disturbing bit of oblique counsel to be found not only in this book, but in several of the other books." He cast a meaningful look her way. "Books that I've never seen before." For a whole variety of reasons, Anne, too, found it disturbing to learn that there were all these books hidden in such a strange underground graveyard room. Nathan gestured again to the books stacked all over the 4 large tables. "While there certainly are copies of a number of books we've seen, and I've showed those to you, most of these books are new to me. For any library to deviate to this degree from the classic masterworks is unprecedented. Each library has its own unique volumes, to be sure, but this place is like another world altogether. Nearly every volume in here is an astonishing discovery." Anne's caution awakened. She had the uncanny feeling that Nathan had at last arrived at the core of the labyrinth through which his mind traveled. One thing he had just said loomed in the back of her mind. Counsel? She frowned suspiciously. What sort of counsel? It advises the reader that if their interest is not of a general nature, but they instead have cause to seek more extensive and specific knowledge on the subjects therein, then they should consult the pertinent volumes kept with the bones. Anne's brow drew even tighter. Kept with the bones? Yes. It referred to these caches as central sites. Nathan leaned close again, like a washwoman with a load of dirty gossip. The central sites are mentioned in a number of places, but I've so far only been able to find where one of these sites was named the catacombs beneath the vaults at the Palace of the Prophets. Anne's jaw fell open. Catacombs? That's preposterous. There is no such place beneath the Palace of the Prophets. None we knew of, Nathan said in a grave tone. That doesn't mean it didn't exist. But, Anne stammered. That's just not possible. It's just not. Such a thing could not have gone unnoticed. In all that time sisters lived there, we would have known. Nathan shrugged. In all this time no one knew of this place, here, beneath the bones. But no one lived right above it. What if the presence of catacombs beneath the palace was not common knowledge? After all, we know little of the wizards of that time, and not a great deal about the specific people involved in the construction of the Palace of the Prophets. It could be that they had reason to conceal such a place, just as this place was concealed. Nathan arched an eyebrow. What if part of the purpose of the palace, the training of young wizards, was part of an elaborate ruse to hide the existence of such a secret site? Anne could feel her face going red. Are you suggesting that our calling was meaningless? How dare you even suggest that all our lives have been devoted to nothing more than a deception, and that the lives of those with the gift would not have been spared had we not? I'm not suggesting anything of the kind. I'm not saying the sisters were being duped, or that what they did didn't spare the lives of boys with the gift and help preserve it. I'm only saying that these books suggest that there may have been more to it. What if there was not only the intent to have a place for the sisters to practice their useful calling, but there was, in part, a grander purpose behind the place where they practiced that calling? After all, think of the graveyard above us. It has a valid reason to exist, but it also conveniently provides a shroud to hide this place. Perhaps such catacombs were deliberately covered over thousands of years ago with the intent of hiding them. If so, then by design we would never be aware of their existence. If it was a secret cache, there wouldn't have been any records of it. From the impression I got from the references in these books, I have reason to believe that there were at one time books that were considered so disturbing, and in some cases containing spells so dangerous, that it was decided that they had to be confined to a few hidden central sites as a precaution. They didn't end up in circulation, where they would be copied, as is the practice with most prophecy. What better way to restrict access? Since these references speak of the books kept with the bones, I suspect that these other central sites may be catacombs like the one said to be beneath the Palace of the Prophets. Anne slowly shook her head as she tried to take it all in, as she tried to imagine if there was any possibility that it could be true. She looked again at the table with the stacks of books that were mostly about Richard, and which they had never seen before. Anne gestured. And these here? What is there I almost wish I'd not read? Anne clutched his sleeve. Why? What did you read? He seemed to catch himself. He waved a dismissal, smiled briefly, and changed the subject. What I find most troubling about the blank places in the books is their common thread. While not all of the missing text is in prophecy, About Richard, I have determined that they all do have one thing in common.
And what would that be?
Nathan held up a finger to emphasize his point. Every one of the missing portions are in prophecies that pertain to a time after Richard was born. None of the prophecies that belong to a time before Richard's birth or thereabouts have copy missing. Anne carefully clasped her hands together as she considered the mystery and how to solve the puzzle.
Well, she said at last, there is one thing we could check. I could have Verna send a messenger to the Wizard's Keep in Aidendrill. Zed is there protecting the place, so that it can't fall into Jagang's hands. We could have Verna send a messenger and ask that Zed check specific places in his copies of books we have here, and see if they are missing the same text.
That's a good idea, Nathan said.
With the extent of the libraries at the Keep, he's bound to have a number of the classic books on prophecy that we recognize and have here.
Nathan's face brightened. As a matter of fact, it would be even better if we could have Verna send someone to the People's Palace in Dahara. While I was there, I spent a lot of time in the palace libraries. I clearly remember seeing copies of a number of these books. If we had someone check them, that would tell us if the books here are spelled as you suggested, and the problem is confined to these editions, or if it's some kind of wider phenomenon. We need to have Verna send someone to the People's Palace at once.
That should be easy enough. Verna is just about to depart for the south. On their way, they will no doubt be traveling near the People's Palace.
Nathan frowned down at her. You heard from Verna? And she said she is heading south? Why?
Anne's mood sank. I received a message from her earlier tonight just before I came here.
And what did our young prelate have to say? Why is she traveling south? In resignation, Anne let out a deep sigh.
I'm afraid the news is not the best. She said that Jagang has split his army. He is taking part of his horde down around the mountains in order to sweep up into Dahara from the south. Verna is leaving with a large contingent of the Daharan forces to eventually stand and face the Order's army.
The blood drained from Nathan's face. What did you say? He whispered.
Anne puzzled at his wide-eyed look. You mean that Jagang split his army? She didn't think it was possible, but the prophet's face went even more ashen.
Dear spirits, preserve us, he whispered. It's too soon. We're not ready.
Anne felt a tingling dread start at her toes and begin working its way up her legs. Her thighs prickled with goose flesh. Nathan, what are you talking about? What's wrong? He turned and frantically searched the spines of the books stacked all over the tables. He finally found what he wanted in the middle of a pile and yanked it out, letting the rest of the stack topple over. He hurriedly leafed through the book, muttering to himself as he searched.
Here it is, he said as he pressed a finger to a page. There are any number of prophecies down here that I've found in books I've never seen before. These prophecies surrounding the final battle are veiled to me. I cannot see them in visions, but the words are frightening enough. This one sums them up as clearly as any.
He bent close and in the candlelight read to her from the book.
In the year of the cicadas, when the champion of sacrifice and suffering, under the banner of both mankind and the light, finally splits his swarm, thus shall be the sign that prophecy has been awakened, and the final and deciding battle is upon us. Be cautioned, for all true forks and their derivatives are tangled in this mantic root. Only one trunk branches from this conjoined primal origin. If Vergrissa Ostraka does not lead this final battle, then the world already standing at the brink of darkness will fall under that terrible shadow.
Vergrissa Ostraka was one of the prophetic names for Richard. It was from a well-known prophecy in the ancient language of High Daharan. Its translation was, the bringer of death. To hear call him by that name in this prophecy was a means of linking the two prophecies in a conjugate fork.
If the cicadas should come this year, Nathan said, then that will verify that this prophecy is not just authentic, but active. Anne's knees felt weak. The cicadas began to emerge today. Nathan stared down at her like the Creator himself pronouncing judgment. Then the chronology is fixed. The prophecies have all tumbled into place. Events are marked. The end is upon us. Dear Creator, protect us, Anne whispered. Nathan slipped the book into his pocket. We must get to Richard. She was already nodding. Yes, you're right. There is no time to lose. Nathan glanced about. We certainly can't take all these books with us, and there is no time to read them. We must seal this place back up like it was and leave immediately. Before Anne could add her agreement, Nathan swept out an arm, the candles all extinguished. Only the lantern on the corner of one of the tables remained lit. On his way past, he swept it up in his big hand. Come on, he said. Anne scurried to catch up with him, trying to stay in the small circle of light now that the odd room had been plunged into darkness. Are you sure we shouldn't take any of these books? The prophet rushed into the narrow stairwell, the light funneling in with him. We can't be slowed down to carry them. Besides, which would we take? He paused momentarily to look back over his shoulder. His face was all angles and sharp lines in the harsh lantern light. We already know what prophecy says, and now for the first time we know the chronology. We must get to Richard. He has to be there at the battle when the armies clash, or all will be lost. Yes, and we will have to make sure that he is there to complete the word of prophecy. We are in agreement then, he said as he turned and rushed onward up the stairs. The tunneled stairwell was so narrow and low that he had trouble making his way up. At the top they burst out into the night, to the shrill buzzing song of the cicadas. Nathan called out for Tom and Jensen. The trees gently swayed in the humid breeze as they waited for an answer. It seemed an eternity, but it was really only a moment before Tom and Jensen came running out of the darkness. What is it? Jensen asked breathlessly. The dark shadow of Tom towered at her side. Is there trouble? Grave trouble, Nathan confirmed. Anne thought that he might be a little more discreet about it, but as serious as the situation was, discretion probably was pointless. He pulled the book he had taken from the library out of his pocket. He opened it to a blank page where prophecy was missing. Tell me what this says, he commanded, holding it out to Jensen. She frowned at him. What it says? Nathan, it's blank. He grumbled his discontent. That means subtractive was somehow involved. Subtractive is underworld magic, the power of death, so it affects her the same as us. Nathan turned back to Jensen. We have found a prophecy that pertains to Richard. We must find him or Jagang will win the war. Jensen gasped. Tom let out a low whistle. Do you know where he is? Nathan asked. Without hesitation, Tom turned a little and lifted an arm to point off into the night. His bond told him what their gift could not. He is that way, not a great distance, but not close either. Anne peered into the darkness. We'll have to get our things together and be on our way at first light. He's on the move, Tom said. I doubt you will find him there in that spot by the time you get there. Nathan cursed under his breath. There is no telling where that boy is heading. I'd guess that he is headed back to Altarang, Anne said. Yes, but what if he doesn't stay there? He laid a hand on Tom's shoulder. We will need you to come with us. You are one of the covert protectors to the Lord Rahl. This is important. Anne saw Tom's hand grip tightly around the knife at his belt. The silver hilt of that knife was emblazoned with the ornate letter R, standing for the House of Rahl. It was a rare knife carried by rare individuals who worked unseen to protect the life of the Lord Rahl. Of course, Tom said. I'll come as well, Jensen added in a rush. I only have to get— No, Nathan said, silencing her. We need you to stay here. Why? Because, Anne said in a more sympathetic tone than Nathan had used. "You are Richard's link with these people. They are in need of help in understanding the wider world only just open to them. They are vulnerable to the imperial order and vulnerable to being used against us. They have only just made the choice to be part of our cause and part of the Daharan Empire. Richard needs you to be here for now, and right now Tom's place is with us, and his duty to Richard." With panic in her eyes, she looked at Tom. "But I'm—" "Jensen," Nathan said, his arms encircling her shoulders. "Look there." He pointed down the stairwell. "You know what's down there. If anything happens to us, Richard may need to know as well. You must be here to guard this place for him. This is important, just as important as Tom coming with us. We're not trying to spare you danger. This may in fact be more dangerous than going with us." Jensen looked from Nathan's eyes to Anne's and reluctantly recognized how serious the situation was. "If you think Richard might need me here, then I must stay." Anne touched her fingertips to the underside of the young woman's chin. "Thank you, child, for understanding the importance of this." "We must close this place up like it was when I found it," Nathan said, swirling his arms with his urgency. "I'll show you the mechanism and how to make it function. Then we must get back to town and gather our things. We will only be able to snatch a few hours' sleep before sunrise, but it can't be helped." "It's a long walk out of Bandakar," Tom said. "After we're over the mountain pass, we'll have to find some horses if we're to catch Lord Rahl." "It's decided then," the prophet said. "Let's get this tomb closed back up and be on our way." Anne frowned. "Nathan, this cache of books has been hidden under this gravestone for thousands of years. In all that time, no one has ever discovered it was there. Just how did you manage to find it?" Nathan lifted an eyebrow. "Actually, I didn't think it was all that difficult." He stepped around to the front of the huge stone monument and waited for Anne to come closer. Once she had, he held up his lantern. There, carved into the face of the ancient stone, were but two words: Nathan Rahl. Chapter 13. It was late afternoon by the time Victor, Nicky, Kara, and Richard passed through the long shadows among the olive groves covering the southern hills outside of Altarang. Richard had never eased the pace, and they were all tired from the arduous, if relatively short, journey. The chill rain had moved on, pushed away by the oppressive weight of heat and humidity. With as much as they were all sweating, it might as well have still been raining. Even though he was bone-weary, Richard felt better than he had only a couple of days before. Despite the exertion, his strength was gradually returning. He was also relieved that they had seen no sign of the beast. Several times he had let the others go on while he checked their back trail to see if they were being followed. He had never seen any sign of anyone or anything following behind them, and so he was starting to breathe a little easier. He also had to consider the possibility that Nicky's information about Jagang creating such a monster was not the explanation for what had killed Victor's men. Even if, as Nicky said, Jagang had succeeded in creating such a beast, that didn't mean that it was the explanation for the violent and deadly attack, or even that this beast had yet begun to hunt Richard. But if that wasn't it, then he couldn't even begin to imagine what it could have been. Carts, wagons, and people moved at a brisk pace along the crowded roads around the city. Commerce seemed to be flourishing even more than the last time Richard had been in Altarang. Some of the people recognized Victor and some Nicky. Since the revolt, both of them had played important roles in Altarang. A good number of the people recognized Richard either because they had been there the night the revolution for their liberty had begun, or because they recognized his sword. It was a unique weapon, and the polished silver and gold scabbard was hard to miss, especially in the old world under the drab rule of the order. People smiled at the four of them as they passed, or tipped a hat, or gave them a friendly nod. Kara eyed every passing smile with suspicion. Richard would have been pleased to see the emerging vitality in Altarang, had his mind not been on things far more important to him. And to deal with those important matters he needed horses. Since it was so late in the day, it would be dark before he could hope to have horses and supplies collected and ready for a journey. He was reluctantly reconciled to spending the night in Al-Tarang. Many of the people on the bustling country lanes and roads around the city seemed to be traveling to and from nearby towns, or possibly even places much farther. Whereas people once came to the city in the desperate hope of finding work at building the emperor's palace, they now arrived filled with optimism that they would be able to find a new life, a free life. Every one of the people traveling away from the city, besides carrying goods for trade, also carried word of the profound changes since the revolt. They were an army carrying the bright shining weapon of an idea. In Al-Tarang, they no longer had to mold their lives around their fear of the order. They could now shape their lives to their own needs and aspirations made possible by personal liberty and their own enterprise. They owed their lives to no one. Swords could enforce tyranny, but only if it relentlessly crushed such ideas. Ultimately, only brutality could enforce the irrationality and dead end of self-sacrifice. That was why the order would have to send its most savage troops to crush the very idea of liberty. If they didn't, then liberty would spread and people would prosper. If that came to be, then liberty would triumph. Richard noticed that new market stands seemed to have sprung up at junctions of what had once been little more than rutted paths and lanes, but were now active byways. The stands sold goods of every sort, from a variety of vegetables to stacks of firewood to rows of jewelry. Merchants at the outskirts of the city eagerly offered travelers a variety of cheeses, sausages, and breads. Closer to the city, people milled about scrutinizing bolts of cloth or inspecting the quality of an array of leather goods. Richard remembered how when Nicky had first brought him to Al-Tarang, they'd had to stand in lines all day for a loaf of bread, and often the store would run out before they ever got anywhere near the front of the line. So that everyone could afford bread, bakeries had been strictly regulated and prices had been fixed by a whole variety of committees, boards, and layers of ordinances. No consideration was given to the cost of ingredients or labor, only to what was judged to be the price people could afford to pay. The price of bread had seemed cheap, but there was never enough bread, nor any other foodstuff. Richard considered it a perversion of logic to call something unavailable inexpensive. Laws that the hungry be fed had only resulted in widespread hunger haunting the streets and dark homes of the city. The true cost of the altruistic ideas that spawned such laws was starvation and death. Those who championed the lofty notions of the order were indignantly blind to the endless misery and death they caused. Now, at stands on almost every corner, bread was plentiful and starvation looked to have receded into nothing more than a horrific memory. It was amazing to see how freedom had made everything so plentiful. It was amazing to see so many people in Al-Tarang smiling. The revolt had been opposed by a good number of people who supported the imperial order, who wanted things to continue the way they were. There were many who believed that people were wicked and deserved no more out of their lives than misery. Such people believed that happiness and accomplishment were sinful, that individuals on their own could not make their own lives better without causing harm to others. Such people scorned the very idea of individual liberty. For the most part, those people had been defeated, either killed in the fighting or driven away. Those who had fought for and won their liberty had fierce reasons to value it. Richard hoped that they would have the will to hang on to what they had won. As they passed into the older sections of the city, he noticed that many of the dingy brick buildings had been cleaned so that they almost looked new. Shutters were painted bright colors that actually looked cheerful in the hazy late afternoon sun. A number of the buildings that had been burned down in the revolt were already being rebuilt. Richard thought it a wonder, after the way it used to be, that Al-Tarang could look cheerful. It gave him a flutter of excitement to see a place so alive. He knew, too, that it was the simple, sincere happiness of people pursuing their own interests and living their lives for the sake of themselves that would draw the hate and wrath of some. The followers of the order believed that mankind was inherently evil. Such people would stop at nothing to suffocate the blasphemy of happiness. As they turned onto a broader street that led deeper into the city, Victor came to a stop at a corner of major thoroughfares. "I need to go see Farron's family and the families of some of the other men. If it's all right with you, Richard, I think I should speak with them alone, for now at least. The grief of sudden loss and important visitors are a confusing mix." Richard felt awkward being viewed as an important visitor, especially to people who had just lost loved ones. But in the midst of such bad news, it was not the time for him to try to soften that view. "I understand, Victor. But I was hoping that maybe later you could say some words to them. It would be a comfort if you told them how brave their men had been. Your words would honor their loved ones." "I'll do my best." "There are others who will need to know that I've returned. They will be eager to see you." Richard gestured to Kara and Nicky. "I want to show them something." He pointed toward the center of the city. "Down this way." "You mean Liberty Square?" Richard nodded. "Then I will meet you there as soon as I can manage it." Richard briefly watched as Victor vanished down a narrow cobbled street to the right. "What do you want to show us?" Kara asked. "Something that I'm hoping may help jog your memory." The first sight of the majestic statue carved from the finest white Cavatura marble, glowing in the amber light of the late-day sun, nearly buckled Richard's knees. He knew every intimate curve of the figure, every fold of the flowing robes. He knew because he had carved the original. "Richard," Nicky said as she clasped his arm, "are you all right?" He could manage hardly more than a whisper as he stared at the statue off across the green sweep of lawns. "I'm fine." The vast open expanse had been the site of the construction of the former palace that was to be the seat of rule for the imperial order. It had been where Nicky had brought Richard to toil for the greater glory of the cause of the order in the hope that he would learn the importance of self-sacrifice and the corrupt nature of mankind. Instead, in the process, she had learned the value of life. But while he'd still been Nicky's captive, he had worked for months in the construction of the Emperor's palace. That palace was gone now, erased from the face of the ground. Only a semicircle of columns from the main entrance remained to stand watch around the proud statue in white marble that marked the place where the flame of freedom had first ignited in the heart of darkness. After the revolt against the rule of the order, the statue had been carved and dedicated to the free people of all Terang and the memory of those who had given their lives for that freedom. This place, where people had first spilled blood to gain their liberty, was now hallowed ground. Victor had named the place Liberty Square. Lit by the warm light of the low sun, the statue shone like a beacon. "What do you two see?" Richard asked. Kara, too, had a hand on his arm. "Lord Rahl, it's the same statue we saw the last time we were here." Nicky nodded her agreement. "The statue that the carvers created after the revolt." The sight of the statue made Richard ache. The femininity of its exquisite shape, the curves, the bone and muscle were clearly evident beneath the flowing robes of stone. The woman in marble almost looked alive. "And where did the carvers get the model for this statue?" Richard asked the two women. Both gave him a blank look. With a hooked finger, Nicky pulled back a strand of hair that the humid breeze had lifted across her face. "What do you mean?" "To carve such a statue, expert carvers typically scale it up from a model. What do you recall about that model?" "Yes," Kara said as her face brightened in recollection. "It was something you carved." "That's right," he said to Kara. "You and I searched together for the wood for the small statue. You were the one who found the walnut tree I used. It had been growing on a slope just above a broad valley. The tree had been knocked over by a wind-blown spruce. You were there when I cut the wood from that fallen, weathered walnut tree. You were there when I carved that small statue. We sat together on the banks of the stream and talked the hours away as I worked on it." "Yes, I remember you carving while we sat in the countryside." A hint of a smile ghosted across Kara's face. What of it? We were at the home I built in the mountains. Why were we there? Kara looked up at him, puzzled by the question, as if it seemed too obvious to warrant the effort of retelling. After the people of Anderith voted to side with the Imperial Order, rather than you and Ahara, you gave up on trying to lead people against the Order. You said that you couldn't force people to want to be free, but that they must choose it for themselves before you could lead them. It was difficult for Richard to calmly tell things to a woman who should know them as well as he did, but he knew that reproach wouldn't help to spark her memory. Besides, whatever was going on, he knew it wasn't a willful deception on the part of Nicky and Kara. That was part of it, he said, but there was a much more important reason why we were there in those trackless mountains. A more important reason? Kaylin had been beaten nearly to death. I took her there so that she would be safe while she recovered. You and I spent months caring for her, trying to nurse her back to health. But she wasn't getting better. She sank into a deep despondency. She had despaired of ever recovering, of ever being whole again. He couldn't bring himself to say that part of the reason Kaylin had nearly given up was because when those men had beaten her nearly to death, it had caused her to lose her child. "And so you carved this statue of her?" Kara asked. "Not exactly." He stared off at the proud figure in white stone rising up against the deep blue sky. He had not intended the little statue he'd carved to look like Kaylin. Through this figure, her robes flowing as she faced into a wind, as she stood with her head thrown back, her chest out, her hands fisted at her sides, her back arched and strong as if in opposition to an invisible power trying to subdue her, Richard had conveyed not what Kaylin looked like, but rather a sense of her inner nature. This was not a statue of Kaylin, but of her living force, her soul. The magnificent statue before them was her spirit encased in stone. It's Kaylin's courage, her heart, her valor, her determination. That's why I named the statue Spirit. When she saw it, she understood what she was seeing. It made her hunger to be well again, to be strong and independent again. It made her want to be fully alive again. That was when she started to get well. Both women looked more than simply dubious, but they didn't dispute his story. "The thing is," Richard said as he started out across the broad stretch of grass, "if you were to ask the men who carved this statue where that small statue is, that statue I carved and which they used as a model to scale up this one, they would not be able to find it or tell you what happened to it." Nicky hurried to keep up with him. "So where is it then?" "That little statue I carved for her out of walnut wood that summer in the mountains meant a great deal to Kaylin. She was eager to have it back after the men were finished using it. Kaylin has it." Nicky let out a sigh as she returned her gaze to where she was walking. "Of course she does." He frowned over at the sorceress. "And what does that mean?" "Richard, when a person is suffering delirium, their mind works to come up with things to fill in the blank places, to knit together the tattered fabric of that delirium. It's a way for them to try to make sense out of their confusion." "Then where is the statue?" he asked both women. Kara shrugged. "I don't know. I don't remember what happened to it. There is this big one now, in marble. That's the one that seems important." "I don't know either, Richard," Nicky said when he looked her way. "Maybe if the carvers look around, they will be able to come up with it." It seemed like she was missing the purpose of his story, and that they only thought that he was interested in finding his carving. "No, they won't be able to come up with it. That's the whole point. That's what I'm trying to make you understand. Kaylin has it. I remember her pleasure the day she got it back. Don't you see? No one will be able to find it or remember what happened to it. Don't you see how things don't fit? Don't you see that something strange is going on? Don't you see that something is wrong?" They paused at the base of the broad expanse of steps. "The truth? Not really." Nicky gestured up at the statue standing before the semicircle of pillars. "After this statue was finally finished and the model was no longer needed, it was probably lost or destroyed. As Kara said, we now have the statue here in stone. But don't you see the importance of the small carving? Don't you see the importance of what I'm telling you? I remember what happened to it, but no one else will. I'm trying to prove a point, to show you something, to show you that I'm not dreaming up Kaylin, to show you that things just don't add up and you need to believe me." Nicky slipped a thumb under the strap of her pack in an effort to ease the ache caused by the burden of its weight. "Richard, your subconscious mind in all likelihood recalls what happened to the carving, that it was lost or destroyed after this statue was finished, and so it uses that small detail to try to patch in one of the holes in the insubstantial story you dreamed up in your delirium. It's just your inner mind trying to make things seem like it all makes sense for you." So that was it. It wasn't that they didn't get his point. It was that they got it all too well and simply didn't believe it. Richard took a deep breath. He still hoped to be able to convince them that they were the ones who were mistaken, who weren't taking everything into account. "But why would I invent such a story?" "Richard," Nicky said as she gently gripped his arm, "please, let's just drop it. I've said enough. I'm only making you angry. I asked you a question. What possible reason would I have for creating such a story?" Nicky cast a sidelong glance at Kara before finally giving in. "If you want to know the truth, Richard, I think you recall this statue here partly because it was only recently carved after the revolt, and it was fresh in your memory. And when you were hurt, when you were at the brink of death, because this was fresh in your mind, you wove it into your dreams. It became part of this woman you dreamed up, part of the story. You linked it all together and used it to help create something meaningful for yourself, something you could hang on to. Your mind used this statue because it serves to connect your dream to something in the real world. In that way, it serves to help make your dream more real for you." "What?" Richard was stunned. "Why would—" "Because," Nicky said, fists at her sides, "it makes it look as if you can point to something solid in the real world and say, 'This is her.'" Richard blinked, unable to speak. Nicky glanced away. Her voice lost its heat and dropped to a near whisper. "Forgive me, Richard." He withdrew his glare from her. How could he forgive her for what she sincerely believed? How could he forgive himself for not being able to make her understand? Fearing to test his voice just then, he started up the expansive steps. He couldn't look into her eyes, couldn't look into the eyes of someone who thought he was mad. He was hardly aware of the effort of climbing the hill of steps. At the top, as he crossed the expansive marble platform, he could hear Nicky and Kara rushing up the steps after him. For the first time, he noticed that there seemed to be quite a few people on the grounds of the former palace. From the height of the platform, he could see the river that cut through the city. Flocks of birds wheeled above the swirling water. Beyond the towering columns behind the statue, green hills and trees, wavering in the heat. The proud figure of Spirit rose up before him, glorious in the golden late-day sunlight. He laid a hand against the cool, smooth stone for support. He could hardly endure the pain of what he felt at that moment. When Kara came close, he looked up into her blue eyes. "Is that what you believe too, that I'm just inventing in my head that Kaylin was hurt, and you and I cared for her? This statue doesn't spark any memory? It doesn't help you recall anything?" Kara gazed up at the mute statue. "Now that you brought it up, Lord Rahl, I remember when I found the tree. I remember you smiling at me when I showed it to you. I remember that you were pleased with me. I also remember some of the stories you told me when you carved, and I remember you listening to some of my stories. But you carved a lot of things that summer." "That summer before Nicky came and took me away," he added. "Yes. And if I'm only dreaming and Kaylin doesn't exist, then how did Nicky manage to capture me and take me away if you were there to protect me?" Kara paused, taken aback by the cutting tone of the question. "She used magic." "Magic. Mord Sith are the counter to magic, remember? That's their whole reason for their existence, to protect the Lord Rahl from those with magic who would do him harm. The day Nicky showed up, she intended to do me harm. You were there. Why didn't you stop her?" Terror crept incrementally into Kara's blue eyes. "Because I failed you. I should have stopped her, but I failed. A day does not go by that I don't wish you would punish me for failing in my duty to protect you." Her face stood out crimson against her blonde hair as her sudden confession burst forth. "Because I failed you, you were captured by Nicky and taken away for nearly a year, all because of me. If it had been your father I failed in such a fashion, he would have executed me, but only after making me beg for death until I was hoarse. And he would have been right to do so. I deserve no less. I failed you." Richard stared in shock. "Kara, it wasn't your fault. That's the whole point of my question. You should remember that you could have done nothing to stop Nicky." Kara's hands fisted. "I should have, but I didn't. I failed you." "Kara, that's not true. Nicky used a spell on Kaylin. Had either of us done anything to stop her, Nicky would have killed Kaylin." "What?" Nicky objected. "What in the world are you talking about? You captured Kaylin with a spell. That spell connected you to Kaylin and was directly controlled by your intent. If I hadn't gone with you, you could have killed Kaylin at any time with no more than a thought. That, for the most part, was why Kara and I could do nothing." Nicky planted her hands on her hips. "And just what kind of a spell do you think could accomplish such a thing?" "A maternity spell." Nicky regarded him with a blank look. "A what?" "A maternity spell. It created a connection that made anything that happened to you happen to her. If Kara or I had harmed or killed you, the same fate would have befallen Kaylin. We were helpless. I had to do what you wanted. I had to go with you or Kaylin would have died. I had to do as you wished, or you could have taken her life through the link of that spell. I had to make sure nothing happened to you or the same fate would befall Kaylin." Nicky shook her head with incredulity and then, without comment, turned to stare off at the hills beyond the statue. "It wasn't your fault, Kara." He lifted her chin to make her wet eyes look up at him. "Neither of us could have done anything. You didn't fail me." "Don't you think that I would like to believe you? Don't you think that I would, if it were true?" "If you don't remember what I'm telling you really happened," Richard said, "then just how do you think Nicky managed to capture me?" "She used magic." "What kind of magic?" "I don't know what kind of magic it was. I'm no expert on how magic works. She just used magic, that's all." He turned to Nicky. "What magic? How did you capture me? What spell did you use? Why didn't I stop you? Why didn't Kara stop you?" "Richard, that was, a year and a half ago? I don't remember exactly what spell I used that day to capture you. It wasn't all that hard. You don't have the ability to control your gift or mount a defense against someone experienced with it. I could have tied you up in knots of magic and had you over the back of a horse without working up a sweat." "And why didn't Kara try to stop you?" "Because," Nicky said, gesturing in exasperation at having to try to recall the irksome details, "I had you hobbled under my ability, and she knew that if she made a move, I would have killed you first. It's no more complicated than that." "That's right," Kara said. "Nicky spelled you just as she says. I couldn't do anything because it was you she attacked. If she would have used her power against me, I could have turned her gift against her. But she used it instead on you, so I could do nothing." With a finger, Richard wiped sweat from his brow. "You're trained to kill with your bare hands. If nothing else, why wouldn't you have hit her over the head with a rock?" "I would have hurt you," Nicky said, answering for Kara, "or possibly even killed you, had she even looked like she was going to try anything." "And then Kara would have had you," Richard reminded the sorceress. "Back then I was willing to forfeit my life. I just didn't care. You know that." Richard did indeed know that much of it was true. At the time, Nikki did not value life, not even her own. That had made her dangerous in the extreme. My mistake was in not attacking Nikki before she could get to you, Kara said. If I had made her strike out at me with magic, I would have had her. That is what a Mord Sith is supposed to do, but I failed you. You couldn't, Nikki said. I surprised you both. You didn't fail, Kara. Sometimes there simply isn't any chance to succeed. Sometimes there is no solution. For the two of you, that was one of those situations. I was in control. It was hopeless. Every time he backed them into a corner, they seemed to be able to effortlessly slither out. Richard laid a hand against the smooth marble as his mind raced, trying to think of how this could be happening. What could be causing them to forget? He reasoned that maybe he could remedy the problem if only he knew what was causing it. And then, something about that story he had told them in the shelter a couple of nights back suddenly sprang to mind. Chapter 14. Richard snapped his fingers. Magic, he said. That's it. Remember how I told you that Kaelin showed up in the Heartland Woods near where I lived, and that she had come because she was looking for the long-lost Great Wizard? What of it? Nikki asked. Kaelin was looking for the Great Wizard because Zed had fled the Midlands before I was born. Darken Rahl had raped my mother, and Zed wanted to take her away to safety. Kara's brow twitched with suspicion. Much like you say you took this woman, your wife, to those remote mountains so she would be safe after she had been attacked? Well, kind of, but... Do you see what you're doing, Richard? Nikki asked. You're taking things you heard about and putting them into your dream. Do you see the thread that runs through both stories? That's a common phenomenon when people dream. The mind falls back on what it knows or has heard about. No, that's not it. Just hear me out. Nikki conceded with a simple nod, but she clasped her hands behind her back and lifted her chin in the manner of an uncompromising teacher dealing with an obstinate student. I guess there were similarities, Richard finally admitted, uncomfortable at the way Nikki had him locked in her knowing gaze. But in a way, that's the point. Don't you see? Zed had become fed up with the Council of the Midlands, much like I gave up trying to help people who believed in the Order's lies. The difference is that Zed wanted to leave them to suffer the consequences of their actions. He didn't want them to be able to come asking for his help in getting them out of trouble of their own making. When he left the Midlands and went to Westland, he cast a wizard's web to make everyone forget him. He thought they should understand, but they only stared at him. Zed used a specific magic spell to make everyone forget his name, forget who he was, so they couldn't come looking for him. That must be what happened with Kaelin. Someone took her and used magic not only to erase her tracks, but to erase everyone's memory of her. That's why you can't remember her. That's why no one remembers her. Kara looked surprised by the notion. She glanced at Nikki. Nikki wet her lips and sighed heavily. That has to be it, Richard pressed. That has to be the answer. Richard, Nikki said in a quiet voice, that's not what is going on here. It doesn't even remotely make sense. Richard couldn't understand how Nikki, being a sorceress, couldn't see it. Yes, it does. Magic made everyone forget Zed. After Kaelin met me in the woods that day, she told me how she was looking for the Great Wizard, but that no one could recall the Old One's name because he had cast a web of magic to make them forget it. Magic must have been used to make everyone forget Kaelin in the same way. Except you, Nikki said, as she arched an eyebrow. This magic seems to have failed where you're concerned, since you have no trouble remembering her. Richard had been expecting just such an argument. It's possible that since I alone have a different form of the gift, the spell didn't work on me. Nikki again drew a deep, patient breath. You say that this woman, Kaelin, came looking for the missing wizard? The Old One, right? Right. Don't you see the problem, Richard? She knew that she was looking for this Old One, the missing wizard. Richard was nodding. That's right. Nicky leaned toward him. "That kind of spell is quite troublesome to create, and it has a number of complications that must be taken into account. But other than that, it's not altogether remarkable. Difficult, yes. Remarkable, no." "Then that must be what was done with Kalen. Someone, maybe one of the Order's wizards traveling with the supply convoy, took her and cast a spell to try to make us all forget her, so that we wouldn't come after them." "Why would someone go to the trouble to do such a thing?" Kara asked. "Why not simply kill her? What's the purpose in capturing her and then making everyone forget her?" "I'm not sure. Maybe they simply wanted to have a way to escape without being followed. Maybe they intend to spirit her away and then, at a time of their choosing, parade their prisoner before their subjects to show their power, to show that they can capture anyone who opposes them. The fact remains that she's gone, and no one but me remembers her. It makes sense to me that a spell must have been used, like the spell Zed used to make people forget him." Nicky pinched the bridge of her nose in a way that somehow made Richard feel just a little stupid, as if his idea was so foolish it was giving her a headache. Everyone was looking for this old one, this great wizard. They remembered that he was the great wizard, that he was an important, accomplished man, even that he was from the Midlands. They merely couldn't remember his name, and probably what he looked like. So without his name or a description of him, they were having a great deal of difficulty finding him. Richard nodded. "That's right." "Don't you see, Richard? They knew that he existed, knew that he was the old wizard and probably had a great many memories of things he had done. But they simply couldn't recall his name because of the spell, that's all. His name. They couldn't remember his name even though they remembered that the man existed. But this wife of yours is remembered by no one except you. We don't know her name or anything else about her. We have no memory of her or of anything she supposedly did with us. We have no knowledge of anything at all about her, not one thing. She exists in no one's mind but yours." Richard saw the distinction, but wasn't ready to concede the point. "But maybe this was just a stronger spell or something. It must have been much the same, but just more powerful, so that everyone not only forgets her name, but forgets her altogether." Nicky gently gripped his shoulders in an almost painfully sympathetic manner. "Richard, I admit that to someone like you who grew up without understanding magic, that might seem like it makes sense. And it's very inventive, it really is. But it simply doesn't work that way in the real world. To someone without an understanding of how such power works, it must seem entirely logical, at least on the surface. But when you look deeper, the difference between a spell to make everyone forget a person's name and a spell making everyone forget that person ever existed, it's the difference between lighting a fire at camp and igniting a second sun in the sky." Richard threw up his hands in frustration. "But why?" "Because the first alters only one thing, the memory of a person's name. And I must add that such a thing, as simple as it might seem on the face of it, is profoundly difficult and beyond the ability of all but a handful of the most gifted individuals, and even then they must have extensive knowledge. Still, everyone knows that they have forgotten the great wizard's name. So even as it does the work of making people forget that name, the spell only has to accomplish this one clearly defined and limited task. The difficulty with spells of this nature is in how broadly the task is applied. But for the purpose of this example, that is beside the point. Where the first example alters one thing, the name of the vanished wizard, the second alters nearly everything. That is what makes it beyond difficult. It makes it impossible." "I still don't understand." Richard paced from the statue partway out across the platform and back, gesturing as he spoke. "It seems to me like it does roughly the same thing. Think of all the ways a person, especially an important person such as the Mother Confessor, touches the lives of nearly everyone. Dear spirits, Richard, she oversaw the Central Council of the Midlands. She made decisions that affected every land." Richard closed the distance to the sorceress. What difference does that make? Zed was first wizard. He was important too, and he touched a lot of lives. And people only forgot his name. They did not forget the man himself. Try for a moment to imagine what would be the result if a spell could make everyone forget a simple man. Nicky walked off a few paces and then abruptly turned back. Say, Fable, the charcoal maker. Not just forget his name, but forget the man entirely. Forget that he exists, or ever did, just like you suggest happened to this woman, Kaylin. What would happen? What would Fable's family do? Who would his children think fathered them? Who would his wife think made her pregnant and gave her children if she couldn't remember Fable? Where was this mystery man who sired a family? Would her mind invent another man to soothe her panic and fill the void? What would her friends believe? And how would all of their thoughts mesh with hers? What would everyone believe without the truth to support their thinking? What would happen when people's minds fabricated patches filling the gaps in their memories, and those patches didn't match? With the charcoal ovens all around his home, how would his wife and children think they got there? And how had all the charcoal been made? What would happen at the foundry where Fable sold his charcoal? What would Priska think? That somehow baskets of charcoal had magically appeared in the bins in the storage room of his foundry? I'm not even beginning to scratch the surface of the ever-expanding complications such a fanciful forget-me spell cast on Fable would cause. The accounting of money, the allocation of work, the agreements with lumbermen and other workers, the documents, the promises he'd made, and all the rest. Think of all the confusion and disarray such a thing would cause. And that's with one little-known man living in a tiny house down a lonely lane. Nicky lifted an arm, as if in grand introduction. But with a woman like the Mother Confessor herself? She let the arm drop. I can't even begin to imagine the tangle of consequences left snarled in the wake of such an incomprehensible event. Nicky's mane of blonde hair stood out against the dark background of trees on the hills beyond the broad, level, grassy expanse. Her hair's length and its sweeping curves looked casual, even comfortably intimate, and complemented her shapely form in her black dress, but the power of her presence was not to be taken lightly. At that moment, as she stood illuminated by a ray of light from the setting sun, she was a breathtaking figure of astute perception and knowledgeable authority, a force that seemed beyond reproach. Richard stood mute and motionless as she went on in an instructional tone. It's the cascade of connections to all those specific incidents that would make such a spell impossible. Every little thing that the Mother Confessor had ever done would snowball together with connected circumstances in which she may not even have been personally involved, compounding the number of events that would become tainted by such a spell. The power, the complexity, the sheer magnitude of it is beyond comprehension. Those complications must draw power from the spell in order to counteract the disruptive potential of such complications. Those exigencies feed off the power of the spell that seeks to command the nature of the event. At some point, a spell without the power to compensate for a growing vortex of such dissipative events would simply sputter and die, like a candle in a downpour. Nicky stepped close and jabbed a finger at his chest. And that's not even taking into account the most glaring inconsistency of your dream. In your delirium, you dreamed up an even more complex predicament. You dreamed up not only this woman, this wife who is remembered by no one else, but in your irrational dreaming state you went further, much further, without realizing the fateful consequences. You see, it wasn't merely some country girl who no one knew that you dreamed up for yourself. No, you made her a known person, in the context of a dream that might seem a simple thing. But in the real world, a known person creates a congruency dilemma. And yet you went further still. Even a known person would not be as complicated as what you did. In your state of delirium, you picked the Mother Confessor herself, a near mythic individual, a person of great importance, but at the same time a person far away, a person that neither Kara, nor I, nor Victor would know. None of us is from the distant Midlands, so we would have no way to easily offer up facts that are inconsistent with your dream. That distance might have made sense in your dream because it seemed to also solve the untidy problem of contradictory facts. But in the real world it still creates for you a problem of insurmountable magnitude. Such a woman is widely known. It's only a matter of time until your carefully constructed world clashes with the real world and begins to fall apart. By picking a known person, you have doomed your idyllic dream to destruction. Nicky lifted his chin and made him look into her eyes. In your troubled state of mind, Richard, you dreamed up someone comforting. You were facing the abyss of death. You desperately wanted someone to love you, someone who made you feel less afraid, less terrified, less alone. That's completely understandable, it really is. I don't think any less of you. I couldn't, because you created such a solution for yourself when you were so afraid and so alone. But it's over, and you have to come to grips with it. If it had been an unknown woman you imagined, then the dream would have been nothing more than an ethereal abstraction. But you inadvertently linked it to reality because the Mother Confessor is known by a great many people. If you ever get back to the Midlands or run into people from the Midlands, your dream will come face to face with the indisputable reality. For you, each one of those people is a lurking shadow ready to shoot an arrow. But this time an arrow that will not fail to pierce your heart. It could even be worse. What if the real Mother Confessor is dead? Richard drew back. But she's not. Lord Rahl, Kara said, I remember several years ago when Darken Rahl sent the Quads to kill all the confessors. The Quads didn't fail at their task of assassination. Richard stared at the Mord Sith, but they failed to get her. Richard, Nicky said in a gentle tone, drawing his gaze back to her. What if you someday get to the Midlands and you discover that the real Mother Confessor was not what you imagined, but was in fact an old woman? After all, the confessors didn't name women as young as this love of yours would have been to be the Mother Confessor. What if you find out that the real woman was old and worse, that she is long dead? The truth now. What would you do then if you were confronted by that and it was real? Richard's mouth was so dry that he had to work his tongue in order to be able to wet his lips enough to speak. I don't know. Nicky smiled wistfully. An honest answer at last. Even that smile was more than she could manage, and it vanished. I'm afraid for you, Richard. Afraid for what will become of your state of mind if you continue to cling to this, let it take over your whole life, and then it finally comes to something like that, which it will. Sooner or later you are going to come face to face with the stone-cold reality of the situation. Nicky, just because you can't envision— Richard, she said, quietly cutting him off. I'm a sorceress. I've been a sister of the light and a sister of the dark. I know a thing or two about magic. I'm telling you that such a thing as you suggest is simply beyond the power of any magic I know of. It is not beyond the power of a desperate man to dream up, but it is unworkable in the real world. You can't even begin to imagine the dire consequences were such a thing to even be attempted, much less possible. Nicky, I grant you your great knowledge on the subject, but you don't know everything. Just because you don't know how to do something, that doesn't mean it's impossible. It only means that you don't know how it can be done. You just don't want to admit that you might be wrong. Her hands fisted at her sides as she blinked. Do you think that I want to oppose you in this? Is that what you think? Do you think I enjoy trying to make you see the truth? Do you think that I like being against you in anything? What I know is that somehow, in some way, someone has made all of you forget that Kaylin exists. I know that she's real, and I intend on finding her, even if you don't like it.
This is the end of disc number 5. Please insert disc number 6. This is disc number 6.
Richard answered Nicky. What I know is that somehow, in some way, someone has made all of you forget that Kaylin exists. I know that she's real, and I intend on finding her, even if you don't like it. Nicky, her blue eyes brimming with tears, turned her back on him and gazed up briefly at the statue towering over her. Richard, I would eagerly grant you your dream were it within my power to make it real. You cannot imagine what I would give to have you have what you want, to make you happy. Richard watched the violet clouds at the horizon turning dark. It somehow seemed too peaceful to be real. Nicky stood with her arms folded, staring off in the opposite direction, staring into the gathering darkness. Kara stood nearby, keeping an eye on all the people roaming the former palace grounds. Nicky, Richard finally said into the uncomfortable silence atop the vast marble circle, do you have any explanations other than this being a dream? Is there anything within your knowledge that has any chance at all of being the cause of this? Is there anything at all, any kind of magic, that you can think of that would help solve this puzzle? He watched her back, wondering if she would answer. A long shadow lay across the curved bronze dial plane encircling the proud figure, telling him what he knew, that the day was dying, that valuable time was slipping away. Finally, Nicky turned to him. The fire seemed to have gone out of her. Richard, I'm sorry that I can't make it real for you. She brushed away a tear as it ran down her cheek. I'm sorry to let you down. With a grim expression, Kara met Nicky's gaze. I guess we have something in common. Richard gently touched his fingertips to the statue of Spirit. The uplifted face, its proud gaze set in white marble, lost its glow as the last rays of the setting sun sank behind the hills. Neither one of you let me down, he said. You both are telling me what you believe. But Kaylin is not a dream. She's as real as her spirit carved in this stone. Chapter 15. Richard turned to a distant commotion and spotted a group of people heading toward the monument. From atop the prominence, he could see yet more people strung out behind, perhaps drawn by the activity or perhaps by the purposeful look of the cluster of men as they made their way across the open expanse of ground. At the head of the small crowd was just the man Richard wanted to see. Still some distance off, the man waved an arm. Richard! Despite everything, Richard couldn't help but smile at the familiar stocky fellow wearing his customary, curious red hat with a narrow brim. When the man saw that Richard had seen him, he picked up his pace, trotting across the grass. Richard! He called again. You've come back, just as you promised. As the group of people swarmed up the hill of steps, Richard started down to meet them. It was then that Richard also saw that Victor was making his way steadily through the gathering throng. At a wide marble landing, Ishak rushed up and seized Richard's hand, pumping it with great glee. Richard, I'm so happy to see you back in all-terrain. You come to drive a wagon for my transport company, yes? I have orders stacked up. How do I get myself into these messes? I need you back. You can start tomorrow? Glad to see you too, Ishak. Ishak was still pumping Richard's hand. Then you will come back? I will make you a full partner. We share everything equal, you and I. Ishak, with as much money as you owe me. Money? Ishak scoffed. What is this talk of money? I have so much work now and more all the time that there is no time to worry about money. Forget money. We can earn all the money you want. I need a man with a good head. I will make you a partner. If you want, you can make me your partner. We will get more work that way. Everyone asks after you. Where is Richard? They all say. I tell you, Richard, if you... Ishak, I can't. I'm trying to find Kaylin. Ishak blinked. Kaelin? His wife, a scowling Victor said as he stepped through the men behind Ishak. Ishak turned to gawk at Victor. He turned back to Richard. Wife? He swept his red hat off his head. Wife? But this is wonderful! He spread his arms. Wonderful! He threw his arms around Richard and hugged him as he laughed and danced back and forth on the balls of his feet. You took a wife. This is wonderful news. We will have a banquet and— She's missing, Richard said, easing Ishak back to arm's length. I'm looking for her. We don't know what happened. Missing? Ishak swiped back his dark hair and replaced his red hat. I will help. I will go with you. His dark eyes turned serious. Tell me what I can do. It was no empty offer Ishak made for the sake of courtesy. He was sincere. It was heartwarming to know that this man would drop everything to help. Richard didn't think, though, that this was the time or place to explain. It's not that simple. Richard, Victor said as he leaned closer, we've got trouble. Ishak frowned at Victor, gesturing irritably. Richard's wife is missing. Why you bring him more worries on top of that? It's all right, Ishak. Victor already knows about Kaelin. Richard rested his left hand on the pommel of his sword. What sort of trouble? He asked Victor. Scouts have just returned to report Imperial Order troops coming this way. Ishak swept his hat from his head again. Troops? Another supply convoy? Richard asked. No, Victor said with a firm shake of his head. These men are combat troops, and they're coming this way. Ishak's eyes grew round. Soldiers are coming? How soon? Voices carried the worrisome news back through the growing crowd. At the rate they're marching, they're still a few days out. We have some time to get our defenses organized, but not a lot of time. Nikki stepped up close to Richard's side. With her back straight, her head held high, and her cutting gaze, she drew all eyes. Voices quieted as they watched her. Even people who didn't know who Nikki was tended to fall silent in her presence. Some because of her stunning looks, some because there was just something dangerous about her commanding presence, on top of her physical attraction, that made them tend to lose their nerve along with their voice. And the scouts are sure they're headed this way? She asked. Couldn't they just be passing near on their way north? They're not heading north. Victor arched an eyebrow. They're coming from the north. Richard's fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword. They're coming down from the north, are you sure? Victor nodded. They're seasoned combat troops. Worse still, they've picked up one of those priests somewhere along the way. The gathered men gasped. Whispers of the news spread back through the crowd. Some of the men started asking questions, each trying to be heard over the others. Nikki lifted a hand, commanding silence. With no more effort than that, the darkening hillside of marble steps fell quiet. In the tense hush, she leaned toward the grim blacksmith. Nikki's brow drew down like a hawk that had just spotted dinner. They have a wizard with them? She hissed. Victor didn't back up, one of the few who didn't. He's said to be a high priest of the Fellowship of Order. All the brothers in the Fellowship are wizards, Ishak pointed out. This is not good news, not good at all. Can't argue with that, Victor said. From the reports brought back by the men, there is no doubt that this one is a wizard. Worried conversation again swept through the crowd. Some swore that such a development would make no difference, that they would fight any attempt by the Order to take back Alter Rang. Others weren't so sure as to what should be done. Nikki, staring off as she considered what she'd heard, finally returned her gaze to Victor. Do the scouts know his name or anything about him that might help identify him? Victor hooked his thumbs behind his belt as he gave her a single nod. The high priest's name is Kronos. Kronos, she murmured in thought. The scouts who spotted the troops used their heads, Victor told her. They hadn't been seen, so they got out ahead of the soldiers and mingled into a town along the Legion's path and waited for them to arrive. The soldiers camped just outside the town for a few nights to rest up and to resupply. Apparently, they stripped the town bare in the process. When they got drunk, they talked enough for my men to get the gist of what they're up to. And what they are up to is not just putting an end to the insurrection in All-Terang. Their orders are to crush the revolt and not to be gentle about it. They said they were to make examples of the people there. They don't seem to think it will be a big task, and they're looking forward to the fun they'll be having after the victory. A pall of silence fell over the crowd. "What about the wizard?" Ishak asked. "The men say that this fellow Kronos is a pious sort. He's average height with blue eyes. He didn't do any drinking with the soldiers. Instead, he lectured the townsfolk long and often on the need to follow the Creator's true ways by sacrificing what they had for the good of their fellow man, the Imperial Order, and their beloved Emperor. But as it turns out, when he's not lecturing, he's a lech, and apparently it doesn't matter much to him who the woman is or if she's at all willing. After one man angrily raised a ruckus about his daughter being taken right off the street by Kronos' orders, the good brother came out and with a flash of his power burned the hide right off the father. The pious wizard left the man screaming and twitching as a lesson, and he went back inside to finish his business with the daughter. The poor fellow was several hours dying. My men said that it was as horrifying as anything they'd ever seen. After that, no one else had much to say when any woman caught Kronos' eye." Murmuring broke out in the crowd. Many of the people were shocked and angered by the story. A number were frightened that this man was not only coming for them, but was under orders to make examples of them. Nikki didn't look at all surprised by the report of such brutality. After lengthy consideration, she finally shook her head. "I don't know this brother of the order, but there are a number of them that I don't know." Ishak's dark eyes shifted between Richard and Nikki. "What are we going to do? Troops and a wizard? This is not good. But you have ideas, yes?" Some in the crowd voiced their agreement with Ishak, wanting to know what Richard thought. He didn't really see what there was to discuss. "You've all fought for and won your freedom," Richard said. "I would suggest that you don't give it up." A number of men nodded. They knew all too well what it was like to live under the heel of the order. They had learned, too, what it meant to be free to live their own lives. Nonetheless, fear seemed to be stealing into the mood of the crowd. "But now you're here to lead us, Lord Rahl," one of the men said. "You've faced worse than this, I'm sure. With your help, we can fight off these soldiers." In the gathering gloom, Richard appraised the expectant faces watching him. "I'm afraid that I can't stay. I have something of critical importance I must do. I will have to leave in the morning at first light." Shocked silence greeted him. "But the soldiers are only a few days away," one of the men finally said. "Surely, Lord Rahl, you can wait that long." "If I could, I would stand here with you against these soldiers, just as I've stood with you before, but right now I can't afford to delay that long. I must carry the fight elsewhere. It's the same fight, so I will be with you in spirit." The man looked stunned. "But it's just a few days. Don't you see that it's much more than that? If I stay and we defeat these men who are coming to kill you, then eventually more will come. You have to be able to stand on your own. You can't depend on me to stay here indefinitely and help you uphold your freedom every time Jagang sends soldiers to take back All-Terang. The world is full of places like All-Terang, all facing the same ordeal. Sooner or later you'll have to accept the responsibility of standing on your own. Now is as good a time as any." "So you're deserting us when we need you most?" a voice farther back called out. The crowd didn't speak up to agree with the sentiment, but it was clear that more than one person had the same thought. Kara inched forward. Before she could step in front of him, Richard surreptitiously lifted his hand, touching her leg in warning for her to stay where she was. "Now look here," Victor growled. "Richard isn't deserting anything, and I'll hear none of that kind of talk." Men backed away at the measured menace in his voice. Victor's glare alone was enough to turn men twice his size pale. "He has already done more for us than anyone ever before. He showed us that we can each run our own lives for ourselves, and that's what changed everything. You've all lived here your whole life under the order. Richard showed us what we're really made of, showed us that we're proud men and we can handle ourselves with courage. We're the ones who took the responsibility for our own lives and gained our own freedom. He didn't come here and give us anything. We earned it." Most of the men standing on the steps and spread out across the lawns fell silent. Some, feeling shamed, stole looks around at the others. A number of the men finally spoke up that they agreed with Victor. As the men fell to debating among themselves what it was they ought to do, Nicky seized Richard's arm from behind and drew him back to where she could speak in confidence. "Richard, this fight here is more important. I can't stay." Her blue eyes flashed with bottled fury. "This is where you should be, leading these men. You're the Lord Rahl. They're counting on you." "I am not responsible for their lives. They already made their choice as to how they will live when they started the revolt. They did that on their own, and they won that battle. We all are fighting for what we believe in. We all are fighting for the same thing, the right to live the life we want for ourselves. I'm doing what I believe I must." "You're running away from the fight to chase phantoms." The sting of her words hung in the air, unanswered. Richard instead stepped away from the sorceress and addressed the men. "The old world and the new world are at war." The crowd slowly fell silent as people craned their necks in order to see Richard and hear his words. "The troops on their way here are battle-tested men from that war. As they've rampaged across the land, they've used their swords, axes, and flails against both the armed and the unarmed people to the north, the people of the New World. Those troops are experienced at overrunning cities and slaughtering the inhabitants. When they get here, they will torture, rape, and murder the people of this city, just as they've done to the people in cities to the north, unless you stop them first. But even if you do stop them, that will not be the end of it. The Order will send more soldiers. If you defeat them, they will eventually send even more the next time." "Richard, what are you saying?" Ishak asked into the still evening air. "Are you saying that it is hopeless? That we should give up?" "No! I'm saying that you need to face the true dimension of what it means to fight the Imperial Order, the true nature of the task. If you wish to be free, then you need to do more than stand here in this place and defend your city. No war was ever won defensively. If you are to be truly free, then you must fight to put a stop to those who seek to extinguish freedom. If you are to be truly free, then you must be part of the cause to rid the world of the Imperial Order. The Daharan Empire, the land I rule, is all that now stands against the Order." Richard slowly shook his head. "But alone, they have no chance to win. Once the Daharan Empire falls, Emperor Jagang will be freed up from the effort of that war, and he will then bring his full force to bear on any pockets of resistance to the Order's beliefs. At the head of his list will be Alterang. This is his home city. He will not allow the black mark of freedom to stand against his devout beliefs. He will turn loose on you his most vicious fighters, the sons of the old world. You will be isolated and gutted by Jagang's army, of your fellow countrymen. You will die to a man. Your male children will be murdered, and your wives and sisters and daughters will be used as rewards for the brutes who enforce the Order's authority." The crowd stood in rapt silence. They were now in the grip of fear. This was not the brave and boastful talk they had expected to hear on the eve of battle. Victor cleared his throat. "Are you trying to tell us something, Richard?" Richard nodded as he gazed out over the mute throng, watching him from below the landing where he stood. "Yes, I'm trying to tell you that you must do more than stand and defend yourselves when these men come. You can't win that kind of war. You must strike out at the Imperial Order and help bring them down." Ishak lifted a hand. "Bring them down? In what way? As you all well know, life under the order offers nothing but decay and ruin. There is little work, little food, little to look forward to, except the promise of glory in some afterworld life. But only in exchange for your selfless service in this one. The priests of the Fellowship of Order have nothing to offer you but misery. So they proclaim suffering of virtue and in exchange generously grant you extravagant eternal rewards in some other world. Rewards that cannot be examined beforehand. Rewards in a world that is unknowable, except, they claim, to them. Not one of you would be gullible enough to trade a dog for such hollow promises. And yet legions have been swindled into eagerly offering up their own lives, the only life they will ever have, in the unfair exchange. Jagang invokes the cause of the Creator, the fight for mankind's future, and the elimination of those with the gift as the noble reasons for the old world to invade the new world. He tells his subjects that the people far away to the north are immoral heathens, and as a duty to the Creator, they must be struck down. In reality, Jagang is doing nothing more than producing a diversion to cover the widespread poverty and unemployment created by the Imperial Order's doctrines. A failed old world of crushing poverty and widespread death is thus blamed on traitors among the people, that would be you, and on their supposedly wicked brethren to the north. Jagang gives hopeless young men an object of hatred upon which to extract revenge for their misery. In so doing, out of the ranks of the young men of the old world, Jagang has created an army of zealots. You know yourselves the throngs of such young men who have departed from Ultarang to join the noble cause. These men have little in life to look forward to, and have grasped eagerly at the Order's teachings. Jagang has given them someone to blame for all their woes, those who don't submit to the teachings of the Order. These men have been indoctrinated in a culture of death and turned loose on those who have liberty, prosperity, and the most hateful thing of all, happiness. Most are well beyond reason or redemption. Fighting far from home, Jagang allows these savages to pillage and loot their way across the land, hoping they will forget the miserable future awaiting them back home. In the name of the Creator and the Order, they slaughter all opposition and take vast territory as their own. With their great numbers, they vanquish all who go up against them. They terrorize everyone in their path. The panic of waiting for the murdering horde to arrive is too much for many. And in the hopes of being spared the worst of what Jagang's men would do, some places surrender and petition to join the cause of the Imperial Order. "You are saying it is hopeless to fight them?" someone asked into the tense evening silence. "I am telling you the true nature of what we all face," Richard said. "But it does not have to be hopeless if you understand the essence of the fight. For one thing, the Imperial Order has not fully grasped the corrosive effect of distance from their homeland. No matter how much they loot, they still need vast quantities of every kind of supply, from flour to make bread to feathers to make arrows. They can't scavenge enough food to feed their numbers. They need craftsmen and workers to support their fighting men, and they need a steady stream of new soldiers to replace the vast numbers lost in the battles of the campaign. It is difficult to fight in a strange and distant land. Their losses from sickness alone have been staggering. Yet with reinforcements always arriving, they have been able to more than replace all they lose. Their army grows constantly, becoming more formidable with each passing day. But that means it also has more needs every day. Those convoys of supplies that are constantly streaming north are vital to the efforts of the Imperial Order in conquering the New World. The New World may seem a faraway problem to you, but it is your problem as much as those troops headed this way in a few days. Once those brutes up north are finished murdering my people, they will be coming back here to murder you. If the Order wins, all of us lose. It doesn't matter where we are. There will be no place to hide. If you want to live, not just tomorrow or the day after, you defeat those troops headed this way, but to live next season, next year, and the year after. If you want to raise a family, keep what you earn, and better yourselves in the lives of your children, then you need to help to destroy the Order's ability to survive. Victor and his men have already been doing this, but they are only able to whisper when they need to howl in fury. They need far more people to join them in the effort. You need to help in a determined effort to hit the Order's supply convoys and destroy them. Kill their men going to fight. Cripple their ability to carry on. You need to deprive the Order of flour and feathers and reinforcements. Every man who dies of starvation in the trackless mountains to the north is a man the Order can't send back to the old world to shove his knife in your belly. In addition, there are other means to prevail. Richard gestured to Kara and Nikki. These two who now stand with me once stood against me. They were enemies of what I believe in, of what you have come to believe in. But when I helped them to understand that I fight for life, for the values of life, they came to realize the truth and became warriors in that same cause. Richard lifted a hand out at the crowd spread down the steps and across the lawns. Look at all of you. Not all that long ago you were the enemies of the New World. Many of you for much of your lives might have believed the lies of the Order. But when given a glimpse of the bright flame of what life can and should be, you had the presence of mind to choose life. I now stand with former enemies, in the heart of enemy territory, among a people once my enemy. Yet now we are all believers in the same cause. That life is worth living for its own sake. Many of us have become fast friends. We are now all on the same side in the greatest struggle of our lives. It is possible to make some people who are working for the success of the Order see the wonder and beauty in this life. If you can do that, then you will have one less person who wants to kill you. It would be my choice to win them all over to the truth, and to have a world of people living in peace. But there are those who are lost to the truth, lost to the reason. They hate that you embrace what is good in life. If you can't win these followers of the Order to our side, then you must kill them, for surely, given the chance, they will kill you and destroy everything you hold dear. You must spread the fight everywhere. Leave no place safe for those who preach death. Yes, you will need to kill the wild-eyed fanatics eagerly fighting in the cause of the Order. But far more important than that, you must strike at the root and kill those who preach the doctrines of the Imperial Order. They are the ones who corrupt and poison unthinking minds, and if not stopped, they will breed an endless supply of newly minted brutes to come after you and your families. Men with such hate in their hearts recognize no boundaries. They will never allow you to exist because your prosperity and happiness puts the lie to what they teach. If you wish to live free, then you must see to it that these disciples of hatred know that there is no safe place for them, that their ways will not be tolerated by civilized men, and that you will not rest until they are all hunted down and killed, because you understand they want nothing less than to end civilization. You must not let them have what they lust after. You've all bravely taken the first step and thrown off your shackles. None of you need prove yourselves to me. But this is not about a single battle won. This is about the future of how you will live your lives from now on, how your children and your grandchildren will live their lives. You fought bravely. Many have already lost their lives pursuing our common goal, and many more yet will. But victory over evil is possible, and within your power. You want to battle for something profound, your own lives to live as you see fit. But don't now fail to see that the war for that ideal is a long way from being finished. You have won your right to live free today. Now, you must have the fire to fight to live free always. Freedom is never easy to keep and can easily be lost. All it takes is willful indifference. Richard lifted an arm back toward the statue standing proudly in the afterglow of sunset. That will to hold life dear to be free is the spirit of this statue we all so admire. But Lord Rahl, someone complained, that is too big a task for us. We are simple people, not warriors. Maybe if you were to lead us, it would be different. Richard laid a hand on his chest. I was a simple woods guide when I realized that I had to rise to the challenges facing me. I, too, didn't want to face the seemingly invincible evil that loomed over me. But a wise woman, the woman that statue is modeled after, made me see that I had to do so. I'm no better than you, no stronger than you. I am simply a man who has come to understand the need to stand without compromise against tyranny. I have taken up that cause because I no longer wanted to live in fear, but to live my own life. Those people in the New World to the north are fighting and dying every day. They are simple people like you. None of them wishes to fight, but they must, or they will surely die. Their fate today is your fate tomorrow. They can't continue to stand alone and hope to win. When your time comes, neither will you. They need you to be a part of a free world, to attack those who bring the shadow of a dark age over all the world. A man near the front spoke up. But aren't you saying the same thing as the order, that we must sacrifice for the greater good of mankind? Richard smiled at the very idea. Those who wish to impose an idea of a greater good are simply haters of the good. It's enlightened self-interest that causes me to lift a sword against the imperial order. It's purely for your own self-interest, and your self-interest in those you love, that I think you should fight, in whatever way you think you can best help our common goal. I'm not forcing you to fight for the greater good of mankind, but trying to make you see that it's a fight for your own life. Don't ever make the mistake of thinking that such self-interest is wrong. Self-interest is survival. Self-interest is the substance of life. In your own reasoned self-interest, I suggest that you rise up and strike down the order. Only then can you truly have freedom. The eyes of the old world are upon you. The dark figures of all the people in fading light stretched back as far as Richard could see. He was relieved to see a lot of nodding heads. Victor's gaze swept over the men before he turned back to Richard. I think we are of a mind, Lord Rahl. I will do what I can to see it through. Richard clasped arms with Victor as the crowd broke into cheering. Finally, as men all across Liberty Square began talking among themselves as to how best to meet the challenge, Richard turned away and took Nicky aside. Kara followed close on his heels. Richard, I know the value of what you have just done, but these people still need you to— Nicky, he said, cutting her off. I have to leave in the morning. Kara is going with me. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I think it would be a good idea